there. On Monday, April 24th through early Tuesday, April 25th, Emory students staged a non-violent demonstration on Emory Atlanta's campus quad to protest Cop City. During the course of the demonstration, the students were met by both Emory and Atlanta Police Department officers with threats of arrest. We condemn the presence of Atlanta Police on our Emory campus in response to our students' nonviolent direct action. One of the largest undeveloped tracts within the area currently known as Atlanta, the South River Forest, known also as Weelaunee Forest, is part of the Muskogee homelands. The Muskogee Creek lived as stewards and in relationship to this land for more than 13,000 years until they were violently driven out in the 1820s and 1830s. This forest is also situated now in a predominantly Black and underserved neighborhood. Many members of Atlanta's Black community oppose the construction of this police training center. There are legitimate fears about the further militarization of Atlanta police, the trauma of an increased police presence, and the environmental impacts of the forest destruction. We have already seen arrests with domestic terrorism charges, as well as the use of chemical irritants, rubber bullets, and live ammunition. The latter resulted in the murder of Manuel Esteban Paez Terán, the Venezuelan non-binary eco-activist known as Tortuguita. As University of California, Santa Cruz Distinguished Professor Emerita Angela Davis recently noted in a statement condemning the building of Cop City, this movement is at the crucial intersection between movements to abolish police and prisons and those Indigenous-led movements to save our forests and indeed our planet. She argues that a new collective consciousness regarding the structural forms of racism is taking shape, stating that many of us recognize the insistence on old forms of policing as an attempt at further entrenchment of racial authoritarianism, political repression, and fear-mongering. And I'll just take a break from my letter at this moment to note that you have an opportunity to put a halt to that trend and to not give your support to Cop City. Like Professor Davis, we stand in solidarity with all those who seek to protect the forest. We stand with all those who condemn the building of the massive militarized police training facility in the Atlanta forest. We stand with the Emory students and the other students, I will add that in here too, the other students around Atlanta, who voiced their opposition to the construction of Cop City. We stand with those who condemn the violence that is exemplified by the current police and state responses to Cop City protesters. Thus, we join faculty members, students, staff, and alumni from Emory and other prominent colleges and universities in Atlanta who have voiced their opposition to the construction of Cop City. These include Spelman College, Morehouse College, Georgia State, Georgia Tech. We also draw attention to letters written by Emory physicians critical of the Cop City project, and a third letter signed by more than 200 healthcare workers and students in the Atlanta metro area, which demanded that an Emory faculty member to resign from the Atlanta Police Foundation board. Now I'm going to skip a little bit of this letter to go down to say that we have made some demands, which we've asked Emory to speak out about this, and these demands are in line with Emory University's strong commitment to social and racial justice. These commitments are exemplified in such projects as the Task Force on Untold Stories and Disenfranchised Populations, which include plans for twin memorials for the purpose of honoring and memorializing the untold experiences, stories, and contributions of enslaved individuals and their descendants who lived and worked on the university's original campus in Oxford, Georgia, and the university's main campus in Atlanta, and the Indigenous Language Path to honor the Muskogee and other Indigenous peoples whose lands now support Emory's 2 campuses and the entire city of Atlanta. These include the Arts and Humanistic Inquiry Initiative announced by the Provost, Ravi Bellamkonda, which highlights the importance of climate research, racial justice and equality, and the arts and social justice, and our demands are in accord with the plans to advance racial and social justice at Emory and beyond, as endorsed by the University President Gregory L. Fenves. Given Emory University's commitment to racial and social justice, to protecting the land, to honoring the Indigenous enslaved persons whose unpaid labor helped to create those institutions, and to developing and sustaining a moral conscience alongside the acquisition of knowledge, we encourage everyone to educate themselves about these important issues, and we support our students' efforts to engage in direct action. Sincerely, Dilek Hussein Zadegan, Department of Philosophy, Sarah McClintock, Department of Religion, Michelle Khoury, Department of Neurology at Emory School of Medicine, Gautam Reddy, Emory Libraries, Adrian Ivey, Department of English, Rose Dayton, Mohammed, Institute for Liberal Arts, Walter C. Rooker, Department of African American Studies, Nimi Natarajan, Department of Emory Medicine, Janaira Easley, Department of African American Studies, Uriel Critron, Department of Environmental Sciences, Thomas Rogers, Department of History, Jeremy R. Bell, Department of Philosophy, Mark Ristord, Institute for Liberal Arts and Department of Philosophy, Amy Zaiden, Department of Emory Medicine, Emergency Medicine, Noel McAfee, Departments of Philosophy and Psychiatry, Henry Kahn, Family and Preventative Medicine, Jessica Lynn Stewart, Department of African American Studies, Daniel Reynolds, Department of Film and Media, Dabney Evans, Rollins School of Public Health, Elizabeth M. Bounds, Cantor School of Theology and Graduate Division of Religion, Chad Cordova, Department of French and Italian, Kristen D. Phillips, Department of Anthropology, Marta Jimenez, Department of Philosophy, Aisha Finch, Women, Gender and Sexuality Studies, Michael Kramer, Department of Epidemiology, Eric Boulakites, Department of French and Italian, Pablo Palomino, Latin American and Caribbean Studies, Syed Atishan, Department of Anthropology, George Yancey, Department of Philosophy, Valerie Loisha, Department of French and Italian, Neil Lava, Department of Neurology, Melinda Maynor Lowry, Department of History, Catherine Young, Department of Music, Eri Sarakawa, Department of Environmental Sciences.
Thank you.
100 more.
Thank you. Next will be Eric Boulakitas. Again, I apologize.
Hi, I'm here in my capacity as an Atlanta resident. I live in District 5, Liliana's district, also only 10 minutes away from Welaunee People's Forest. And as many others have already done, I'm here to point out that the Stop Cop City movement is not outside agitators. You see hundreds of people here, and we're all Atlanta residents or live in the metro area. We all oppose Cop City. When we were here a couple years ago, there were 17 hours of public comments. Those weren't outside agitators. And we're back, and we still oppose Cop City. And my question to you is, where are the people who support Cop City? I don't see anyone here. I haven't met any at work. I'm also a college professor. None of my students seem to support it. I haven't met anyone out in the city. I haven't met a single person besides, well, those of you that I'm staring at right now, up there. And I think the supporters are the outside agitators. They're the corporate sponsors. It's Bank of America, Delta, Home Depot, and the other multi-billion-dollar corporations. Why don't we talk about them as outside agitators? Do all of their CEOs and executives live in Atlanta? Do they pay Atlanta taxes? And you know who else was called outside agitators? Dr. King and other civil rights leaders who traveled around the country. Abolitionists.
Eric, could you hold on just a second, please? We're not going to have clapping. Not going. So please stop so we can continue and keep them moving. Please proceed.
Abolitionists in the 1860s from the North, they were called outside agitators. And you know what all of them did? A lot of them were from here, even those who didn't. You know what they did? They fought for basic human rights and dignity in a region of the country that doesn't have the best track record on that doesn't usually do that unless they're pressured from other regions of the country. Imagine if we treated them as terrorists.
Thank you. All right, I'm going to call the next group from 61 through 71. They come forward: Mark Passmore, Jack Ha, Kyle Hagan, Melanie Silverstein, Luca Marquez, River Driver, Andrew Vaziri, Catrice Baker, Yanazda Lone Wolf, and Marcus Coleman. Mark Passmore, you'll have 2 minutes.
My name is Mark Schuyler Passmore. I'm a DeKalb County resident, a member of the Atlanta community for 7 years now, an activist who was arrested for protesting the murder of Rayshard Brooks, and a proud Filipino-American here to express my dissent against Cop City. Cop City often gets framed through the antagonistic relationship law enforcement has with our beloved black community. That's well documented, and many here have spoken on it. I'm here to speak on the negative ramifications for all working class communities, black or not. Local law enforcements in this country have continued to work with ICE, terrorizing Hispanic communities and funneling migrants and southern border and refugees into detention centers, like in Folkston, Georgia. For my Asian community, Florida just passed a xenophobic bill barring Chinese people from owning property. Georgia has a similar bill being introduced this year. Are Chinese internment camps on the horizon? Will the police be taking us to them? As more dehumanizing bills continue to be passed in red states, it will be the cops arresting parents seeking health care for trans children. It will be the cops arresting women for pursuing their right to an abortion. Last week, a university study named Atlanta the most overpriced housing market in the country. As the cost of living rises and people can no longer afford to live, it will be the cops enforcing foreclosures and evictions and erasing our unhoused neighbors. On a personal note, a dear friend of mine's child passed away last year. Their child was in the middle of a mental health crisis and she called 911. She expected compassionate assistance. What she got was the Atlanta police entering her home and executing her child right in front of her. That tragedy happened to a middle-income white family living in Midtown, and my heart breaks for them every day. Cop City impacts us all, regardless of color, sexuality, and gender. City Council, if you okay this $33 million for Cop City, you will be personally responsible for continuing to inflict state terrorism and warfare on your own constituents and your own community.
Thank you. Next will be Jack Ha.
My name is Jack Ha. I stand before you today to speak about a matter of great concern, Cop City, a colossal project being built in Atlanta, Georgia that I believe must be stopped. On the surface, Cop City might seem like a promising investment, an ambitious plan to create a modern police force with top-of-the-line facilities. However, this is a seductive mirage hiding the true cost of this project. The truth is, Cop City is a colossal drain on public resources, a $90 million project that will cost taxpayers $33.5 million, which these funds should be channeled to other pressing needs, such as health care, education, and affordable housing. But this is not just about money. Cop City is a project that embodies an alarming trend towards police militarization, where police forces are transformed into occupying forces rather than public servants. The massive new police headquarters, complete with its own jail and firing ranges, sends a powerful message that the police are not here to protect and serve, but to dominate and control. Moreover, Cop City is located in a predominantly low-income black neighborhood, raising grave concerns about discrimination, racial profiling, and excessive use of force. As we look towards the future, we must ask ourselves, what kind of city do we want to build? A city that prioritizes the military-style policing of our communities, or one that invests in building safe, equitable, and just neighborhoods that lift and uplift our support in every resident? I urge you to stand with me and take action to stop this misguided project. Instead, let's commit ourselves to creating a better tomorrow, one that prioritizes investment in our communities, welfare, and security. In conclusion, we must not let Cop City continue to march towards completion. Instead, let's envision a city that truly works for all of us, where we must all thrive and prosper, safe in the knowledge that our public servants are here to help, not to intimidate. Thank you.
Next is Kyle Hagan. Due to yielded time, you'll have 4 minutes.
Hello, I'm Kyle. I'm here today with my friend Herman. We live in Fulton County. Like millions of Americans all over the country, I was horrified at the George Floyd murder. We can call it that now, murder, because Derek Chauvin was convicted. Prior to the conviction, he had a lot of support from cops and their sycophants, and I've yet to hear any of those folks recant their statements in light of the verdict. Marches ensued in every major city across the country, and amidst the biggest civil rights movement of my lifetime, just a couple weeks later, Atlanta police shot and killed, Rayshard Brooks in the parking lot of a Wendy's. We demanded accountability, to end qualified immunity, to eliminate the lobbying power of police unions, and to divert police resources into intervention programs and social assistance, which are proven, evidence-driven, cost-effective methods to reduce violence and recidivism. Instead, what we got was the deployment of the National Guard. What we got was military vehicles on our public roads. What we got was tear gas, rubber bullets, and batons. What we got was the mayor caving to cops, calling out of work with the blue flu. I helped some independent journalists document and broadcast several of these encounters with police. One of the videos my team collected got picked up by an NBC affiliate, so I know that you've had the chance to see for yourself, as I have, the way police use kettling tactics to brutalize peaceful protesters. And that's what this new facility is for, to further escalate the militarization of our state and local law enforcement agencies and to train them in these kinds of anti-democratic tactics. Our most recent example of the police and our elected officials' failure to answer the public demands for police reform: a firing squad shot unarmed protester Tortuguita 57 times while they sat cross-legged in their tent. Autopsy results showed the victim had bullet wounds in the palms of their hands. The cops claimed there was a gun, but the photo of the gun is on the ground, whereas Tortuguita was inside a tent. It doesn't add up. The various police agencies involved in the shooting have not been transparent or forthcoming in the investigation and have failed to respond to discovery requests. What video evidence we do have suggests that the incident was triggered by friendly fire between the cops. No gunshot residue was found on the victim's hands. And we would know a whole lot more if the GBI and every other law enforcement personnel was wearing a body camera, but they weren't. Tell me, how can we come up with $30+ million for a playground for trigger-happy, gun-nut cops while our state troopers have no body cams? And we have people dying in our jails from being subjected to inhumane, filthy conditions and food unfit for human consumption. I know many of you listening are callous to the pleading of the victims of police violence. I know you're more concerned with your corporate sponsors than your constituents. And I know that appeals to the environmental impact of this development will fall on deaf ears. But I'm not here today to speak to any of you. I'm not here to change your minds. I'm here simply to stand in solidarity with this community and with our worldwide audience of supporters. I'm here to honor the service and sacrifice of those who have battled to resist the destruction of this forest, and to those courageous souls who remain committed to combating the continued escalation of police violence. And I want to point out—
Time has expired, thank you.
Excuse me,
Time has expired.
I have his 2 minutes also,
You
please.
know, you have 6 minutes, that's what you had, thank you.
Thank you.
I'm sorry, you had 4 minutes, that's what you had. Melanie Silverstein, your next 2 minutes.
Silverstein.
Thank you.
I'm an Atlanta resident. I live in District 2, and I'm an organizer with the International Union of Painters and Allied Trades. The International Union of Painters and Allied Trades General President Jimmy Williams, Jr. issued the following statement on the escalation of police violence towards the Defend the Atlanta Forest protesters. As a construction trades union representing over 100,000 workers across the United States, including across the Atlanta metro region, we are saddened to see the rapid escalation of force towards protesters of the Cop City construction project. The right to speak up and peacefully protest is fundamental to our union and to all working people. Since the protests began, we've seen violence, including the death of one protester, as well as dozens of arrests and incredulous charges of domestic terrorism, in some cases stemming from the Defend the Atlanta Forest movement. I believe that these tactics are designed more to quell dissent and to dissuade working people from exercising their rights to protest and demonstrate than they are to legitimately uphold the law. The IUPAT was proud to stand in solidarity during the height of the pandemic with the Black Lives Matter protests in Washington, D.C. Today, we stand in solidarity with the protesters in Atlanta who are facing egregious and unnecessary violence by the Atlanta police force and others for simply disagreeing around matters of public policy. It has to stop. Our rights as working people must be upheld, and we deserve to live in a society free from police violence. Thank you.
Thank you. Next will be Luca Marquez. Luca Marquez. Next will be River Driver. You have 2 minutes.
I think it's time for a dance break.
5 pounds sit up because the revolution will not be televised, brother. There will be no pictures of you and Willie Mae pushing that shopping cart down the block on the dead run or trying to slide that color TV into a stolen ambulance. NBC will not be able to predict the winner at 8:32 on report from 29 districts. The revolution will not be televised. There will be no pictures of pigs shooting down brothers on the instant replay. There will be no pictures of pigs shooting down brothers on the instant replay. There will be no pictures of Whitney Young being run out of Harlem on a rail with a brand new process. There will be no slow motion or still life of Roy Wilkins strolling through Watts in a red, black, and green liberation jumpsuit that he has been saving for just the proper occasion. Green Acres, Beverly Hillbillies, and Hooterville Junction will no longer be so damn relevant, and women will not care if Dick finally got down with Jane on Search for Tomorrow, because black people will be in the street looking for a brighter day. The revolution will not be televised. There will be no highlights on the 11 o'clock news and no pictures of Harry armed women liberationists and Jackie Onassis blowing her nose. The theme song will not be written by Jim Webb or Francis Scott Key, nor sung by Glenn Campbell, Tom Jones, Johnny Cash, Engelbert Humperdinck, or The Rare Earth. The revolution will not be televised. The revolution will not be right back after a message about a white tornado, white lightning, or white people. You will not have to worry about a dove in your bedroom, the tiger in your tank, or the giant in your toilet bowl. The revolution will not go better with Coke. The revolution will not fight germs and cause bad breath. The revolution will put you in the driver's seat. The revolution will not be televised, will not be televised, will not be televised, will not be televised. The revolution will be no rerun, brothers. The revolution will be live.
Thank you. Next will be Andrew Vaziri.
Thank you. I'm Andrew Amir Vaziri. I'm a Georgia Tech alum. I'm an Old Fourth Ward resident. And I'm proud of my family members who serve in the police force. It's a hard job. There are life or death choices that have to be made in very quick circumstances. And so your temperament and your training are very important. Heard a lot of testimony from communities who have lost trust in the police. And as somebody who is a working professional, is able to have a graduate degree, that seemed important but far away. That was until 2017, when at Georgia Tech, a friend of mine was shot by the police and killed. Scout Schultz. They called the police themselves for a mental health emergency. My friend did not have a gun. They did not have a hostage. They were alone. They did not make a sudden movement that was misunderstood. 7 out of the 8 police that were there did the right thing, but 1 police officer shot and killed Scout. That use of force was uncalled for, and unfortunately, one bad apple spoils the whole bunch. And so when we think of a training center which is explicitly supposed to help with police recruitment, with things like a high-speed chase course, with urban combat training, what sort of people would not be police officers except for those facilities? People who are attracted by that need an Xbox, not a firearm. Yeah. When I call the police, I don't want somebody to arrive with a John Wick complex. I mean that mentally. I don't want them to think that violence is their first form of action, and I mean that physically. I do not want the police to have a temple to violence. There are better ways that cause less damage, that don't break promises, that attract the right people who you would want to be police officers. Please vote no.
Thank you. Next will be Catrice Baker. Catrice Baker. Next will be Yanazda Lone Wolf.
Opatu Washte. My name is Yanaja Lone Wolf. I am a proud Ogallala Lakota Native American and Black woman, and also a resident of Atlanta, Georgia. It was your father, Michael Julian Bond, that said, "It terrified the 15-year-old in me when he was recalling about Emmett Till. I asked myself, if they would do that to him, what won't they do to me?" He asked that question because he knew the system that we are in right now. He knew about the police, that the police was already developed by slave patrols. The root of Georgia is from slave patrols. It took police officers to take out my sister or my tribes down here of the Creek Muskogee people. It took them out in order for the Trail of Tears. You all have Sitting Bull. He's a Hunkpapa Dakota chief, one of my chiefs. My tribe is from South Dakota. He was murdered by a police officer. But you all have him up like this is someone that you all love and that you all are abiding by. You all it's all about pomp and circumstances that what I see right now. Your father also said there is a thin line between politics and theatricals. What we're seeing right now is nothing but a circus, and it's your opportunity to vote no on stopping Cop City. Stop Cop City. There's no one here that have said that they want it. So it goes down to who do you serve, and because the thing is that we have all voted you in. As a national community organizer and activist, I got all of you all voted because I campaigned over 1 million people in order for you all to get in your positions right now to get people to vote, especially the mayor as well. Stop Cop City.
Next will be Marcus Coleman. Due to yield the time, you'll have up to 10 minutes.
Good afternoon. You know, Ferguson Police Department was the first police department to be federally probed, followed by Chicago and Baltimore, and most recently Louisville. In each of those federal probe packets, there's a litany of violation of policy, and some could deem criminal activity. Now, before I finish, I understand being an elected official I guess it can be tough because you have to come and you have to sit and you have to listen, but the same way you listen to praise, you need to listen to those that are complaining. You need to be alert when people are spending time out of their day to come down. You need to stop scribbling. You need to hold your heads up. You need to have some courage and cojones about yourselves. But I bring up those federal probes because it's funny, it's interesting how APD gets celebrated around the country as if it is the model police department. I wonder if it has anything to do with the connections to the White House that this mayor's office has had for a couple of years. Why am I bringing that up? Like how is APD, how is Atlanta the location for this revolutionary training facility? Let me take a minute to let you know what we're up against. See, because it's interesting. And since the president, I was saving this for last, but since President Shipman is engaged in some sidebar, President Shipman, many of us have had our eye on you for a very long time. We kind of felt it was odd that a Caucasian male in the birthplace of Dr. King, the home of the civil rights movement, would be the one spearheading the Human and Civil Rights Museum. But then after that, sir, because understand you got a lot of powerful friends, some of them are even mentors of mine that don't really take kindly with me being up here. I'm not sure exactly what job you took on after that, but I know then you ran for the president of the Atlanta City Council without ever holding a seat. Sir, the word on the street is that you are the next great white hope. The word on the street is that you will challenge for the mayor's seat and become the first Caucasian mayor of this black Mecca since 1973. And with the fumbling that this current mayor is doing, I think he's helping to pave your way, sir. I say that to you, Mr. President, because as a man that's watched you, I expected you to have a voice of opposition against something that is considered a human rights violation, considering you were at point of the museum here. To Mayor Dickens, many of us were hoping that he would not watch this from the safety of his, or let me retract safety, from the comfort of his own office. You know, considering he said that members of that task force didn't feel safe, which technically it should be those of us in opposition, considering what happens to those in opposition by the name of Tortuguita. You know what pisses me off? Here we have a black mayor in the city that's too busy to hate, that if you go out this door and take 2 left turns, you trip over 15 homeless people. Instead of ordering the Department of Transportation to put boulders under the underpass to block homeless people from shelters, maybe you all should be worried about things a little bit differently. But, you know, some of my comrades who touch the mic, they don't really want to say it. Here in Atlanta, I'm so glad I got some time, because usually they like to cut my mic off in places where I go to. Here in Atlanta, shout out to the 4 individuals of council that did not vote yes for that little backdoor deal. No, we're not going to Cop City yet. See, it started before then. On that little backdoor deal where Mayor Dickens undermined his predecessor in the whole community by reversing and opening ACDC. You guys do understand that your legacies are going to be tied to mass incarceration and the fueling of the militarization of police departments all across the globe. Because let's be honest, there just won't be APD that gets trained here. There'll be other cities, there'll be other states, and there'll be other parts of the globe. Even though we don't want Cop City, period, Miss Councilman Norwood, I mean, when it first came up, hell, since Buckhead's been having so much problem, why didn't y'all put it over there? Now, for the record, be clear, we don't want it, period. But it's interesting where you chose to erect. Listen, man. Black leadership. We got a black mayor that's a political pawn, a puppet for the police foundation. Those of you who have signed on fall in that same vein, but a hop, skip, and jump down the street, we got a black sheriff here in Fulton County, and I work closely with the attorneys for LaShawn Thompson. I work closely with the advocates for LaShawn Thompson. We're looking forward to the Colin Kaepernick-funded autopsy that will be out in less than a week. 381 acres. $90+ million. But then we also have a black sheriff that's advocating for $2 billion to build a new jail. What the hell kind of Atlanta are we living in currently? Huh? All these black faces up here, how in the world can black leadership? I appreciate my Caucasian comrades for coming down, but right now this is a black conversation. How in the world can black leadership, Mr. Bond? I wonder what your father would think about the way you're acting up here.
When we first came here, we heard about the celebrities, or not celebrities, excuse me, the second and third generations, because we got a lot of history here. Here goes a mayor that is applauded for the midnight basketball program. Anybody heard about this? Well, here's a message to the mayor. You can't shoot hoops at midnight with the poor inner city youth. A mayor that graduated from Benjamin E. Mays High School the same year I did, but not Benjamin E. Mays, I went to Westlake. You can't shoot hoops at midnight, then wake up bright-eyed and bushy-tailed and then go to the facilities that will either house them or another facility that is going to be trained to kill them. It is disingenuous, to say the least, contradictory and hypocritical, to put it more plainly. Why in the hell are we up here at the Atlanta City Hall speaking about a militarized police training compound? You know why? Because it's a direct response from how we were in the streets in 2020, and we turned this state up like it never been turned up before. Then the governor. Oh, I only got 2 minutes, let me finish. They want you to believe that this 40-person task force, they want you to believe that they're going to come up with this revolutionary training package. And then they want you to believe, this is what we're up against. And then they want you to believe that that training packet is going to be implemented into APD, and it is going to ripple all through the training facility, and it is going to eradicate what we know as police culture. You can't train in or out of police culture. The sister just spoke about it. Policing is the offset of the patty rollers. And those of you who are black who are co-signing this, you're no different than those on the plantation that will point out your brothers and your sisters when they were trying to leave and go for somewhere better. Overseers. But they want you to believe that this training, they think they're doing something right. You see, crime is really down, but fear is up. And these people think that they know what's best for you and I. But here's the counter to that, Bond. It's Overstreet. You ain't changed NAM policy as it relates to the peace officer standards and training, better known as POST. You ain't changed NAM law on the books. People talk about qualified immunity, but that's only for civil action. You need to be talking about a sovereign immunity that deals with criminal. Y'all ain't changed NAM law on the books, and the governor has signed executive orders and other pieces of legislation that have passed building protective barriers around police. So y'all tell that bull jive, that malarkey, and that tomfoolery to something else and stop Cop City.
Thank you. Next will be... This is the last warning. Next time I'm clearing the chamber. You can cheer in the overflow. You can leave, sir. Thank you. We have to keep this moving. We got a lot of people on the list. It's just taking up time. So here's the next group of folks. If you come on down to the front, if everybody on the front could let us have those seats. Tim Franzen, Gloria Tatum, Jamie Bark-Launer, Avery Arden, Lorraine Fontana, Alma Lott, Christy York, and Adrian Lodice. First be Tim.
Hey, how's everybody doing? You know, I had a little thing printed up that I was going to read, but it's been a lot today. You know, this is the most, and I got to ask y'all, I've been coming here for 15 years, but has there ever been such a one-sided public comment session in the history of the city ever? I don't, really. I mean, I was here for the Gulch, y'all. I mean, y'all didn't even cart out the normal stooges that'll just kind of say whatever the mayor wants to say. Not one. Is there? And I promise we're going to be nice. Is there one in here? There's not one. I don't. I'm sorry, Marcy. I've never seen that. Not one. And so I think 288 people signed up. There was an additional 100 people that took time off work, got babysitters, and they showed up here at 12:30, and they waited in line for hours, and they just were bounced. They're hanging out there. They got a list, actually. We got the list to Liliana, and we didn't even get everybody to sign it, but there's like 75 names on there. I wonder if they'll get an opportunity to speak. I work for American Friends Service Committee. We do a lot of housing stuff. I've worked with a lot of y'all individually through the years, the last 15 years that I've been there. We have decided, and I'm not going to name the other groups, but there's a bunch of them here today. We've decided to put aside our summer work to work on this. And we're going to be marching. We're going to be sitting in, and we are going to bring everybody off the sidelines. We should have done it a year ago, but we're here now. And I just want to read, since we're a lot of mention of Dr. King, the ultimate measure of a person is not where he stands in moments of comfort and convenience, but where he stands in a time and challenge. And I know you guys have a challenge. You could do this. Stop Cop City.
Thank you. Next will be Gloria Tatum. 2 minutes.
Good evening. I'm Gloria Tatum, and I live in DeKalb County, and I'm not an outside agitator, but I am an activist reporter, and I have written over 30 articles about Black men who have been murdered by the police for minor violations or for no reason at all. Remember Anthony Hill? He was mentally ill. He was running down the street naked, needed help. Police killed him. Then we have Rayshard Brooks, who was asleep in his car at Wendy's, and he just wanted to go home, but the police killed him. Amon Arbery was murdered while he was jogging in a Brunswick, Georgia neighborhood by a former police officer. Then Manuel Tortuguita Turan, an environmentalist camping in a public park, was shot 57 times because he didn't want to leave the park by 6 Georgia State Patrol officers. This is wrong. Thousands of people are being killed each year by the police. Police have killed 254 people so far this year. Black people are more likely to experience deadly police encounters. The police don't need more training. They need reform. They need accountability. And we do not need a school for assassins. If you are worried about crime in this city, and you have to have a cop city because you are so worried about crime in Buckhead, then you need to look at the state government across the street that has flooded the streets with AR-15s and other weapons of war with no background checks, no permits, open carry in public. Republicans have increased crime with their stupid gun laws.
Thank you.
And now...
Time has expired. Thank you. Next is Jamie Bork-Launer. You have 2 minutes.
Jamie Lochner from DeKalb County.
Thank you.
I oppose the Atlanta Police Training Facility that we call Cop City. Unlike my eloquent fellows, I'm not here to appeal to your consciences. Those who still have them, of course. Instead, I'm here today asking that you'll allow yourselves to take a political out. That's what you have here, a political out. You don't have to approve this additional funding. You can cancel this hot potato, Cop City, on the grounds of rejecting this additional funding. Do so. I really don't care what excuses you use. You can declaim your antagonism to us and still vote against more funding for Cop City. Please do so. My reason to oppose Cop City is clear to me, and it goes beyond tearing down a vital Atlanta forest or installing Cop City undemocratically in a poor Black neighborhood. It is because Atlanta policing is already brutal. I've suffered it. And it is too militarized, and the plans for this training facility seem custom designed to further militarize Atlanta's already far too bloodthirsty police. To me, the facilities are part and parcel of Atlanta's decision makers' abandonment of poor and everyday people here by repeatedly placing the mere desires and wish lists of the city's wealthy and corporations above all the needs of the rest of us. Simply vote against it. Don't raise the funding. Stop Cop City. That's what we need. That's what we're asking. Make any excuse you want.
Thank you. Next will be Avery Arden.
Stop Cop City.
Hello. Thank you for paying attention to all of us as we speak today. I pray that your minds be opened and hearts transformed by the truth in your midst. My name is Avery, and I am a Christian minister as well as a transgender person. My wife and I moved to Decatur in 2019, and we plan to make this area our home for the foreseeable future, possibly our whole lives, if its beauty is not destroyed for short-term profit. I want to share the story of my favorite biblical prophet, Amos. Amos was a shepherd who tended to sycamore trees, so you could say he is a tree protector or even a forest defender. Amos had no desire to be a prophet, but God called to him. The truth had to be spoken by someone, and Amos, like all the wonderful people here today, could not ignore the call. Amos lived in Judah, but he was called north to Israel to deliver his message. The rich and the powerful elite were harming God's most vulnerable children, as well as the land. Where animals could have thrived, they had summer homes. With the money they should have paid their workers with, they had fancy clothes and jewels. Now the leaders of Israel hated what Amos had to say. Who was he to come up from Judah to speak to them? He was an outside agitator in their eyes. So the king told him, "Get out of here. The land cannot bear your words." But the king was wrong. It was not words that the land could not bear. It was the leaders' actions. They were the ones who caused the people and the land to cry out, but they'd rather blame the outside agitator. So God had Amos predict a reckoning. Doom would come unless they took this slim chance to make things right. I hope you will make things right.
Time's expired. Thank you. Next will be Lorraine Fontana. Due to yielded time, you'll have up to 8 minutes.
Hello, everybody. I live in Atlanta in DeKalb County. Amir Farouki is my representative to the council, but I'm going to address this to everybody. I think you've already read it or seen it, Amir. I hope that you all will reconsider your support for continuing to go forward with this corporate-sponsored destruction of a large part of the South River Forest, which I'm afraid has already been well underway. I'm asking you to consider what happened between 2017, when this city, in a document titled Atlanta City Design, the South River Forest was called the lungs of Atlanta, and considered that the land would be held as parkland in perpetuity. And in 2021, when this council okayed leasing that land to the Atlanta Police Foundation for a new public safety training center. What caused the city government to change course so drastically from protecting our city's lungs to allowing the destruction of those lungs for the building of Cop City? Well, what happened was the summer of 2020, and the national as well as local uprisings in response to the police murder of George Floyd and Breonna Taylor, and those of Rayshard Brooks and Ahmaud Arbery here in Georgia. It's beyond ironic that anger at racist homicides by police and wannabe police is responded to with plans for more policing, using the same methods that have been used by training police here in Atlanta until now. That the police felt unfairly targeted, held sick-outs, and lobbied for more people and perks is even more ironic. It's not surprising to me that the corporate-funded APF would push for more police in an attempt to protect their property interests and encourage more corporations moving in to take over Atlanta at the expense of so many being pushed out of a city they could no longer afford to live in. Rather than putting money into solving the causes of criminal behavior, most of which clearly revolve around the growing income inequality in our country and poverty, and that's epitomized by the super income disparity in Atlanta that we all know from the studies that have been done. The city of Atlanta is doubling down on kowtowing to big business and the police lobby by building them a multi-million-dollar training resort with all the bells and whistles of the militarization of policing that's been happening in our country. But you have a chance to put a stop to the further degradation of the true idea of public safety by at least stopping that money being put, millions, being put into the city budget for Cop City. Even better, why not listen to the attorneys who say that the agreement entered into for leasing the land to the APF can, in fact, be broken under the contract terms by the mayor, and asking him to do just that and put an immediate halt to the destruction underway in the forest, which got me and probably a lot of other people crying when we saw the pictures of what's already happened and how many of our tree and other plant and animal cousins and relatives have been destroyed already. Brother John Lewis was my congressional representative. I was always so glad and proud of that. I think he would be ashamed of what's happening today, especially of those wealthy and powerful black elected officials who have insisted that $33 million be used to build a militarized police academy. Yeah, he would be ashamed of the situation of Atlanta in terms of poverty, in terms of the low-wage jobs without savings for people who can't afford to live in Atlanta anymore, who have to move out of Atlanta. He'd be ashamed that our law enforcement system has stooped to bringing politically motivated, unconstitutional charges of domestic terrorism against activists in an attempt to squelch others from speaking out against the building of Cop City, which have been partially successful. He'd be ashamed that the City of Atlanta's partners with the State Patrol, who they know are the only police force that doesn't use body cams, and put them in front of the charge into clearing a forest. So nobody can see what right is going to happen right in front of their eyes and what they're going to do. He'd be ashamed that a 26-year-old activist whose autopsy shows they were sitting on the ground with hands raised in front of their body was gunned down like that. He'd be ashamed to be in this city. He also would be ashamed, I feel, of the people on this council who heard a couple of years ago 17 hours or more of public comment, 70% of which were against this process. And it went forward anyway with granting that lease. And he'd be ashamed again if he heard and saw how many people came again and again and again to City Council this year opposing this and trying to appeal to you all and giving reasons to appeal without any response from the people who we elected to the council. I think he'd be ashamed of the sham task force that the mayor has appointed, which is set up to rubber stamp anything that he and the APF wants to do. That at first he wasn't going to even let be a public thing, that we were going to be secret meetings and have to be forced to at least say we can see what's happening, although we couldn't comment, although we couldn't even on a Zoom make comments. But, you know, every little bit has to be fought for. I think John Lewis would be ashamed of the continued flaunting of environmental standards and agreements and the halting of measuring systems designed to protect the environment. Oh, we can't afford to do that right now, or some reason why we're not doing that. He would be ashamed, unfortunately, of his replacement, I think, because Sister Nakima Williams has not spoken out in a good way. The only thing she said is, well, it's going to be built, so we better try to make it a good place for better training. She's called out to property violence by some activists, but not the police violence.
Time has expired. Thank you. Next is Al-Malat. You'll have 2 minutes.
I guess with everything going on, they about to say everything I needed to say, but I want everybody to know that in Bayne City, English Avenue, and the West End, how many homeless families and senior citizens are roaming through our community with no help from counselor, no help from nobody. Y'all still sit in these seats, eyes closed, don't hear nothing, don't see nothing, and I am fed up with it. You have senior citizens that I went served yesterday. Their rent went up sky high in the high rise. These people are in the high rise, living from check to check. I go serve them food every month. And neither one of y'all come over there to check on them. You have college students walking around homeless, y'all. In Bayne City and English Avenue, y'all got college students homeless. Y'all can turn off this mic you want to, but my voice is loud. These people are homeless. We're about to be put on the streets, and y'all worrying about building something else. Where's this HUD money? Y'all sending that over there to build too? We need help in our communities, and I've been telling y'all this for so long. You will not silence me. You might put me out of my community by keep blackballing me, but you won't silence me. You will not have me living like an animal, because that's how a majority of these people living like animals. Think about these young children. Y'all want to stop crying? Stop putting their parents out on the streets. Y'all want to stop gangs? Stop putting the families on the streets. Maybe they can get some home training from their parents. We live in a black community, and can't nobody come through there besides we trying to make us homeless with code
Time has
enforcement
expired. Thank
and
you,
put
Ms.
us
Lott.
on the street. Stop it.
Thank you. Next will be Christy York. You'll have 6 minutes due to yielded time.
Hi, my name is Christy York, and I live in District 2 for Amir Faroki, so please pay attention, and I hope you guys are all paying attention too, because we are all Atlanta. I was working in Midtown in the fall when two former FBI agents who later told me that one of which is the police chief of Cobb County, became my guest. Our conversation began talking about my art, as I'd done with many others that day. When I went to show them my Instagram, they caught a glimpse of an anti-cop city post on my feed. After misogynistically commenting on what I was wearing in my photos and making vocalities about if they could take me home, they went on to ridicule the anti-cop city movement. I took this opportunity to navigate a difficult subject by picking their perspective. Being law enforcement, I wanted to garner their understanding from the horse's mouth. They had a lot of nasty things to say about protesters, which as an American, protesting is the American way, straight back to the Boston Tea Party. As a person who has traveled 7 countries and seen how others live, I have a firm belief we can do better in America, therefore we must do better. Protesting is one of the most patriotic things we can do. So a law enforcement agent professionally using rhetoric to deter and implant distaste is manipulative misinformation at its best and frighteningly dangerous to the American propensity for growth at its worst. That's honestly the point of this. American cops are dangerous, violent, egregious, and corrupt. The boys in blue are the biggest gang in America. Everyone knows the American judicial system goes out of its way to cover up and ensure a cop that kills or assaults gets a slap on the wrist or a brush under the rug. I've literally met several men who have openly told me they want to be cops or in the military to have a right, the license to legally kill and get away with it. That knowledge alone, that should shake you to your core. My friends don't call the police when something bad happens for fear that they will escalate it rather than de-escalate it and shit's gonna get worse. That should shake you to your core. To the law enforcement agents who I spoke with when I worked patiently to use language not to anger them in order to navigate, I asked them if they understood the environmental risk of tearing down the trees, which would only serve to elevate global warming and less protection of the trees to cool the city down. In addition to the irrigation properties, the forest contributes through its root system to prevent flooding, which is already a massive problem here, and we shouldn't want to heighten, but constructing this militarized police training facility would certainly do that. I asked if they knew the people who bought their homes, they were going to suffer economical loss from being next to a firing range with debris eradicating the earth and neighboring atmosphere. With the knowledge that APD has been training with the Israeli army for years, and the knowledge that COINTELPRO operated to spread mass propaganda throughout the media and assassinated important organizational leaders to ensure communities would never organize and overthrow their corrupt government, engineered by the deep pockets of monopolized corporations, the very same Delta and Coca-Cola who are funding this militarized base. I have no doubt that the city of Atlanta has become afraid since the protests of 2020 and as the nation faces an intense revolution, because this is a revolution. As people of color, queer people, immigrants, and humans with uteruses face the most violent threat since the 1960s, I have no doubt that this militarized base in Weelaunee Forest, which was sneakily and quietly acquired from the city of Decatur, despite the citizens' petitions and protests against it, 17 hours of call time, I have no doubt that this is part of an organized strategy to thwart the national protests to come from human rights being stripped from and trampled on. It's been documented from many journalists over the last decade that the city of Atlanta pays APD to participate in Gili, which is the Israeli military, and receive militaristic training from the Israeli army to respond to the citizens. That tells me right there we are at war with the police. The two cops I had as guests told me that if they were approached by someone with a knife, they would give them 50 rounds of bullets, and when the judge asked them why they would stop, they would have given them more if they hadn't run out. Sounds familiar? Tort. This is who is representing you. These cops represent you. You have murderers representing the city. This should alarm you. They have become the two cops that were my guests, became even more alarming, saying they had a trans person on the team in Cobb County and using language like it and she, he. I had to coerce them and teach them to address them and respect them and use the proper pronouns. If they're your highest earning quota filler, which is already a problem in itself, then address them with respect and use the proper pronouns. These two cops who represent you used language like, and I quote, the blacks. They chuckled and mocked the black community, saying black on black crime is higher than ever, which we know to be falsehoods. I told them that everything is great and the systems that be want to spread propaganda on both sides to pin us against each other. These cops, your representatives, that then contradicted themselves and said, you want to defund the police, but look, the crime is worse. We have not defunded the police. We've called for it. You have denied it. You have refused to work with us. He then proceeds to say to me, my men are the highest paid they've ever been. They're making $90,000 an hour, or $90,000 a year. So you're the highest you've ever been funded. The police is not defunded, and crime is still not stopped. So you're heavily funded, and you still can't do your job, which is only to protect and serve, not murder and mutilate. It would take hours or days for me to say all of their names. Ahmaud Arbery's murder was an attempted cover-up by Brunswick police. Jamarian Robinson was dehumanized and mutilated by APD. An APD officer personally told me that they believed Rashard Brooks deserved to be shot in the back. Last year, I received a concussion and tendinitis in my shoulder from the police. Police shot and killed a Georgia Tech student in need. A man was eaten alive or by bugs in Atlanta jails a few weeks ago. I worked as an RA at Georgia Southern University. I dealt with a student with firearms, student with drugs, drunk and underage, and a student who tried to hang himself. None of my students died. All of my students saw the dawn of the next day and went home to their loved ones. It can be done. You're just doing it wrong.
Time has expired. Thank you. Next will be Adrian Lodice. You have 2 minutes.
It's Lodice. But my name is Adrian Aurelia Lodice, but I go by Leah. For over a year, I worked closely with both fire and police serving DeKalb County and responding to residents' emergency calls as an EMT for DeKalb AMR. I worked there until this past fall. With that background in mind, I have 2 questions about the development of this training facility. One, where did y'all find $33 million of taxpayer dollars for this militarized police project? Because if y'all want to talk about public workers, then it's me. And if you want to talk about me, then let's talk about my patients. I've had DeKalb County patients with fractured skulls begging for fewer potholes as we rush them to the hospital, yet hear nothing about improving our roads, especially in the southeast. I've had patients' life-saving equipment malfunction due to the old electricity lines failing during a storm, yet hear nothing about the new electrical lines. And if my point wasn't clear enough, LaShawn Thompson was eaten alive by bedbugs while incarcerated 1 county over. So this city doesn't have the funding to make our current, existing justice system at the minimum survivable, yet you do have $33 million to give police a shiny new toy. 2, with the AMC hospital shutting down and the previously listed issues with DeKalb infrastructure, don't you think that there are better things to do with $33 million of taxpayer money? I expected nothing else from capitalists to bribe the influence of council in favor of fascist alliances between these mega corporations and police, but it's particularly disgusting when you realize that they could have raised that $60 million for literally anything else. And I'm going to call it what it is. It's fascism. That's what you guys are a part of. Better roads, better electricity, more affordable health care, but hospitals, better roads, or electricity wouldn't abuse citizens in the interest of capital, would they? So instead you blow $90 million building a cop city over a clear-cut forest. Who wants a public park, better infrastructure, or hell, freedom in America, when instead cops can get a whole city to practice urban warfare instead? People over profits always, and stop Cop City. Thank you.
Thank you. Next we'll have, I'll call the next group. We're on numbers 83 through 95. Jamie Madigan, Victoria Register, James Johnson, Ricardo Martinez, Ariana Brazier, Andres Durruti, Yona Solomon, and Alan Peterson. First up will be Jamie Madigan. You have 2 minutes.
Well, my phone's still turning on, but I'll go ahead and start. Anyway, my name's Jamie Madigan. I'm from District 12. I've lived in Atlanta for around 4 years, and I've lived in Georgia my whole life. I came here today to speak about the issues of Cop City and the funding that might be allocated for that. Basically, what I generally wanted to talk about was the issue of not putting the money into the community and rather putting it into the funding for things that we don't need. I know that Mayor Andre Dickens had said that this year was the year of the youth, and to truly make Atlanta a safer place for youth and everyone in it, you're not going to do that by putting money into the police. You're going to do that by actually putting money into our community and making it a place where our youth can grow up in a safe place. That would be things like affordable housing, having some place that they could go home at night, having places where they can have a better schooling system or after-school activities, places that they could actually interact with their peers in safe environments. I also wanted to mention the importance of how it's Public City Work Week, which I just learned coming in, and that's another way that you could put that $33.5 million into use, not funding the police Cop City, but actually putting that into public works, which you all said that were so important to keeping our city a safe, healthy, and better place, because those are the real people doing this job behind the scenes, not the police, the people that are keeping our infrastructure safe and clean. So I think you should actually put your actions where your words are and do something like that. Thank you.
Thank you. Next will be Victoria Register. You have 2 minutes.
All right. My name is Victoria Register, and I'm currently a nursing student. I'm becoming a nurse to not only help save lives, but also to advocate for them, which is why I'm here. I would like to echo the statements of those before me, citing the negative impacts Cop City would have. These include the devastating environmental damage resulting from the deforestation that would occur to build Cop City, as well as the increase in racist police presence. We know that an increase in police presence would not result in public safety. Rather, it would create more opportunity for violence and oppression against citizens. Recently, one of the people arrested for passing out flyers about the police murder of a Stop Cop City protester was denied bail for passing out the flyers. Acts of intimidation and oppression such as this are unacceptable and are violations of First Amendment rights. We know this will only increase if Cop City is built. I work in healthcare, and I worked in healthcare all throughout the COVID-19 pandemic. I've seen how Atlantans need better public services, specifically healthcare. With the Atlanta Medical Center recently closing, Grady Memorial Hospital is now the only Level 1 trauma center in Metro Atlanta. This means there's only one trauma center in Metro Atlanta equipped to deal with the most critical level of trauma cases. Grady was already overcrowded and under-resourced, but now it's increased dramatically. People are stuck in waiting rooms for fatal amounts of time, and they are not able to receive the medical care that they need because resources are simply not there, especially with the recent unwinding of Medicaid. People are flooding to Grady because proper mental health and housing resources are not available. Where's the funding for these? People are dying from preventable diseases and illnesses, and this could be remedied if there's appropriate funding for necessary areas. Instead of funding and protecting the widely opposed Cop City, I implore you to truly fund and protect the health of the community by investing in wanted and necessary public services such as healthcare. Thank you.
Thank you. Next will be James Johnson.
Hello, my name is James. I'm currently a junior at Georgia Tech. I'm studying computer science, and I'm a resident of District 4. I'm here today to join the chorus of voices, all urging the City Council to not direct these dozens of millions of dollars towards this militarization facility. As a student organizer and a member of the AAPI community in Atlanta, it is clear that the demands from our community for safety and for security will never be met by police. Speakers before me have brought up the mountains of research that have shown that putting more police and more guns into neighborhoods does not make those neighborhoods more safe. Rather, what the research does show is that what makes communities safer is directing funding towards education, towards healthcare, towards housing, towards taking care of unhoused persons, towards public spaces, and any other initiatives that focus on people and on the community instead of corporate interest projects like Cop City. As a young person, I want my future to, first of all, not be on the brink of environmental collapse, which this project would only serve to hasten, but also to live in a future defined by compassion and by mutual aid, instead of by repression and violence, both physical and systemic. So City Council, I urge you not to approve the funding towards this project and to direct that funding instead to other initiatives that would actually benefit this community. Thank you.
Thank you. Next will be Ricardo Martinez.
Hello, everyone. I'm a student at Georgia Tech, and I've lived in the Atlanta area for about 12 years. And before I get into what I wanted to say, I know most of us have probably noticed, but I want to make sure the council notices the sheer diversity of people who have commented today. We've had children speak, we've had older people, Indigenous people, Black people, Hispanic people, Asian people, neurodivergent people. We've had all sorts of people because we are Atlanta. And there's, contrary to what a lot of major news networks have said, we want our communities to be safe. We care about the social and environmental health of our city, and that's precisely why we're in opposition to this project. There's been a lot of emotional gut feelings and responses to crime, people think that putting money into police is going to fix these things. So I'd like to follow that line of thinking briefly. Let's say we hire 1,000 new police officers tomorrow and have them all patrolling our streets. Maybe crime will go down in the next 2 weeks, maybe in the next month or two. That's not really what I'm interested in. I'm interested in what happens to our city 2 years down the line, 5, 10 years down the line. That money had to come from somewhere. What happens 20 years down the line when those kids who were born when those decisions were made become adults? How did we pay for all that? Did we underfund the parks? Did we destroy parks like we're doing right now? Did we close local libraries? Did we scrap plans for affordable housing? Did we stop maternity care? What happens when our youth grow up without access to the basic social services that many of us have grown up with? It takes a village to raise a child. It's not just about parents working hard. It's about having a community that can meet the needs of the youth and make up for what the immediate family may not be able to offer. So please consider our young people. Thank you.
Thank you. Next will be Ariana Brazier.
I'm Dr. Ariana Brazier, a resident of the city of Atlanta, District 11. My doctoral dissertation was about the ways Atlanta's Black families play under housing insecure conditions. My research took place in the Thomasville Heights area and was originally inspired by my experiences at the Peachtree and Pine Shelter. The closure of Peachtree Pine, succeeded by minimal growth in shelter capacity, has left unhoused and housing insecure Atlanta residents with no recourse. In 2022, the Atlanta Police Department was allotted a full third of the city's $700 million budget. In the same year, Mayor Andre Dickens announced a proposal to invest an additional $6.2 million, which only totaled a mere $25 million toward alleviating homelessness in his city. Comparatively, Cop City is seeking $33.5 million of city funding. The same budget cycle, the city only had 29 affordable rental units for every 100 extremely low-income families. In the same year, there were more than 24,000 applicants on the Atlanta Housing Authority waitlist. If we are truly committed to ending the cycles that propagate homelessness, and I need my city council representative to be listening, District 11, if we are truly committed to ending the cycles that propagate homelessness, Cop City can never be built. We must defund the police and invest in quality housing. And you, as city officials, must be accountable to the evidence of our lived experiences and the expressed needs of your people.
Thank you. Next will be Andres Durruti.
Hello, my name is Andres, and these are excerpts from my journal 4 days after the violent police raid on the music festival on March 5th. I am so overwhelmed. I can feel myself disconnected from my body. I feel it as if I'm in a dense fog. I feel confused. I find it difficult to think and imagine ahead. I cannot imagine what tomorrow looks like. Even though there is an awareness of what tomorrow brings, do I know tomorrow is guaranteed? What happened to me that day was the scariest moment of my life. I confused tear gas shots for gunshots. I thought a childhood friend was being shot at. I saw somebody being put in a chokehold, and I heard so many screams, including my own. This is what real terrorism looks like, and it wasn't done by forest defenders. It was done by state and local law enforcement and the politicians that carry the water for state-sponsored terrorism. Need I remind you, Cop City hasn't even been built yet. This project is dragging us to fascism, where the state uses terror to subdue movements, in music festivals, in neighborhoods where people are flying, in a tent in Willani Forest. Imagine the repression once this monstrosity is built. This $33 million package is a lifeline to the fascist project called Cop City. The madness we are living in must cease. This package cannot be passed. If it is, this will cement all of y'all's legacy as fascist collaborators. So join the movement for popular democracy, for abolition, for ecology, for justice. Stop Cop City. Stop clearing the forests. Justicia para Tortuguita. Free every political prisoner. Free the land. Land back. Black lives matter. Indigenous lives matter. Immigrant lives matter. Abolish the APD. Power to the people. All the people.
Next will be Yona Solomon. Yona Solomon's next. 2 minutes.
Afternoon, Council. I'm here as a resident of Gresham Park, 5 minutes from the site of the Atlanta Public Safety Training Center. And let me say, I do not want Cop City. The fact that approval of the funds is still on the table is asinine, to say the least. How is this even still moving forward? Do you not see how objectively abhorrent this idea is? All the communities directly affected by this have made it clear they want no part of this, but still, y'all have insisted upon moving forward with this project. I know you all were elected to take action, but in this case, we're just saying, find something new to do. The city has so many issues, from maintaining roads to public transit to homelessness, and this is where our money is going. Law enforcement is already our biggest expenditure, and you're going to dedicate more money to it instead of the needs of our citizens? I suppose we don't really need medical care at Greenface. We need to be tear gassed. The other day on Boulder Crest, I saw a dead deer pushed out by the clear cutting. I couldn't help but look at that cadaver and think, we're destroying the only area in this, that local wildlife can survive, and making a space so it can train for further violence and pain. You seem to think this forest and its inhabitants are disposable, that this land has been hurt from plantations and prison farms and has regenerated. It still is. We the people care about this forest, but you don't seem to care about us. The people of Atlanta did not vote for this. The people of DeKalb County did not vote for this. What they did vote for were some of you on this council that claimed would put an end to this. Shout out Antonio Lewis. But you don't need me to tell you this. You've had hours of comment already, and you're not even halfway through. I'll say it now, and I'll say it till it's been accomplished and made obsolete. Stop Cop City.
Thank you. Next is Alan Peterson. 2 minutes.
Hi, y'all. I'm an 18-year Southeast Atlanta resident, and I work in the South River area very close to the proposed Cop City. Let me assure you that we who work close by do not feel safer because of our proximity. Quite the opposite. We feel endangered. As you know, there are way more people here today who attempted to do a public comment than could ever possibly fit into the allotted time. And I'm honored to be in solidarity with all of them, and I can skip forward a little bit rather than repeat a lot of what's been said more eloquently already. So I believe that it's important, I believe it's vital that our police officers receive proper training. That should be de-escalation training, not the further militarization of our police force. I ask you, have we learned nothing from the 3 years since the public murder of George Floyd? Have we learned nothing from the decade since Ferguson? The proposed training center is not a 21st century solution for our problems. If you've been listening, the effects of Cop City have already been awful, and it will continue to be even more so if it continues to develop. This is not the moment for business as usual. This is the day to learn from our past, to learn from current events, and to prevent this profoundly irresponsible allocation of our resources and our finances. City Council members, I ask you for your help. I know that we can do better than this. I know that you can do better than this. Will we make the city we love into the poster child for militarized police force, overwhelmingly against the will of the people who elected you, or will we put a stop to this deeply irresponsible use of our money to develop a new solution that can lead the way with a new vision of what the police could be in the 21st century? Thank you.
Call the next group. Would ask that folks allow them to sit in the front row. Jaleesa Jackson, Jason Marshall, Devin Barrington Ward, Shannon Gagan, Leah Clements, Micah Herskin, Ruth Boyegan, Ernest Law, Ralph McDonald, and Einecker Ever Davis. First up will be Jaleesa Jackson.
Evening. My name is Jaleesa Jackson. I'm a DeKalb County resident and a mother of 2 children. I'm also the interim executive director of Access Reproductive Care Southeast, an abortion fund and a reproductive justice organization based here in Atlanta, Georgia. I'm here first and foremost on the behalf of my children's future because I love them, as well as the 328 reproductive justice practitioners, leaders, and advocates who signed our letter in support of the efforts to stop Cop City and to save the Woolani Forest. The construction of Cop City would violate the most basic tenets of reproductive justice, which affirms a human rights framework and everyone's individual right to decide if and when to have a child and the conditions under which they will give birth, decide not to have a child and their options for preventing or ending a pregnancy, the option to parent our children in safe and sustainable environments, in healthy communities with the necessary social supports, and without fear of violence from individuals or the state. Professor and legal scholar Dorothy Roberts reminds us, true reproductive freedom requires a living wage, universal health care, and the abolition of prisons. Black women see the police slaughter of unarmed people in their communities as a reproductive justice issue. They recognize that women are frequent victims of racist police violence and that cutting short the lives of Black youth violates the rights of mothers to raise their children in healthy and humane environments. Not separate from the ongoing political attacks on abortion access or nationwide attacks on bodily sovereignty in the forms of increased violence against trans and non-binary people, reproductive justice also recognizes that state violence ranges from the lack of access to adequate health care, economic oppression, the denial of access to safe and sustainable housing, the police murder of forest defender Tortuguita, and the domestic terrorism charges faced by activists demonstrates the state's willingness to go above and beyond.
Thank you. Next is Jason Marshall. Jason Marshall. Next is Devin Barrington Ward. Sorry, you'll have 6 minutes due to yielded time.
Thank you. You know, I know Hollywood is on a writer's strike, but damn, y'all are doing a really good job of writing some scary shit down here.
Mr. Ward, please.
Let me give you...
Mr. Ward.
I hear you.
Please watch your language.
Let me give you the plot. It's sad that we're more offended by my language than the death of people in the forest, but I hear you, Mr. President. I hear you. Let me give you the plot. A flip-flopping mayor, Andre Dickens, conspires with the police against his own people to build the largest military-style police training compound in the country. Lies about it, not costing taxpayers any money, knowing damn well that he needed $33 million from us, the public. Supports the political assassination of Manuel Tehran, an unarmed freedom fighter gunned down in a hail of bullets while protecting hundreds of acres of pristine forest in a mostly Black neighborhood. Then the mayor and his supporters on council and the DeKalb County government attempt to cover up his murder by the stormtroopers known as the Georgia Highway Patrol. And at the climax of this dystopian horror flick, if the mayor and his allies get their way, not only will we have this police training facility, but we gotta have a place to lock up all the Black folks that are gonna be trained to go terrorize. So Fulton County is considering a $2 billion jail because of what y'all are doing. Man, we got American Horror Story beat. Ryan Murphy need to be down here. But this should come as a shock to no one. This isn't the first time this mayor and his administration has shown that they're not here to represent us. In 2019, then City Council member Andre Dickens introduced legislation to close the Atlanta City Detention Center, but now as mayor, he refuses to close it. And not only does he refuse to close it, he doubles down and leases the building to Fulton County Sheriff Labat. And then his enablers on council support this decision in the name of safety and human rights. Well, let's ask 35-year-old LaShawn Thompson about human rights and safety. Oh, we can't, because he's dead. Eaten alive by bed bugs and lice. Man, that's a script. Again, this plot should come as a shock to no one. Just look at what happened to the Microsoft development deal in Bankhead. Mayor Dickens and his administration engaged in pure speculation, hyping up that the Microsoft campus is coming, gonna hire all of these people, they're gonna do all of these community benefits agreements, and then what? Nothing. And his response is, oh, I was caught off guard. I didn't know. Again, no shocker. We see this, the closure of Atlanta Medical Center. The mayor claims he was caught off guard yet again. He had no idea that the hospital was gonna close, so either he's woefully ignorant or just it's another clear sign that Mayor Dickens is simply a pawn. He isn't in control of this city, he's a puppet. The police and the corporations, those are the people who are in control of this city, and he's just a puppet master pulling the strings on y'all. When are y'all gonna wake up and see what's happening? When are y'all gonna read the room? Listen, if we let this continue to move forward, The Handmaid's Tale and Hunger Games is gonna be a documentary about Atlanta. Let me remind some of our friends on council, particularly the progressives that I ran with in 2021. We did not run to be tools of the master, aiding in the destruction of our people and our communities. When we ran for city council and we got endorsed by Working Families Party, it was to stand in the tradition of Pan-Africanist leaders like Kwame Ture, who said we must enter this system diametrically opposed to it, that we must not fall for all of the niceties and the perks, but that we're here on a mission to dismantle this system in collaboration with the freedom fighters and the activists who are here today. Some of y'all need to stop believing everything you hear from this administration. The mayor tells y'all lies. He is not trustworthy. He is not an honest broker. Stop falling for this Dre from the West Side routine. He ain't down. It's so funny, y'all fall for it every time. You know, plot twist, y'all not gonna win. Y'all not gonna win because we're on the freedom side. And when you're on the freedom side, you can't lose. We're not gonna lose because we're standing on the spirits of our ancestors. We're not gonna lose because let me tell you something. You all will know no rest because this isn't just physical, this is spiritual. This is spiritual. What ancestors are you praying to? What ancestor told you to go tear down a forest, build a police training facility? No one. I'm sure your father would have never come to you in your dreams and say, oh, I dream of a police training facility. Please. We got streets named after folks. We got buildings named after, please don't name nothing after me, because it don't mean nothing. And you know what, I was in a rush today, I forgot to bring my proclamations back. I don't want it, because who are you all to honor me? This is a dishonorable body. Only a few of you all know what y'all are doing up here. You don't have the depth to be making the decisions that you all are making. So what you all need to do is sit back, be quiet, listen, or get the hell out the way.
Thank you. Time has expired. Shannon Gagan. Shannon Gagan. Leah Clement. Sorry?
That's not my name, but that's fine. I'll say it. Shannon Coffrin Gajero.
Gajero, sorry.
It's probably also my handwriting. My name is Shannon Coffrin Gajero, and I'm here to say Stop Cop City in my capacity as an Atlanta native, a mother, and a friend to Amy St. Pierre, the woman tragically killed on May 3rd in the mass shooting in Midtown. I'm so angry. I'm angry at this body and the Dickens administration for your lack of courage. We're living through an unimaginable time of overlapping crises. Climate disaster is here, fascism is here, human suffering is here, but in the face of these realities, this council and this mayor offer us breadcrumbs in harm reduction while you simultaneously offer the full loaf to the systems that are causing our demise. Cop City is an environmental disaster. It doesn't matter if the project is in legal compliance, because anyone who is serious knows our laws are not strict enough to stop environmental devastation. My kids have so much anxiety about the climate, and rightfully so. And I have to tell them our city is deforesting one of the 4 lungs of Atlanta and further polluting an already compromised watershed and ecosystem. We cannot police our way out of climate disaster. We cannot police our way out of the housing crisis. We cannot police our way out of the healthcare crisis. We cannot police our way out of gun violence, and yet policing is all this council and this mayor offer. Councilmember Juan, Amy St. Pierre was my neighbor, your constituent, and a forest defender. Speak her name, but honor her memory with action. When Amy was alive, she called for investment in the things that actually create public safety: housing, education, healthcare, social services. How dare anyone use her death as an excuse for increased policing and surveillance? I need this council to care less about your re-elections, ribbon cuttings, and galas. Courage is what's required. Align yourself with the people. Join us. Choose us. The people know access is not power. Having Matt Westmoreland's cell phone number is not power. Community is power, and the community says stop Cop City.
Thank you. Next will be Leah Clements. Leah Clements. Next will be Micah Herskin. Due to yield of time, you'll have up to 6 minutes.
All right. Hello, my name is Micah Herskind. I am a policy associate at the Southern Center for Human Rights. We are seeing here today in terms of turnout and excitement and energy and passion and vigor is astounding in some ways, but it's not surprising. And it's not surprising because we've been doing this for a long time. You've been hearing from us for a long time. This has been going on for 2 years. 2 years now. And some of you weren't even on this council when it was first voted on, and we understand that, and we're excited for you to have the opportunity to stand against it when the time for the vote comes. I want to start by talking about by being honest about some of the forces that do support Cop City in this city. It's certainly not any of the people who have shown up time and again to speak against it, no one who comes down to City Hall. It's people like the Atlanta Police Foundation and their CEO, Dave Wilkinson, who we know wields an enormous amount of power in Atlanta. It's the powerful corporations behind the Atlanta Committee for Progress. It's Coca-Cola and much of the money that gets funneled through their foundations. It's Home Depot, UPS, Waffle House, JP Morgan, Delta, Chick-fil-A, Amazon, the many corporations that support the Police Foundation. There's Cox Enterprises, which owns the AJC, which has donated $10 million through its foundation to Cop City. And of course, there's Brian Kemp, the governor, who so many of you so consistently denounce, who has vocally supported Cop City and who you are siding with when you support Cop City. So that's who supports it, and that does not sound representative of Atlanta or our very diverse communities to me, and I know it doesn't sound representative of Atlanta to you. And so let's talk about the other side of the issue, who opposes Cop City. And we're gonna start with some history. So Cop City was first announced in the spring of 2021 by Mayor Keisha Lance Bottoms. Community members and organizers immediately began knocking doors, educating their community members, building opposition. And as the legislation came before the city council committees in the summer of 2021, this body heard time and again, hours and hours and hours of public comment. In June of 2021, Dave Wilkinson of the Atlanta Police Foundation knew that it was at risk because there was so much opposition, and according to an open records request email that we got, we saw an email that he sent to the mayor's staff saying, we know that council members are looking, quote, for a cover to vote for this, because they know the people don't support it. And he said, and I'm forwarding you this email from a CEO who lives in Buckhead, who's on the Atlanta Committee for Progress, and this CEO is saying, hey, if you don't support Cop City, we're gonna join the secession movement. That, again, is the force behind Cop City. It's not the people. The people have continually shown up against it. In August of 2021, due to so much opposition, Cop City was delayed for about a month, again, because of the failure of the Atlanta Police Foundation or the city to engage with the community in any real way. When it came before the committee again, or before the full council in September 2021, you heard 17 hours of public comment. The vast majority of it was against, and you voted for it anyway. Now, over the past 2 years, I just want to name some of the many ways that you've seen community members engage, because you cannot deny that, yes, there are people from all over the world who support the Stop Cop City movement. That is true, and it should be true because it impacts people all over the world, but this is a homegrown movement. This came from Atlanta. This came from Southeast Atlanta. That's why you've heard so many people here today say, I live in Southeast Atlanta. I live right around the forest. The people who called in the fall of 2021, they all said they were from Buckhead. They don't want to build in their neighborhood, and everybody from this area is saying don't build it. Everyone across Atlanta except for Buckhead is saying don't build it. A couple of those groups: the East Atlanta Community Association, the Grant Park Neighborhood Association, the South Atlantans for Neighborhood Development, Kirkwood Neighborhoods Association. Some of the most esteemed civil and human rights organizations in the city and in the country have come out against it. Let me name a few, because all of you like to name them a lot of the time, and so listen to them now. NAACP of Georgia, New Georgia Project, Black Voters Matter, Southern Center for Human Rights, Community Movement Builders, Movement for Black Lives, Human Rights Watch, Asian American Advocacy Fund, ACLU of Georgia, Southern Poverty Law Center, Law for Black Lives, Sierra Club, 350.org. Faculty and students from universities, Georgia Tech, GSU, Emory, I'm sure I'm missing some, Spelman, Morehouse, have all put out statements. They've all protested. They've said don't do this. A delegation came from the Muskogee Nation during the Week of Action to say, do not build Cop City on stolen land. Bernice King, the daughter of MLK, who some of you just uttered his name, has written in the AJC saying, do not build Cop City in this place. Do a different plan. Bernice King! What I've said right here is a fraction of the opposition, a fraction. It's been 2 years, and you all know it. So if you do decide to vote for $33.5 million in funding, know that you are not standing with the community. You're not. These are the people. You can choose to listen to them. You can choose to listen to the powerful corporations, the people with deep pockets, but know what you're doing, and know that none of you will get a pass for it. I also want to say, so many of you have decried what you say is violence from protesters. You can feel however you want to feel about it. Know that when you tell people to use formal channels of engagement, and then we do, and we give you 17 hours of public comment, we have 300-ish people who signed up today, and then 100 more who weren't allowed to sign up. We are using the formal channels of engagement. I've talked to reporters who have said they have never seen, they've covered City Hall for years, decades, never seen this many people show up, never. I'm sure those of you who those of you who have been here for a long time, you've never seen this sort of turnout. I haven't heard one person speak in favor of Cop City. My voice gets high like that. This doesn't need to go on any longer. It doesn't. You can stop it. You can be brave. You can stand up to the Atlanta Police Foundation. Someone has said before, APF is trying to make villains of you. Don't let them. Don't let Andre Dickens, don't let APF make a villain of you. Stand with the people. Know that you can vote against Cop City. We know it's not being voted on today, but we know that before you get into the room for the vote, this vote's already decided. So here we are telling you when we can make a difference. Stop Cop City. Don't support this funding. Thank you.
Thank you. All right. Sorry, guys. I didn't want to do this. Clear the chamber. I warned you 6 times. Everybody's going to have to sit out except for those who are speaking in the front row. I asked and I asked and I asked. We'll have to clear the chamber. You can wait outside. You have to wait outside. Sorry, guys. I ask and I ask. Nope. Guys, you gotta wait outside. You gotta wait outside. Come on. Guys. We've got a list of folks in the front row who are waiting to speak. Everybody else is gonna have to wait outside. Sorry. Sorry, guys. I asked you multiple times, and you didn't. You've made your protest. You'll have to wait outside. Move outside, guys. You've made your point. Now you got to move outside. Come on. Come on, guys. Guys, the rules of council are clear. I gave you multiple opportunities. I've got to let you wait outside. Sorry, guys. Guys. Sit outside. Guys, I'm trying to move us along because we have 288 folks signed up. Off lawn. We're not moving along until folks leave the chamber.
I'm ready if y'all are ready.
Nope, we're not going to start public comment. I'm sorry, guys. Guys, you're going to have to step outside and wait. You're going to have to step outside, guys. Guys, please step outside. And you can wait. Guys, you're going to have to step outside so we can keep going. Come on, guys. Got to clear the chamber. Got to clear the chamber, guys. There's a motion to recess by Councilmember Norwood. Do I have a second?
This is your last chance to listen to us.
It's a motion to recess.
May I ask how long the recess will be?
The motion to recess.
Mr. Chipper, you understand you do not stop clapping for proclamations, and I mentioned this before. It's totally unfair.
Look, we're not going to have the conversation. We're not going to have the conversation. There's a motion to recess. There's a motion to recess. Is there a second? Is there a second? There's no, guys, we have to have a meeting. There's no second for the motion. Guys, can I have a moment, please? Can I have a moment, please? No, nobody's afraid of you. I am trying to keep us moving. Would you guys work? Hey, guys, can I speak, please? I've been trying to work with everybody all day to keep it moving, to make sure that people can go home and get their kids and come back, to make sure that everybody gets their chance to speak. Would you guys, please, would you please work? Can we please work together to move through the whole list? I will not clear the chamber if you will simply work with us so we can keep it moving. Can we keep this moving? Can we keep this moving? Can we keep it moving? I am more than happy to hear everybody. Guys, I just need us to keep moving, okay? I just need everybody to keep moving. I'm talking to you. Everybody, can we keep it moving, please? We've been doing a good job until the last few speakers. Ruth, you've got 2 minutes.
Thanks, told y'all I was ready. My name is Ruth Boyajian. I live in Adair Park in District 12, and I attend school at Georgia State University in District 2. I'm here as a resident who is deeply concerned about the trajectory of our city's future, especially if Cop City is built. The Atlanta Police Foundation has become a powerful force without public oversight, allowing undemocratic expansion of destructive and violent programs despite the widespread opposition that's here today and that's been here for years. As someone who is also a former Atlanta Public Schools teacher, I've seen our schools be surveilled through Operation Shield, putting students at greater risk of dropout and criminalization in the very place where they should be the safest. These close ties between APF and education institutions also impact students at universities, particularly at Georgia State. Students don't feel safe on our campus because we are not safe when we have to live and study at the mercy of the programs that APF has permitted to be established in partnership with GSU. What's more, the militarism of U.S. police is being led by APF, Georgia State, Atlanta, and Georgia Police, and this city council and this city government. It's the same institutions that undemocratically back Cop City that support GILI, the Georgia International Law Enforcement Exchange, which currently this Israeli-U.S. police training partnership, in partnership with the Atlanta Police Leadership Institute, is currently training in Atlanta on militarized tactics that are used to uphold apartheid against Palestinians as we speak. And we've been seeing that those tactics are being taken from the Israeli government and being used against protesters here. Particularly in 2020, we saw those protests, those same repression tactics being used here to repress protests. Your complicity is not just genocide against Black folks in Atlanta, but oppressed people across the globe. The city's future is doing nothing to follow the legacy of civil rights that the city leadership loves to tout, which we've been hearing so much of today. To all of you, and especially the members of this council, we urge you to stop Cop City, especially in the year of the youth when you've been hearing students all day talking about this. Stop Cop City.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Ernest Law is next. 2 minutes.
not good at this. I'm just going to read. We are here today to tell you that we want you to stop construction of the Atlanta Public Safety Training Center, what we call Cop City. You say that the facility is necessary. You have justifications. You cite rising crime, homicide. Statistics show that crime is going down, not up. Perhaps with the exception of law enforcement, their crimes against us are on the rise. Cops don't need a firing range or a practice city to get even better at brutalizing and killing us. They murdered Rayshard Brooks with no need for additional training. They murdered Emmanuel Tarrant, 57 wounds. They did that without any better training facilities. The police don't need to be trained better to kill us. They're doing just fine with what they have now. As for the idea that the police need this facility to improve their flagging morale, you don't reward bullies. Bullies abuse people to reward their own self-esteem. They receive their reward every time they abuse us. You don't give them additional rewards. That only makes it worse. Fortune 500 companies train their employees in ethics, morality, and empathy, and they do it without $90 million training facilities. They do it in their own facilities. I don't have time to go into the other details, like the theft of native lands, the symbology created using the old Atlanta prison farm for this site, a site of past atrocities.
Time has expired. Thank you. Next is Ralph McDonald. You have 2 minutes.
Good evening. My name is Ralph McDonald. I'm a farmer. I'm a landscaper. I'm a 35-year Metro Atlanta resident, and I recently served a term as a supervisor for the Fulton County Water and Soil Conservation District. Some of my most cherished memories in this city are going through the waterways, of going and finding salamanders and frogs. You can find, or could find, red salamanders, tiger salamanders, all sorts of varieties of frogs in there, crayfish. It's harder to do now. I would go and fish on the bank of any river, lake, or pond with my grandparents. It is a big part of my family's history and the bonding and what brings us together. Everyone, and particularly the youth of this city, deserves an opportunity to access and enjoy clean and vibrant waterways. The creatures inhabiting our watershed deserve an opportunity to live and replenish the critical stream health of Entrenchment Creek and the South River. I hope that we can agree that aquatic life in the headwaters of the South River deserves better than reckless, unchecked endangerment. EPD ranks Entrenchment Creek's stream health as very poor, and the allotment of sediment load for the stream has already been met. Already, people have noticed, photographed, and sampled heavy sediment runoff in the waters immediately downstream from the training center since construction began. It is worth noting that some of these people have been stopped and questioned by police. It is also worth noting that insufficient precautions and monitoring on the Cop City site. Daily inspections are contracted by APF. The county can only do limited announced inspections because they are requiring police escort, and a USGS stream gauge that would monitor the project's sediment impact was turned off in February. Furthermore, DeKalb County LIA is presently in direct violation of their LDP MOU by refusing to provide updates on the site to DeKalb Soil and Water and not allowing the supervisors to walk the site. This training facility has been rushed through with poor environmental planning without real measures for accountability for sediment control in an endangered watershed. Its permitting and planning has stretched and broken federal, state, and county laws.
Thank you. Next is Einecker Ever Davis. You have 2 minutes.
Hi, my name is Ever Davis. I know it's spelled weird for you, that's all right. So I've only actually lived in Atlanta for coming up on 5 years. I was originally from the New Orleans area, and then after that I was in Mississippi for a while. I can't really say any of those places ever felt like home until I came here to Atlanta, and I found a community that I related with so deeply. Now that I'm here and I'm seeing the threat to these communities and communities of other minorities here in Atlanta, I am concerned about where our city is headed. And we've heard a lot of really great points today, and I just wanted to add a bit of my own personal experience to this. And to do that, I'm gonna get very personal with y'all, I guess. So like I said, I'm originally from the New Orleans and Mississippi area. In 2005, whenever Katrina hit, it was during my sister's birthday, and we went on a evacuation, is what they called it, to make it fun for us. But we came home to no home. We were homeless due to a natural disaster. Whenever the government sent FEMA trailers, they made my mother sick, almost pushing her to the brink of death. When that did not happen, we decided to live in tents so that, we could be and not be worried about dying from chemicals within the FEMA trailers that the government supplied. But even more to speak to now, what you're doing to the Atlanta Green Lung and what you're doing to the environment here is just going to create more 5-year-old kids without homes due to natural disasters. So think about that.
Thank you. Next group I will call, and there are several with yielded time in this group. We're at 117 to 132. Hudson Coleman, James Davenport, Devontae Tino Gaskin, Noah Grigney, Prophet Curtis Harrison, Xavier Adams, and Devin Lucas. First up will be Hudson Coleman. You have 2 minutes.
Atlantans, I want to start off by just giving one simple fact. Mother Nature doesn't send warning shots. In addition to the massive social unrest that comes with Cop City, there's also the prospect of Atlanta experiencing certain ecological ruin. The Weelaunee Forest is a necessary buffer, one that this city has consistently taken for granted. Everything from the effects of extreme heat to pollution to flooding, all of it is mitigated by this forest. I can assure everyone here that if this forest is destroyed to make way for Cop City, the environmental implications will be irreversible. No amount of planting trees on sidewalks here and there will make up for the vital ecological function that the Weelaunee Forest plays. There's a false idea that the city can force this project through and by that, put an end to the social unrest. Let there be no mistake about it. The unrest will only flare up once Cop City is built. You will see how people in neighborhoods already affected by environmental racism will come to experience even harsher conditions. This is what every single forest defender, including those held on trumped-up domestic terror charges, has been warning you about. There's still time to listen. If you want the unrest to end, I have your answer in 4 simple words. Leave the forest alone. City Council, I urge you to vote against the authorization of funding for Cop City, especially those of you council members who have your seats because people put in the work to get you elected.
Thank you. Next will be James Davenport. Due to yielded time, you'll have 8 minutes. Jordan.
Ms. Shipman, I was going to ask you to actually ask everybody to stand up because I know people are tired, but since we had the recess already, I won't do that. First, giving honor to God, who I oftentimes call my conductor. I don't have a PhD, but I do have a GOD. And you know that God in me is telling me that you all are dead wrong. How often, count it, do you listen at public comment, and after you all do your voting, do you go against what the people say? How often do you knock on somebody's door when you're campaigning? Do you tell that person you're campaigning to that I may not vote like you want me to. How often have you done that? First, let me tell you, I am the president and founder of the Hit and Run Help Foundation. I am a member of the Protect the Folk GA, From Men to Unity. Make no mistake about it, I stand behind, whip in front of Kiana Jones as far as this Cop City thing is concerned. I have asked you all several times, to provide senior citizens in Atlanta free lift rides. And you all know the model of what Fulton County has. You all are aware because it's not the first time I've asked you all this. What would it hurt? Not a thing. What would it help? Keep watching the news. You're going to see how it helps. When we keep getting people shot, robbed, even on the trains, and I told you all this before when I first warned you, it happened on the model train. But let it happen to an elderly person. Let it happen to an elderly person and see how you would feel. Just see how you would feel. Let me appeal to a couple of you. Mr. Faroka, when I first brought this out to you all, you and I had a personal conversation on that elevator. You said you wanted to look into it, have you? Have you? You wanted to look into the model that Fulton County has for lift rides for seniors? Have you? I'm on the clock. Can you answer? You can't answer. Mr. Faroka, I live in your district. I live in Cosby Spear High Rise. Have you ever visited Cosby Spear High Rise? You have? When? When you first campaigned? Have you visited there since you were elected? You have? Boy, it might have been the time I was in the hospital, okay? Mr. Brown, Mr. Bond, I'm sorry. I did hear that you had taken an interest to do just that. Where are we as that concern as far as providing free lift rides for seniors?
I'm waiting on an appointment with the administrator of the program at Fulton County so that we can find how they are funding these rides. So I was hoping to do it before the budget process, but I haven't been able to schedule a meeting with them.
So you are actively seeking that? So I have your word. You are actively seeking that, so everybody around here hears that, okay? See, I have a problem. Problem I have is this. I have several diagnoses. Chronic kidney disease, stage 3, enlarged liver, brain aneurysm. I had high blood pressure for more than 15 years, extremely high. Rotator cuff tear, you all are familiar with that. I've had 2 rotator cuff surgeries. I need another rotator cuff surgery due to police brutality from an Atlanta police officer. You all have heard of that. We have a problem in Atlanta for you all not doing what you say. Because in essence, and I don't normally do this, in essence what you all are doing, you're telling people that you are liars. And my late great uncle used to say, all politicians, they're not lawyers, they are liars. And you all take pride in doing so, which, rightfully so, we do understand. If you take a job as an attorney, you have to represent your client to the best of your ability. In turn, it oftentimes will force you to lie. Most of you, will admit what I'm saying. You liars. You are liars. You sit up there and you listen to us, but after we're gone, guess what you say? Not a doggone thing. It's business as usual. It's business as usual. I came from one of the neighborhoods. As a matter of fact, I'm an alumnus of the very first black public high school in Georgia. First black high school in Atlanta, Booker T. Washington High School. A lot of famous people went to this school. Dr. King, Nipsey Russell, Lena Horne, Byron Amos, Mother Hughes, a 102-year-old lady who lives in Peachtree Road, high rises, and myself, Chico Renfro. A lot of famous people came out of that high school. A lot of famous people came out of that high school. We deserve to be treated as first-class citizens, not to be walked over. Y'all don't understand what's about to happen. Something is about to happen that you all have never experienced before. And I'm not even going to speak the word. But most of you are going to be challenged to these seats that you're sitting in. Let me tell you something, a little word that I heard, a phrase that I heard coming up: shape up or ship out. We have a mayor who promised in his campaign that he would provide free MARTA rides for everybody. Little did he know the state legislature would not allow this. MARTA gets $535 million of our tax dollars every year. You all have pictures of 2 bathrooms at train stations at MARTA. One to West End I just took yesterday. One Kensington station I just took yesterday. How dare y'all keep on giving MARTA carte blanche to do whatever they want to do? MARTA just missed a board meeting with y'all, which was illegal. Who brought it up that they need to be dismissed? Who brought it up? Who brought it up? How many of you all have ever rode the train? Mr. Faroki, I know your aide actually rides MARTA. If you walk into one of these bathrooms and you see feces in the stool, you're going to turn right around. When you see these grease traps in disrepair, they do not clean them, you're going to turn around. I dare any of you to ride MARTA. I dare you. Matter of fact, if I could get 5 of you to ride MARTA, I'd give all of you $20.
Time has expired. Thank you. Devontae Tino Gaskin is next.
Thank you all so much.
Devontae Tino Gaskin. Noah Grigney. Due to yield to time, you'll have 4 minutes.
Thank you. My name is Noah Grigny. I'm a children's book illustrator, a food volunteer at Wilani Distro, a member of Wilani Coalition, and a forest defender. We are all forest defenders. I was born and raised in Atlanta, and I'm here today because I love this city, I love this forest, and I love this community. I'm not a domestic terrorist, I'm not an outside agitator, none of us are. And you should be ashamed for using that language to repress and silence and lock up young people fighting for justice. That same language they used to lock up Dr. King in Birmingham 60 years ago, where he wrote, "What affects one directly affects all indirectly. Never again can we afford to live with the narrow, provincial, outside agitator idea." I'm here today because you have framed our bravest community members as outside agitators once again. I'm here today because my friends in jail cannot be here. Our friend Tortuguita, Manuel Esteban Paez Terán, may they rest in peace, cannot be here. Their voices have been silenced by the state, so we must speak in their absence, and we will never stop speaking out in defense of our beloved community, our beautiful forest, and our only planet, no matter what you do to silence us. No matter how many more activists you arrest, no matter how many more you kill, we will not be silenced. We will not stand idly by as our sacred Wilani forest is destroyed by corporate greed and corruption right here in our home, Atlanta, Georgia. You are complicit in Tortuguita's murder. You have blood on your hands unless you take action to stop Cop City now. Back to Distro. Every Wednesday for the past year, we have gathered at the edge of our beautiful forest to distribute free food to our neighbors in Southside. And every Wednesday since March 27th, Atlanta police has had nothing better to do than to post up all down the street, driving circles around us, bringing out the big guns to intimidate our little group of food volunteers. Spending $40,000 a day on patrolling an empty forest that has no booby traps in it, bringing out every weapon in their arsenal to harass and intimidate our community. And despite that intimidation, our neighbors in Southside continue to come out to Weelaunee Distro every week because they need food, because the city has neglected Southeast Atlanta, and our neighbors are going hungry while you pour millions upon millions of taxpayer dollars into silencing dissent, destroying the forest, and building a massive militarized police compound that the people of Atlanta have been trying to stop for 2 years. In DeKalb County, 20% of children and 14% of adults experience food insecurity. Atlanta has the highest income inequality in the nation as of 2022. It's amazing that you found $33.5 million taxpayer dollars. Imagine what those funds could do for our neighbors who are hungry, for our neighbors who are unhoused, for the 20% of children in this city who experience chronic food insecurity and don't have enough food to eat. Imagine what Atlanta would look like if you invested in communities instead of in repression. I implore you to stand up for your constituents and what you know they need. Atlanta needs affordable food and housing, accessible infrastructure, social services, green space, not Cop City. This is your chance to get on the right side of history, cancel Cop City, and do right by your constituents. No more lies, no more repression. We won't leave until y'all listen. Stop Cop City.
Thank you. Next is Prophet Curtis Harrison. I have 2 minutes.
My name is Prophet Curtis Harrison, Martin Harrison. I'm pretty sure y'all know my name, y'all know my face. Now, as you can see these people here today, like I said, what's going to happen, it's going to be hard for you to get to your car from this place. How long ago was I said that? About 2 months ago? It's going to be even harder for you to get to your car from this place. Write that down. Now, like I said before, the rich elite run Atlanta. Fulton County cap, the rich elite that's paying your salary. The rich folk that own these companies and these hotels and these restaurants are paying your salary. Y'all didn't want cops that in Buckhead, so y'all moved to a black neighborhood. I stay in Buckhead. That's how I know. I talk to people walking forward and back. Martin Luther King Jr. said this: injustice anywhere is a threat to injustice everywhere. You just experienced that. How did you experience? Let me explain it to you how you just experienced that. Y'all get in here and y'all applaud the people giving these explanations up here. Y'all applaud them. But when they get out here and we applaud for our people, y'all have a problem with that. Injustice anywhere is a threat to justice everywhere. Did I just explain what Martin Luther King Jr. just said? That should tell you something. Truth thrust to the earth shall rise again. The Bible is right. You're going to reap what you sow. Do you know what that means? A lie can't live forever. A lie can't live forever. That blood going to cry out from the ground. And it ain't on my hands. And it ain't on their hands. It's on somebody's hands. And the Bible tells me, revenge is the Lord's, because I am a prophet of God. So when that word come up, when God hear these words and God hear these cries, I've already told you, when God hear these cries and these cries start and God hear these voices, the wind gonna start blowing.
Thank you.
And it ain't gonna stop blowing.
Time's expired.
Until God said it to stop blowing.
Next up is Xavier Adams.
Write that down.
Xavier Adams, you have 10 minutes up to 10 minutes due to YOLA time.
Well, obviously a lot of people in here are very tired and exhausted because we've had a very long day, a lot of arguments. But I would like to appeal to your better natures because I don't believe in arguing or fighting. I don't see it as a way to solve the solution. I feel like you can always find a better solution by talking it out with somebody. So, how do you unlike this? Can't like it. Thank you. Dear council members and fellow Atlanta citizens, as a resident of South Fulton and a student at Kennesaw State, it is my privilege to stand before you today. Now, thanks to our efforts of our founding fathers nearly 250 years ago, we share the sacred right wherein we're free to express ourselves and have a right to talk to you today. Now, I come here today not to undermine the needs of security, but to speak of the safety of our rights and the future of our ever-prosperous city. I, as much as any commoner, relish in the little pleasure of daily routine and find joy within building up my community. To afford these comforts, we place the trust of our lives in the hands of elected representatives. Are we not represented as citizens of Atlanta? So hear us and show us respect by taking our words into account. In the words of President Grant, the will of the people is the best law. Many officers brave untold dangers to afford us the comforts of our daily routine. Most of these officers serve with immense courage. Yet, ever so often, we're confronted by a death at the hands of our trusted officials, i.e., Tortuguita, who was shot 57 times. Does anyone truly deserve to get shot 57 times? Like, be honest. Details of which are often so gruesome, it deeply fractures our faith in our troops. Yet to regain our fractured truth, to regain our fractured faith, we need more accountability. Who will explain to us the reasons for such gruesome acts except our own elected officials, people we put into office? Now, I might be a young person, and a lot of young people do not trust the government. But I have faith that when we put our rights in our elected officials, that they can do good. They can do things for us because they're expected to. We put them in that position. While I support Cop City, and I believe that people have a right to fight for what they believe in, I do understand your needs for it. I do understand your reasons you would like to have it. But truly, if people are telling you that we do not want it, why not listen? I mean, we are the people. We elected you here. So please, take into consideration the will of the people. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Devin Lucas. Devin Lucas. Okay, I'll call the next group of folks. Margie McLeod, Margaret Spalding, Cullen McClellar, Michael Collins, Barbara Antopoulos, sorry, I butchered that, Cleo Andrus, and Milan Barnes. You come on in and come down front. First up, Margie McLeod. Margie McLeod. Margaret Spalding. Due to yielded time, you'll have 4 minutes.
Good afternoon. My name is Margaret Spalding. For the last 7 years, I've had the honor of working alongside fellow Atlantans and Dr. Jacqueline Eccles to fight for the endangered South River and its neglected, marginalized communities throughout South Atlanta. From its headwaters across South Metro Atlanta and DeKalb, the river and its communities receive unequal protection under the law and endure profound inequity. 76% of South River watershed residents in Metro Atlanta are Black. 85% of South River watershed residents in Metro Atlanta are non-white people of color. Sewage discharge rates are in the 80 to 100% nationwide across Southeast Atlanta and South DeKalb, where the South River flows. As well, health disparities like asthma, air toxin, and carcinogen rates are in the 80 to 100 percentile. The area's most significant natural resource is the river, but it's been beaten down by hazardous waste sites, City of Atlanta sanctioned high-impact industrial development, mining, industrial pollution, and raw sewage that overflows directly into the river, and it's tribs every single time it rains. I'm going to skip some things because I don't have as much time as I thought. A primary responsibility of government is to address inequity. This mandate requires that you, City of Atlanta government and City of DeKalb government, county government, focus efforts and resources on disadvantaged communities in the South River watershed. Y'all just committed to trying to achieve 50% tree canopy. Good luck, you're off to a pathetic start. Street trees have an extremely high mortality rate. This is not about old-growth forest, as Dustin Hillis tried to claim. Only 10% of the forest left on planet Earth is old growth. Do you suggest we cut the rest of the 90% of forest? You know that you made a commitment in 2017 to protect the largest, it represented the largest investment ever proposed for Southeast Atlanta, the South River Forest Vision. The prison farm was the heart of that vision, and your decision in 2021 to create Cop City is insult to injury. We know you cannot make the green space requirements of your own lease legislation. We know that's why Andre Dickens has created a task force to commandeer the South River Forest Plan. The money you're approving to buy land today is, again, insult to injury. The world is watching, as Dr. Bernice King said. I had the pleasure to sit with her and talk about this admonishment, absolute embarrassment. I have an excerpt from my neighbor, Andy Cleary. She lives in East Atlanta. $30 million cannot fix what's broken with police. Hundreds have died at the prison farm. Hundreds of people still die in the hands, back seats, and under the knees of very broken police. Please do not let Cop City become another memorial to law enforcement gone south. This land has meaning. Your position speaks volumes. Cancel the lease. The following is written by a man I met in line who couldn't speak today. He lives in Toco Hills. Your vote today will decide if property is more important than people. The construction of the police training center will destroy a black neighborhood in the South River or Weelaunee Forest, one of the lungs of Atlanta. It will also strengthen police militarization, which is a direct indication of rising fascism. People are protesting for basic rights, the right to be alive, the right to be heard, the right for political representation, but major corporations fear that protests and social change undermine profits. And their response is to equip the police with the necessary training for repression. Both council members and police officers are supposed to be public servants. If you vote yes today, 33, okay.
Time's expired. Thank you. Next will be Cullen McClellan. You'll have 2 minutes. I'm also going to ask President Pro Tem Matt Westmoreland to step in just for a couple of speakers. I didn't get my dance break, so I'm going to have to take one for a moment. Thank you.
Council members, people of Atlanta, I'm speaking to you today about an issue that I'm likely one of the least informed on in this room. However, I do not need to be overly informed on the matter to know that what is proposed is foolhardy. Since 2009, according to data aggregated from APD, the U.S. Census Bureau, and this city's Department of Planning, violent crime is down 49.8%. Property crime is down 44.6%, all while the city's population has grown 20%. That sounds good to me, that despite population growth, crime has nearly been cut in half. What definitively is not good is that APD kills 71% more unarmed civilians per arrest than the national average, according to data gathered from the Uniform Crime Report, Mapping Police Violence, and LIMAS. With that information, spending $33.5 million, with $60 million more coming from private interest, to take nearly 400 acres of forest, flatten it, destroying ecosystems in the process, all to build a gigantic combat training facility for police, not only sounds unnecessary, but also seems like a gross misuse of funds, poor stewardship of land, and will likely lead to further instances of police brutality due to continued militarization of our civil servants. What I propose instead is to use those funds to support affordable housing and education efforts within this city, with a lesser portion of those funds being placed towards de-escalation training and regular psych evaluations for our police in an effort to reduce violence, not promote it. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker is Michael Collins. Barbara Antonopoulos.
I have yielded time, should be at least 8 minutes. What do you show?
I also show 8 minutes.
Okay. Thank you. So can you set the timer correctly, please? Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
57 gunshot wounds. 57 gunshot wounds in the body of Manuel Terán, requiring an autopsy report of more than 30 pages. Have you read it? I have. It made me sick, it made me weep. I think every person in this city should be required to read that report to see firsthand what was done to a fellow human being by our government. You own that event, you know. Without your continued obstinate support of Cop City, it would not have happened. Does this not trouble your spirits? If I were you, it would trouble my spirit until my dying day. Some of you are young. You've got a long time to be haunted by your complicity in that death. And you've sanctioned the clear-cutting of a huge swath within Atlanta's largest remaining forested ecosystem, which in 2017 this council designated in the city charter for protection. What's the point of paying consultants? Did the mic just go up? What's the point of paying consultants to craft the 400-page Atlanta City design touted as the blueprint for the ultimate multifaceted creation of the beloved community, only to shoot fatal holes in it, too, just a few years later? Does nothing this council does have any integrity? Do images of piles of cut trees on an expanse of bare red clay within an essential watershed that includes an already endangered river and tributaries not trouble your spirits? Manuel Terán was protecting what you promised to protect, but did not protect. May your spirits be troubled, because this is troubling business. Are you not bothered by the land being cleared as we speak? Are you comfortable with this additional layer of disdain for the people you allegedly serve, allowing this to happen already, as though a vote to approve the money is already guaranteed, as though one bogus task force after another gives you cover, as though you think the increasing number of people deeply opposed to this mad enterprise are just going to say at some point, "Oh, never mind, we didn't mean it," and go away? We got staying power. You've been saying there's nothing you can do, but that is not true, and we know it. What is true is that there is nothing you've had the political will or the courage to do. What are you afraid of? Blackmail? Losing these jobs? Taking off the mayor and his elite minders, or your own corporate sugar daddies that you're counting on to fund your political aspirations in the future? Whatever's driving you, is it really worth the selling of your souls? Regarding your jobs, I suspect you've already been rung up by a few voters, but you could just go for it now. You could still do the right thing and refuse the money, cancel the lease. As a taxpayer of this city, I want to say I do not give you permission to spend my money this way. Not $33.5 million, not 1 cent. To help reorient your lost souls, I've brought some wisdom in the form of letters and statements that it would behoove you to read, or maybe reread. I hope you've read some of this. It's out there. I don't know if you're doing your homework or not, but I suggest you read it and heed it. These are letters and statements that are written and signed by 66 Spelman College faculty, 52 Spelman College alumni, 54 Georgia State faculty, 166 Emory University faculty, that one was read earlier, and a letter by Emory doctors, all in opposition to Cop City. I also have the Walter Rodney Foundation statement in opposition to Cop City and in support of Angela Davis's returning of the award you presented to her, which she did because of your stance on Cop City. And finally, I also have a letter signed by 43 Morehouse College faculty from which I quote, "We must listen to the voices of those most affected by police violence and abuse. Our civic leaders have not done this. On the contrary, Georgia has the highest rates of correctional control of any state in the nation by far, twice as many as almost every state. Atlanta is the most surveilled city in America. It is the most economically unequal major city in America. Martin Luther King said in 1967 that a nation that continues year after year to spend more money on military defense than on programs of social uplift is approaching spiritual death. Today we say that a city that continues year after year to spend more money on policing and urban warfare than on programs of social uplift is approaching spiritual death." King claimed in 1966 that only a refusal to hate and kill can put an end to the chain of violence in the world and lead us toward a community where men and women can live together without fear. Our goal is to create a beloved community, and this will require a qualitative change in our souls and a quantitative change in our lives. We, the undersigned members of the Morehouse College faculty, call upon our civic leaders in Atlanta to denounce Cop City, to take immediate action to cancel the project, and to respond to the will of the people, and not merely the wealthy and well-connected, in determining the character of our communities and the conduct of those who claim to serve and protect us. There is simply no place for Cop City in the beloved community." End of quote. So I have copies of all of these that I will leave. I would appreciate having them entered into the record in whatever way you do that. And I would like for all of you to get a copy of this. I was only able to bring one copy. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll make copies for everybody. Next is Cleo Andrus. Next is Milan Barnes. Sorry if I mispronounced the first name.
I'm waiting for there. My name is Milan Barnes. I'm an organizer. I'm a Black woman. I'm a proud member of Delta Sigma Theta Sorority Incorporated, and I work for the Center for Popular Democracy. Cop City is waging environmental warfare on our community. Our climate is in crisis, and protecting the forest is crucial. Atlanta doesn't want Cop City. Atlanta doesn't need Cop City. Atlanta wants relief. Atlanta needs relief. Atlanta needs affordable housing. Atlanta needs access to food and water. Atlanta needs to hold murderous cops accountable. That's what Atlanta needs. The city of Atlanta needs to stop Cop City. And I want to take a moment. I know, Councilman Dustin Hillis, you're not really looking at me right now, but I knocked doors for your campaign. You hired 2 Black women to canvass the city of Atlanta for you. Once again, it's up to Black women, right? To get you here in order to protect the lives of millions. Public safety is one of your concerns? How about we educate cops? Just because we don't want Cop City does not mean that I believe cops should not be trained. I believe cops are uneducated. What if we sat down with a book about critical race theory and we talked about the systematic challenges that cops have when they are encountering Black and brown citizens? Cops are racist. We have a fundamental problem, and Cop City is only a branch of the white supremacy that is just ravaging our community. I will now take my last 23 seconds to honor Tortuguita and to honor the forest defenders and those who are still out there protecting the forest and those who are incarcerated currently.
Time has expired. Thank you. I'll call the next group of folks forward. Autumn Alexander, Natalie Olson, Sharif Hassan, Denver Crary, Erica Mead, Hamza Durjwan, Dolores Kelly, Rebecca Hill, and Ben Sandfelder. First up is Autumn Alexander. 2 minutes.
Thank you. My name is Autumn Alexander, and I've been a resident of Atlanta my entire life. Obviously, I'm here because I disagree with the building of Cop City. It makes me uncomfortable to live in a city associated with Cop City. I shouldn't be the only one uncomfortable. Should I have to say anything else? Or does this silence make you more uncomfortable than stopping Cop City?
Thank you. Next is Natalie Olson. You have 2 minutes.
Hello, friends and neighbors. My name is Natalie. I'm a PhD student in environmental health sciences at Emory University. And I'm here today, instead of where I should be, which is writing my dissertation proposal, to ask this council here to please not fund the proposed law enforcement training center. In other words, stop Cop City. I've heard a lot of waffling and obfuscation from all of you saying that it's out of your hands. Well, good news, it's now in your hands to decide whether $33.5 million goes to this training center. So again, please stop Cop City. I can tell you right now that Cop City would greatly exacerbate the current public health problems facing our city, including climate change and police violence. We know this is not what we wanted when we were asking for police reform and education. This would instead increase the militarization of our already racist and violent police force. We know that public safety is achieved through housing, education, healthcare, social services, and a whole lot of other things that you don't seem as excited about getting through. I've experienced firsthand the effects of police militarization, tactics they've learned through the Georgia International Law Enforcement Exchange, and I can tell you right now, it does not make Atlanta safer for its people. It might make it safer for property, but again, it does not make this city safer. Weelaunee Forest mitigates flooding, filters air pollution, and keeps our city cool. Justice for Tortuguita.
Thank you. Next will be Sharif Hassan. Next will be Denver Crary. Due to yield of time, you'll have up to 6 minutes.
Thank you so much. My name is Denver Crary. I'm from Marietta, Georgia. And I am asking you guys today to not build this $33 million facility. There have been pictures floating around the internet right now of sediment running into the river. It is killing the plant life, it is killing the river life, and it will further militarize an already racist police force that will bring more and more violence to poor black neighborhoods. And I wish I didn't have to be here today to speak about that. I wish I could be at home playing video games or, you know, writing any scripts that I have planned, but I have to be here to talk about this because it's an important issue. And we need to do whatever we can to stop corporations, Hollywood, and the APD from choosing profits over people. It's very scary to be here, y'all. I don't know if anyone said that yet, but I'm also so thankful that we have so many people here that are for the movement and supporting. It means everything. Thank you guys for being here, and thank you guys so much for giving me the time to say what we need to do. Justice for Tortuguita. Do not let this bill pass. Do not let Hollywood win. Do not let the APD win. Protect your city. Fund your people. Do not fund property. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Erica Mead. Erica Mead. Due to yield of time, you'll have 4 minutes.
Hi, my name is Erica. Some of y'all know me as Dawn. I came to talk to y'all today really as a mom. Mom going through some medical issues. My son went to McNair High School, which is a walk away from the Weelaunee Forest. He's also slightly autistic, and so he would cut class. They would call me. I knew he was in the forest because that's where he liked to go when somebody at school pissed him off. It would calm him down, and so he'd be in the forest. I am terrified. I am terrified as a mother. I've been here before with some of y'all. Andre sat right there. So speaking as an activist, I have seen things that make me terrified for my son. Because when Andre sat in that seat right there, we were here for DeAndre Phillips. Remember that? APD killed him because they smelled marijuana. And we thought Andre was with us, right? Because we were working on the decrim of marijuana. And so we thought maybe there's some hope. But now we back here. I was here for Anthony Hill. He was shot down because he was having a mental crisis, right? I was here for Jimmy Atchison. His father was sitting right here earlier. He stood up and spoke. Jimmy Atchison was shot down and killed. I was here for, oh my God, it's so many names. Oscar Kane. Oscar Kane Jr. mentored me. He was an activist. He was shot in the back. And we did get, you know, the GBI report. But what does that mean when we find out how Tortuguita was killed? What does that mean? So I've marched in the streets because so many black men were killed by APD here in Atlanta. And I'm worried because my son plays basketball at Gresham Park. We live in this neighborhood. We don't want it in our neighborhood. And I'm asking you as a mother, I was asking you when y'all had to vote on Mr. Bond closing Peachtree and Pine. And I sat here and I implored with Caesar Mitchell because I was homeless. I wasn't in a shelter, but I was living in a hotel. And I implored with him. I was one of his children's teachers. I don't know if y'all remember when I got up and spoke and told him that. But as an activist and a mother in the city of Atlanta, it makes me terrified to find out that this is going to be in my neighborhood. That a militarized police training facility is going to be in my backyard where my children live and play, where my grandchildren are going to be going to school. That should terrify the hell out of y'all. Black, white, red, yellow, that should terrify the hell out of y'all. If you have children that have they're struggling mentally, that should terrify the hell out of y'all. We don't want this in our backyard. We don't want Cop City in our neighborhood. We want to keep our children safe. It's up to y'all on how y'all gonna vote. But I remember Brother Haroon was here. Brother Haroon would tell you what would happen if this vote went another way.
Time's expired. Next up is Hamza Durjwan. Sorry if I mispronounced that. Hamza Durjwan. Dolores Kelly. Rebecca Hill. You have 2 minutes.
Thank you. Hi, I'm Rebecca Hill, and I live in the 5th District. I'm here to encourage you to vote no on this funding. I haven't met anyone in the city who thinks that what Atlanta needs is to spend valuable resources on militarized training for the police. Instead, people that I know and people that I meet are saying we need less focus on firepower and more focus on policies that really address root causes of the problems that make people feel anxious and less secure. And as many others have said eloquently today, policing is already a failed solution to these problems. Since the 1970s, it's become politically more difficult to fund any other government program except police and prisons. And yet the increasing percentages of public money going to these institutions, not just here in Atlanta, but around the country, have not made us feel any safer or more secure or happier. It just means that police become an increasingly powerful political interest group protecting their existing gravy train and demanding more and more. And it will never be enough. There will always be another spending project that promises to make us safer, even after all the other previous projects did not make us safer, but led to abuse and killing of members of our community. This is an opportunity for this city and for you as our representatives to choose a different path, to preserve green spaces, to spend public money on the many other more productive causes that people have mentioned. Policing has already proven to be a failure in creating a sense of meaningful safety, and in fact, police encourage a sense of fear and promote themselves as its only cure. And I want to just say one last thing in my last few seconds here. I'm too young to remember the civil rights movement, but what today reminds me of is my experiences as a student in the anti-apartheid movement, as a college activist. And what I remember was standing with
Time's expired.
So that's it.
Thank you. Next is Ben Sandfelder. You'll have 2 minutes.
Hello, everyone. I'm Ben, and I'm a core leader of Bend the Arc Jewish Action Atlanta. As Jews, we're given a moral obligation to perform acts of tzedakah, taking care of each other. I looked through the plans for the planned training facility, and there's a whole chunk of it dedicated to a horse barn and equestrian training. Our communities are not going to be safer because police officers know how to ride horses. We need to use this funding to actually take care of each other, addressing crises in our city like homelessness and the lack of affordable housing, food security, addressing root causes in what we know actually keeps us safe, which is not more policing. Judaism also believes in tzedek, justice, and that means justice for Tortuguita. It means justice for the activists and forest defenders jailed on exaggerated charges. It means justice for the people in DeKalb County who did not ask for this facility. And it means justice for the environment and the Weilani Forest. You've spent this whole day listening to what the city of Atlanta demands. Are you going to listen to them? And I yield the remainder of my time.
Thank you. Call the next group. We're at 157, just for those following along. Alex Joseph, Amelia Weltner, Anais Lopez, Rachel Isaza, Zola Eichler, Michael M. Thomas, T.T. Devin Franklin, Will Chesson, and Ann DiMartini. First up will be Alex Joseph. You have 2 minutes.
Thank you. My name is Alex Joseph. I was born and raised in Atlanta. I live in District 5. And before I begin my statement, I would like to thank Councilmember Bakhtiari for her strong voice on this issue. I would also like to thank Council members Jason Dozier, Keisha Waits, and Antonio Lewis for using their voice in opposition or to question this project. I hope that they will all vote no for the funding of the Cop City project, and I hope that they will gather fellow council members to vote no, first for the funding and then for the project in total. As a lifelong resident of Atlanta, let me tell you that lately it's been embarrassing to be from Georgia. Why? Because the national news has made it clear that disenfranchisement of Black and brown voters is happening across our state. We've all seen the footage of long lines disproportionately affecting Black and brown voters as they want to exercise their right to vote and are denied the opportunity. It is embarrassing to live in an undemocratic place. What does that have to do with Cop City? Cop City is an undemocratic project. It is owned by the city of Atlanta, but it is in DeKalb County. The residents that are the most affected, the ones that will deal with the environmental devastation and the noise pollution of the construction of this project and of running this militarized police training center, they do not have a voice. One day, a documentary will be made about Cop City. You do not want to be the villains in that documentary. Vote no on the funding and cancel the lease. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Amelia Weltner. You'll have 2 minutes.
Good evening. My name is Amelia Weltner. I am a fourth-generation Atlantan. My paternal grandfather, Charles Weltner, represented the 5th Congressional District for one term from 1964 to 1967. He was the only member of Congress from the Deep South to vote for the Civil Rights Act of 1964. At re-election, he was incredibly popular in his district, but when the state Democratic Party demanded that he sign a loyalty oath to segregationist gubernatorial candidate Lester Maddox, he refused, saying, quote, "I love Congress, but I will give up my office before I give up my principles," end quote. My grandfather had a short political career, but in that time he left a legacy that his descendants are proud of. When considering this legislation, consider the legacy that you will leave your family with. When the story of Cop City is retold, how will you be remembered? Lastly, I would like to submit to you a petition signed by over 300 of my neighbors in East Atlanta, stating that we do not want Cop City. I would like to thank Councilperson Liana Bakhtiari for listening to us and for advocating for us. And I'd like to remind our at-large member and as well as the mayor that unlike the immediate community that you have disenfranchised, the area and unincorporated DeKalb surrounding it, setting a site, unlike that community, we can vote.
If you want to leave the petition, you can leave it right up here, actually, with Jay. Next is Anais Lopez. You have 2 minutes.
It's pronounced Anais. So my name's Anais Lopez. I would like to note that I'm wearing all black and I'm not an outside agitator or domestic terrorist. I'm an Atlanta native, more specifically a displaced citizen of Morosco Drive in the now gentrified District 6 and a proud daughter of immigrants. I would like to acknowledge and honor Muskogee Creek, Cherokee East, and other Indigenous peoples whose ancestral lands we occupy. I'm here today with my community to reject the funding of the proposed Cop City. The $33.5 million public dollars proposed to this project should instead be invested towards the following initiatives: social programming for marginalized communities, actual affordable housing, sustainable resources for our homeless community, safer, accessible, and expanded transportation, better infrastructure, schools, daycares, and after-school programs that are equally resourced, more public parks, and a sustained funding to the Atlanta arts and culture, just to name a few. As the daughter of immigrants who were undocumented for most of my life, I've learned firsthand at a young age of the emotional and mental toll that heavy police presence can have in our community. Atlanta does not need more cops profiling, tormenting, or killing members of our community. Atlanta doesn't need more cops in Black and brown communities. We do not need Atlanta fueling money into the military-industrial complex that exists in this country. Do the right thing and stop Cop City. Remember that you serve us. Viva Tortuguita.
Thank you. Next is Rachel Asaza. Go ahead. You have 2 minutes.
The one God who knows all and breathes life into all, the one you all attempt to pray to at the beginning of these meetings. They pay no mind to your tradition and parade, but what they want to see is a mighty flood of justice and an endless river of righteous living. The law of this fallen country is not God as you treat it so. Love is God. Love is law. Money gets in the way of love. It's quite a large obstacle. But since we must pay taxes, I know many Georgia residents, including myself, want not a single cent of that taxpayer money to go to this Atlanta Police Foundation project. No amount of police training will save this empire. Our destiny is all the same, from dust to dust. Mother Earth remembers everything. She gives abundantly to those who respect her. Imagine Mother Earth is a big, beautiful, shaggy dog, and us humans are fleas on her back. The ones who don't bite down too hard nor dig in the skin too deep are mostly left unbothered, still getting their fill. But the ones who dig in the skin too deep and take too much, the dog swipes off. Mother Earth will repair herself with or without us. All of us here were born into an ecological crisis, born onto land that was taken with no respect for love or justice. We must repent. We must turn around. Every decision matters. Each decision made to continue this deadly empire we call America brings us closer to that big, beautiful, shaggy dog shaking us off for good. We, you all, have the chance to start a long, long journey to restoration and reparations for all life. Speed up our extinction or respect Mother Earth.
Thank you. Next will be Zola Eichler. Due to yielded time, you'll have up to 10 minutes.
Thank you for your time, everyone. My name is Lola Eichler.
Sorry.
It's okay. And today I'm here to remind you that history does not forget. In 100 years from now, we will look back on this time period and we will have all the information of the digital era at our fingertips. Today, you leave a legacy. What will your hands make? How will your children remember you? Will they be ashamed of the name that they carry? Earlier today, someone mentioned there are homeless people sleeping outside. I'd like to remind you of that and ask you, what do you think that they will do when they run out of places to sleep? This place looks pretty nice to me. Yeah. I've spent my entire life fighting the legal system, doing what I can to survive. I'm a trans woman. My existence is dealing with people who don't want me to exist. When you look at me today, you see me, but you don't see the 28 years of trauma that I went through. The years of sexual assault, the years of physical assault, the years of being imprisoned against my will. I had 4 felonies before the time I was 18, the first of which was running away from my own home because I couldn't bear to live there anymore, to the point where I attempted my first suicide attempt at 12 years old. My parents responded by calling the cops on me. I got involved in the juvenile justice system, and to the day I was 18, I did not have freedom. I had a 6 o'clock curfew. I couldn't go hang out with my friends. I couldn't go to concerts. I couldn't do anything that a teenage person would do because of the juvenile justice system. I will never forget the day when I turned 18, and I looked into the judge's eyes, and he was so sure that I was a failure, that he dismissed my charges because he was going to see me in adult court. But let me tell you, who has not seen another courtroom except for once when I gave a cop a false name, not gonna lie, in 8-9 years. The problem is not the people. The problem is systematically treating people like they are a problem. When these people outside, when they're homeless, when they have no resources, that is why crime happens. If you want to feel safe in your house, stop poverty, stop people who are not able to access resources even when they have money. Mental health in this country, access to food, access to shelter. We have a rent crisis. I graduated from college, the only person in my program to finish my degree and get my license, and I can't afford rent. I put myself through college because my parents wouldn't do that because they thought I was a failure. And I proved everyone wrong just to stand in front of you today while you try and take the rights away of the millions of children who will come after me. And I say no. Not over my dead body, not over whatever you can threaten me with a jail cell. I'm going to stand here and I'm going to say, I am still here. And in 100 years from now, people will remember that. I speak a lot about children and the future that we're leaving for them. And I'm not even going to bring up the thousands of trans children who've had their rights stripped away from them recently. But I'm going to ask you about the children who are going to grow up in this police system, who grow up in schools. The school-to-prison pipeline is real. And this is the end step. The steps before fascism, when people are silenced, when the secret police show up, when people disappear in the middle of the night, we are there. And you can choose to bring the institution that will bring around the next wave of fascism, that will be the vehicle for institutionalized racism, for people who want to commit genocide. And you can leave that as your legacy, or you can vote no today. Because people will remember this as much as you don't care about anyone out of this courtroom. You care about yourselves. I'm going to ask you for your own decency, for your own safety, for your own sanity, to listen to these people, because they're not going to keep asking for too much longer. I'm going to take the rest of my time to talk to the people in this room, because I don't think they've been addressed enough. They don't need you. I'm going to let that sink in. They do not need you. You were chosen by these people because they thought you would help them. Everything that the government does, we can do ourselves, and we will prove it if we need to. What you need to remember is that everything that you do is superfluous. You're here because you're supposed to make life easier. And when you're not, people will come and they will take that power back. I ask everyone who's watching, anyone who's listening, to remember that you can go start a local food drive. You can feed your neighbor. You don't need the people in this room to protect yourselves, to protect your community. Before the right to bear arms was stripped from us, the Black Panthers had a very robust self-defense system. I think we should bring that back. We have the power. It is a matter of time before we take it back. You can either be a vehicle for that, or you can be remembered in history as the people who tried to stop it. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Next will be Michael M. Thomas. Oh,
Maybe if people clapped 57 times, you would let us.
Michael M. Thomas is next. Next is TT. You'll have 2 minutes.
Hey y'all, my name TT. I stay on Constitution Road. The reason why I don't want Cop City in my city because they're tearing down the forest when our children need the forest to breathe. We stand here trying to take back from these cops that's killing us just to kill us. What training facility do they need of a training facility when they're already harming us and they need no training? They're killing us dead. What if this was happening in your backyard? What if this was happening to your people, your children? What if this was happening to you? Y'all have to feel for us. Take a stand with us and stop this thing because we don't want it. We never got the chance to even say that we didn't want it. And y'all still trying to build something that we don't want. So we tell y'all now to stop building this thing because we don't want it. What is it benefiting us? It's not benefiting us. It's benefiting y'all. Y'all is getting rich for this facility. We're not getting a dime and we're living poor. We're sitting here fighting for our life because of y'all living rich off a facility that y'all get to have for y'all. What about us? We're dying. We need help. Y'all supposed to help us. Y'all not helping us. For the people that have mental health issues, how about instead of taking the police out to their facility, to their homes, you get somebody in a mental health crisis that can actually help these people and get them the help that they need. I almost committed suicide myself, so I feel what you were saying, who just left from up here. My grandma called the cops on me because these cops has already killed us because of the mental health, and they come out here and kill us. I was scared and I was afraid. I almost took my own life because I thought a cop was going to come out and kill me. So next time y'all make the call, let's get up in the community and let's build the community up together.
Thank you. Next is Next is Devin Franklin. You'll have up to 10 minutes due to yielded time.
I struggled coming in here today. I had so many things that I wanted to write, so many things that I want to say. I know that, for good reason, we are limited to a maximum of 10 minutes. I tore up my paper several times trying to find the balance and dignity that I'm supposed to show this body, understanding my role. I tore that paper up several times. And so when I couldn't figure out a place to start, and when I realized that we were going to be running late on time, and I had to go pick my children up from school, I thought of quotes as I was driving to pick them up. Langston Hughes once said, "Negroes, sweet and docile, meek, humble, and kind, beware the day they change their mind." Stokely Carmichael stated, "It seems to me that the institutions that function in this country are clearly racist, and they're built upon racism." What do those quotes mean in this context? I brought my children with me here today, Stokely and Langston. I hope that my choice of name for my sons tells you a bit about who I am, because oftentimes I come and speak to you all about very particular details, very singular things. I've never kind of shared much about myself, who I am, where I come from, what I come from. I come from a father who grew up and was reared in Grady homes. My mother's from Buttermilk Bottoms. They moved to Decatur when I was young, South DeKalb, where this facility will be built. I think it's a red herring that we have a mayor who calls people outside agitators when he himself is not from DeKalb County. I think it is hypocritical that we celebrate Dr. King and John Lewis, two people who went to other states to agitate. And so, as I kind of make my way around to, what I need to say, I am Movement Policy Counsel for the Southern Center for Human Rights. My name is Devin Franklin. It's 3 words in this job title, and I'm going to break them down for you as to why they should each be important to you. I'm going to start in the middle and talk about policy. This is not my first time coming to this body and talking about policy, right? We all had a bunch of conversations last summer about the opening and closing of ACDC and the once promised dream of reimagining that facility. And now we talk about you all pondering how to reimagine policing in the state, in the city. We were agitated by certain members on council, not sure where Michael Julian Bond went, who told us that we did not know what we were talking about, those of us who had committed our lives and our expertise to matters of policing and jailing and legal processes. Not here to toot my own horn or the horn of those who I operate with. But we told you all that you were going to make a bad decision, and it was based on the will of the people. It was based on having actually read language and policy and legislation and knowing how systems work. Several months later, as the lease went into effect, and I came Monday after Monday, this council and Public Safety Council updated you to the ineffectiveness and the way that the lease that you all pondered did not work, and how it kept people in dangerous positions such that they could die in the manner that LaShawn Thompson did. We told you it was going to happen. We told you all about the vermin reports and the way that people were emaciated and their bodies were wearing away. We told y'all that in November, and nobody cared. As we brought things back up, and I professionally, I have to stay calm, right? Told you you were wrong about that. We see that you were wrong about that. There is no question about it. So now we're here. You have another decision to make, right? Ms. Boone, Ms. Overstreet, Councilwoman Boone, Councilwoman Overstreet, when I mentioned the conditions that people were living in and how the harms that were existing in the South Fulton jail that Patrick Labatt had not corrected and that had been transferred to ACDC, I heard an audible noise from one of you. I couldn't tell who it was because my head was down at that point in time. But I felt that something was felt by one of you two. And I hope that one of you two feels something today as we talk about as we talk about stopping Cop City. Another part of my job is movement. Since last August, I have been in the community holding education events around what policing looks like in the city of Atlanta. And not just for me to come and talk at people, but for people to come and talk at me, right? And what we learned, not some weird data that I came up with for myself, but data from the police scorecard that basically analyzes and grades police departments across the country, over 14,000 of them. What did we learn? We learned that Atlanta has more police officers per capita than 89% of police departments. We learned that Atlanta has more funding per capita, more police funding per capita compared to 71% of police departments. And how do they use those resources, folks? I'll tell you. They have higher arrest rates for low-level offenses than 85% of police departments in this country. So the more money you give them, they don't attempt to actually stop crime because they can't stop crime, because they're not designed to stop crime, because they can only respond to crime. Instead, what they do and how they act, they choose to go out and effectuate arrests for anything. We talked about the quota system earlier. They have to find things to do with their time. You can't legislate that away. You can't train that away. We know that you can't train it away because after 2020, after Rayshard Brooks was shot in the back, we adopted 8 can't wait, right? Banning chokeholds, duty to intervene, not shooting at moving cars. Despite that, check your own city dashboard. Use of force by police officers in Atlanta is up. They didn't change. You want to build a new shooting range. We don't want a new shooting range. We want for you not to shoot us. The problem was not the aim of the police officers. The problem is that they chose to use a gun to stop a crime, or to stop not a crime, to stop you from sitting on the floor in the forest. Who knows? They want to build a driving course to learn how to drive in high-speed chases. I did not mean that as a joke, but it is what it is. They want to learn how to engage in high-speed chases. We don't want you to chase anyone because it's not the skill of the police officer driving the car, it's the lack of skill by the person being chased. We don't want for you to create harsh, horrible, dangerous conditions. And then when you realize that, oh, you know, this police angle isn't going so well, let's talk about the fire department. They need a new burn building. The old burn building has been condemned. Tear it down, build it over in the same spot. You don't need to tear down a forest to do that. Budgets are moral documents. Choices of how to allocate money are moral decisions. We are at a moment. We are at a moment where you can affect change. I know that there are people on this council who are on the fence. I've never had the pressure of being an elected official. I've never had the aspiration to figure out, if I was an elected official, what my next term looks like. But I do know that if I had the privilege of having a term and the power that you have, I would do all the right that I damn well could while I had it. So that brings me to my last part of my job title, of council. We have a couple of weeks before the vote will actually be made. I will send an email to each one of you to ask to speak to you. Not to yell as I have today. I promise you I got it all out. But I need to understand, I need you to understand that there are better ways. I see my time, you ain't got to get me. There are better ways. Let us work with you. Let me be the bridge between the people and you all.
Time has expired. Next is Will Chesson, I believe. Will Chesson. Next is Ann DiMartini. You'll have 2 minutes.
Stop Cop City.
That's an exceptionally tough act to follow. My name's Ann DiMartini. I've lived in Atlanta for 2 years, and I've just moved from District 3 into Councilman Hillis's District 9. I, too, am here to speak against Cop City, not just in a location in the forest, but anywhere. I chose to move here to Atlanta, to invest here, to buy real estate here, and to pay taxes here because of the actions of the previous mayor and previous council when they had voted to close and repurpose ACDC. I came because I thought this was a place with progressive leadership who understood that police and the carceral system is not the way to keep us safe. Well, since I got here, I've been wildly disappointed. The Cop City process has been engineered to silence dissent. The murder of a protester, the arrest of peaceful protesters, the arrest of a legal observer, the arrest of those simply handing out flyers, overcharging them, charging them with domestic terrorism, denying bail, granting bail only with the condition of no contact with the movement. These are all evidence that the true purpose of Cop City is to militarize the police even further in order to control the public and public dissent, not to keep us safe. It appears that the Atlanta power structure got real scared by the people's power that did show in 2020 after the murder of George Floyd, and now they want to use law enforcement to make sure that never happens again. That violates all principles of a democratic society, and you have the chance here to stand up for those principles. Please vote against any city funding and cancel the lease with the Atlanta Police Foundation.
Thank you. Next group, we're at number 181, Allison Kaufman, Kristen Baker, Cleo Strabakis, Curtis Duncan, Jacob Wilson, Ilsa Flynn, Will DiCarlo, Sylvie Call, and Doug Williams. We'll start with Allison Kaufman. You have 2 minutes.
Thank you. Good evening. My name is Allison Kaufman. I'm a resident of District 5, and I am the Executive Director of the Amplify Georgia Collaborative, and I'm here to talk about the impact of Cop City on reproductive justice. I am grateful that City Council has shown up in support of abortion access following the overturning of Roe and becoming the first city in the Southeast to allocate funding to abortion access. I hope you will continue your commitment to reproductive justice by voting against Cop City. Human Rights Watch recently released a call to action, raising the alarm that we must combine the fight for environmental justice and reproductive justice. Air pollution and increasing temperatures leads to preterm labor, gestational diabetes, and preeclampsia. And these issues disproportionately impact Black and Brown communities. Know what helps? Forest, trees. Trees that filter our air and cool our land, that provide us with beauty and reconnect us with nature. Georgia already leads the country in maternal mortality. Our moms and children simply can't suffer the loss of over 300 acres of forest. And then we have to talk about what it means to raise children in the most surveilled city in the US. I can tell you as a mother living in Southeast Atlanta that Cop City does not make me feel safer. We are living in a state that allows permitless carry, that criminalizes people who provide and seek abortion care, that threatens to fire prosecutors that push back against harmful laws, and that criminalize trans health care, and so much more. Do we really want to double down on strengthening those whose job it is to carry out these violent laws? We can no longer pretend that this is about community safety. This is about state control. This is about power over. Please reconsider. We do need safety, and I urge you to actually invest in it by voting no on Cop City and putting the money into housing, healthcare, childcare, transportation, and other community services. Thank you.
Thank you. Kristen Baker. You'll have 2 minutes.
I come before you today to share a perspective rooted in compassion, empathy, and a deep concern for the well-being of our community. I stand here with a resounding plea urging you to reconsider the construction of a Cop City within our midst, a plea that is intricately woven with the principles of reproductive justice. Picture this, a vibrant Black community filled with diverse voices, dreams, and aspirations. Families navigate their lives cherishing the right to make decisions about their bodies, their reproductive choices. Reproductive justice at its core recognizes the intersectionality of social justice, understanding that it is not limiting to birthing decision, but extends to creating an environment where every individual can thrive. The proposed Cop City jeopardizes this vision. It erects walls of division, perpetuating a cycle of fear and mistrust within our community. It burdens those already marginalized, compounding the challenges they face in attaining equitable access to reproductive health care and decision-making. It undermines the very essence of reproductive justice by reinforcing systems that disproportionately harm communities already battling the impacts of historical injustices. Our communities hold stories of triumph, resilience, and collective power. However, they are also laced with stories of pain and loss, stories like that of Tortuguita, whose life was tragically cut short. In their untimely demise, we find stark reminder that reproductive justice is not limited to individual choice alone. Their right to build a future, to create a family, was violently stolen, leaving an irreplaceable void within our community. In closing, I implore this esteemed council to listen to the stories that resonate within our community, the stories whose lives hang in the balance. Let us choose a path that upholds reproductive justice, fostering a community where every individual can flourish. Thank you.
Thank you. Cleo Strabakis.
Good evening. My name is Cleo Strabakis. I am an environmental educator in North Georgia. I teach about the place I work teaches about 4,000 kids, a third of whom come from Atlanta. And they come about 90 miles up into the mountains to experience the preserved forests and the pristine creeks that we have there and learn about why they're important. I believe that all children in Atlanta should have this experience. It shouldn't be limited to those who are lucky enough to have a field trip out into the mountains. If Cop City is approved, not every student here in Atlanta will be so lucky. They'll be even more unlucky. They'll have even fewer opportunities of this type in their local area. What remains of the forest that is intact in Atlanta is without a doubt the city's greatest resource. To underplay that is a mistake. These forests people have spoken to this many times, so I'll just keep it brief. They provide resilience against floods, provide oxygen and habitat. Those are just a few. The Weelaunee Forest is one of the largest urban old-growth forests left in America, and the importance of this cannot be understated either, and anybody who's spent any time there, which I implore all of you to check it out if you haven't yet, the forest is much more than the trees that are there. When I've guided students in Atlanta on nature walks, I've been astounded by the biological diversity that I can find even in this urban area. Promoting and preserving the ecological integrity of Atlanta is important not just for the children of today, but for our children's children, their future, their right to a functional environment that continues to provide the ecological services that we've all taken for granted. We can never replace Weelaunee Forest, and Cop City must never be built.
Thank you. Next is Curtis Duncan. Curtis Duncan. Next is Jacob Wilson. You have 2 minutes.
Appreciate it. Good evening, Council. My name is Jacob Wilson. I have been a resident of DeKalb County for 22 years. I currently live in Morningside, and previously have been a resident of the city of Atlanta for cumulative 14 years. I grew up in Atlanta during a peak period of air pollution in the late 90s, peak ozone, and suffered from acute asthma. I had to use a nebulizing respirator in order to open my airways to recover from acute asthma attacks as a child. Since childhood, air pollution has been one of my biggest concerns living in Atlanta. As a cyclist in my adult life, I am constantly exposed to the ozone, nitrous oxides, volatile organic compounds, carbon monoxide, PM 2.5, and other air pollutants that plague our city here in Atlanta. All of these pollutants would be worsened by the construction of Cop City. The deforestation and the construction of impermeable surfaces simultaneously kill the trees that filter our air, the exact forest of trees that the city of Atlanta called the lung of our city back in 2017 in the Atlanta City Design Report, and also heats up the surrounding air through the urban heat island effect, which then catalyzes ozone from nitrous oxides. It's very interesting science, and it is bad for your lungs. These factors are compounded by the planned burn tower, the gun range, the vehicle facility, and the ceaseless stream of cars, equipment, and outside police officers who will be coming into these neighborhoods using the streets, congesting them, and polluting them. All this poison is centralized in a disproportionately black, brown, and low-income area, and is those children who will face the gravest effects. You're poisoning the city of Atlanta, you're poisoning these kids, and you're poisoning yourselves. So stop Cop City.
Thank you. Next will be Ilsa Flynn. You have 2 minutes.
Hello, my name is Ilsa Flynn. I live in Fulton County. The aim of Cop City is nothing more than the desire to incarcerate more people, not protect them. The Atlanta Police, Cop City, and the government are enforcing the same propaganda and fear-mongering tactics that this country claimed to be so against in wars against fascism and communism in the past. Why do we have to fight against turning our already suffocating police force into the literal Gestapo? If we truly want to address the problems that Cop City aims to fix, adding more ammunition and pumping money into militarizing the police force does not solve that problem. It will only add to the paranoia and fear that makes people more dangerous. Cop City will make it easier to incarcerate people, and more people will be killed on the hands of cops. Cop City is about controlling the oppressed. Why are you so afraid of your own people? These are your own people from this city. The only way of addressing the problem is to face the very real issue, which unfortunately we cannot change today, but it's regulating guns in this city and in this country. Teaching cops to de-escalate violence is what we need to be doing, not militarizing them. Over 1,000 people have been shot by police in the past year. Any kind of gun regulation will not only save lives, but unite us as people. I am a proud dual citizen of Ireland and of this country, and we are celebrating 25 years of peace because we fought for peace. By voting yes, you're not only killing us in one way with cops shooting us, but also because of the health care that we are struggling with in this city. People in Grady are on trolleys. They are not in rooms. They're not being treated the way they should be treated, and the deforestation will poison us.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Next is Will DiCarlo.
Curtis is here. Curtis Walker is here.
Curtis Duncan. 4 minutes.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Curtis Duncan. I am a resident of Adams Park, and I am here to urge City Council to vote no on the giving of the Atlanta Police Foundation more money to build Cop City. It's important that we protect our environment, and the South River Forest is a vital ecosystem that protects against the effect of catastrophic climate change. Atlanta has been turned into a heat island and has the nation's leading heat inequality, which is borne primarily by poor Black communities throughout the whole city of Atlanta. The South River Forest is the second most polluted river in the country, and further development in the area will only increase the amount of pollution within this endangered body of water. Now, I know many of you in this room are concerned about public safety. Police unions will tell you that more police equals more public safety, but the reality is further from the truth. Police do not maintain public safety. They exist to maintain white supremacy and the existing inequalities which have existed in this country for a very long time. To improve public safety, there needs to be equity. The reason why America has the highest rates of gun violence in the world is because we are the world's leader in income inequality. Atlanta, the so-called Black Mecca, and the city that's too busy to hate, has the nation's leading income inequality and is only getting worse with rapid gentrification. And who is responsible for this who's responsible for enforcing this rapid gentrification? The Atlanta police, by their own admission in Mother Jones magazine. Georgia has gone back to Jim Crow under Republican leadership. Trans rights, women's rights, voting rights, workers' rights, Black district attorneys, and human rights are all being attacked as we speak. And who is right there attacking these rights on behalf of the GOP? Are men and women in blue. So Atlanta and its city council cannot claim to support these rights on one hand and then support the massive funding for armed agents who suppress these rights on the other hand. You know what does reduce crime though? Trees and a clean environment. Rates of violent crime, in stark contrast to the propaganda from the media, have been decreasing since the early 1990s. And it was not due to policing. It was actually due to the banning of lead in gasoline. Early exposure to lead not only causes permanent brain damage, but dramatically increases rates of violent crime in adulthood. And by building Cop City, Atlanta is at threat of having another lead water crisis right here in our own backyard. Hundreds of studies have demonstrated that once lead was reduced by government policy, crime went down and stayed down. Not only that, but the more trees you have in a community, the less crime you have. And due to years of racist redlining within the city and throughout the country, the neighborhoods with the most crime have the least amount of trees. This is all basic stuff here, ladies and gentlemen. I'm not really saying anything radical, and hopefully I'm not sounding like a domestic terrorist. But I know why we're really here. Many of you in the city council are afraid. These Republicans ain't playing these days. They will storm a Capitol, try to murder a vice president, steal elections, and put teachers in jail for teaching about Black and queer studies. Hell, I'd be afraid too. And essentially what the Republicans have told Atlanta leadership is that it's plato or plomo, as Pablo Escobar said. It's lead or money. Essentially, they want to create Buckhead City in exchange for creating Cop City. And I urge you all to vote no for Cop City, because the damage that it will do is not worth the cost.
Thank you. Next is Will DiCarlo. Next is Sylvie Call. Doug Williams. Two minutes.
Hi, y'all. My name is Doug Williams. I'm a usual suspect for good trouble in Atlanta and DeKalb County. A few of you know me, and those of us who work in Atlanta and DeKalb know that you really don't care about us until it really matters. I hope you're paying attention. This fight isn't over. You haven't seen the half of it. The Atlanta way has come to mean one set of rules for y'all and your friends and another set of rules that you enforce on everybody else. You allowed the Atlanta Police Foundation to ignore the rules for site plans and for environmental protections that would be expected of any other developer. Now you're faced with providing $33 million in funding for this boondoggle to move forward. I encourage you to stop it. Live up to your promises or become complicit in a process that is destroying the trust of the relationship between the community and the police in this city. You are responsible for this. No action of government deserves more accountability than when it takes a life. We call on you to demand Mayor Dixon and the APD to cooperate with an independent investigation into the murder of Tortuguita. This promised parkland is essential for the health of the city. All trees, new or old, clean the air. And the risk of asthma and lung cancer disproportionately affects the low-income minority communities around this property. Request the EPA to provide oversight and guidance to the cleanup and restoration of the South River Forest and remediate and restore the South River. The worst of this, in many ways, is you are treating our unincorporated DeKalb neighbors in a way you would never, ever want to be treated and would not accept from another city. These mostly black, lower-income neighborhoods don't get to vote for you. They don't get to vote for the mayor, and you act like their votes and their lives don't matter. Shame on you. Legislate administration for community benefits agreements so they can sue if you once again go back on your promises. Do better and be better than your predecessors. Make use of this transparent public process to make yourselves worthy of a city that wishes to be respected and honored. I pray for Atlanta, and I pray for your hearts. God bless you.
Thank you. Next group will be Amy Castorell, Deshaun Harrison, Kay Aberby, Zoe Webb, Andrew Haygood, Orion Crook, Ann Elaine, and Michael June, or McCall June. First is Amy Castorell. You'll have 4 minutes due to yielded time.
Thank you. Hi, my name is Amy Castanel, and I'm here representing Georgia Working Families Power. Working Families Power is a multiracial grassroots organization committed to advancing policies that support working people. We believe our government should work for the many, not corporations and the elite few. Since 2017, the Georgia Working Families Party specifically has organized and built power to change the status quo in Georgia and the rest of the South by electing champions that advocate for working families up and down the ballot. We have worked with some of y'all. Today, we're here on behalf of working families, members, and voters. Our members and voters at large have indicated they do not want Cop City. Voters want investment in communities. Personally, my family has been living in Metro Atlanta for nearly 30 years, and I currently live in District 4, West End. Since proposing Cop City in 2021, I've been opposed to this project. I wear many hats, but there's one that I hope will appeal to you. That is a concerned Atlanta resident who's strongly opposed to building a state-of-the-art training facility that will do more harm to our communities than good. The $33.5 million can be used in better ways to protect and serve the community, like funding mental health workers, repairing streets, building community centers, and providing job training for young people so they have other, more productive options. We must also note that this amount coming from the city budget from taxpayers like myself is $3.5 million more than what was initially estimated for this project. The environmental impact is great. Cutting down a forest in Atlanta means no plants to clean the air, provide shade to reduce urban heat islands, protect from erosion, et cetera. Lots of other people have said this. I hope today you'll listen to people like me instead of the Atlanta Police Foundation and corporations that have never been concerned about my well-being. Our communities deserve leadership at this moment. We deserve elected officials who understand that putting additional resources into policing in our city is not the solution. Listen to the people you represent. We expect you to be our voice and do what's best for all of us, not the select few. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Deshaun Harrison. You'll have 2 minutes.
My name is Deshaun Harrison. I arrived in this city 10 years ago to attend Morehouse College. I've been an organizer in this city for just as long. I've also been homeless in this city. I've witnessed the violent force of police in a police state when leveraged against black, unhoused flesh. I've stood at this very podium before, working alongside AUC Shut It Down, Atlanta Black Students United, ATL is Ready, hashtag It's Bigger Than You, Rise Up Georgia, Housing Justice League, Solutions Not Punishment Collaborative, Southerners on New Ground, and so many more orgs this council has worked against. Talking to your predecessors through the closing of Peachtree Pine, through the overturn of Turner Field Stadium, the Gulch, the Beltline, and so much more. I've lived through Kasim's regime, Keisha's regime, and now Andre's regime. But just as there was no guarantee I'd survive then, there is certainly no guarantee I'd survive now. But my survival is not, has not, and will never be of your concern. So I'm not here to beg you for anything or ask you to do anything. I'm here just so you know that we see you and that I see you. You all have sat here and talked to each other, played on your phones, refused to even look most of us in the eyes. If you're tired after hearing your constituents talk to you about what we don't and do want, just imagine exactly how tired we are of you. I don't believe in y'all's ability to show up for us. I do believe in mine and in ours. And we will continue to show up, even when those of you are out of a job.
Thank you. Next is Kay Agbabi. I apologize if I mispronounced that. Zoe Webb. Andrew Haygood. You have 2 minutes.
Hello, my name is Andrew Haygood, and I am a resident of District 12. Before I begin, I want to note that my council member has been absent for the last 2 hours while we've been giving public comment. I was born and raised in Metro Atlanta. I've lived here for 25 years. I've lived in District 12 for the last 4 years. And I love this city so much that when I started at the University of Georgia Law School 2 years ago, I made the decision to commute from Atlanta to Athens 3 hours a day, 5 days a week, because I love this city. And I've stood here today and I've heard 200 people who also love this city, and they came out today to talk to y'all because they love this city. And that love for this city brings them here to stand against Cop City. Now, I think that all of you here today also love this city, and that's why you ran for this office. Well, most of you love this city, and I think some of you ran for office because you love power, but it is love that motivates you, and I'd like to stick with that. Those of you who do hold this office out of love for this city, I want you to see what this love does. There's community aid here. There's dozens of community organizations and national organizations that love this city, and they're standing against Cop City. Those of you that love this city need to do the same. And for those of you that are only here for a love of power, I want you to understand that we do know that we can vote you out of this seat. If you want to hold on to that power, you need to do what the people want you to do. Stop Cop City. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Orion Crook. And due to yield of time, you'll have up to 4 minutes.
Orion Crook, District 4, 16-year resident, a licensed professional counselor, and founder of Atlanta's Therapeutic Artist Resource, a mutual aid nonprofit currently raising funds to provide all sorts of healing to support those traumatized by the police. I'm a forest defender, just as each one of you are. Some of you have just lost your way. Both of my parents raised me in a code of honesty. They taught me that if I told a lie, that I would be caught in a web of lies and forever committed to continue lying to defend my fake truth. As far as we can see, nearly every step that has been taken has built this Cop City on a foundation of lies, and we the people in countless organizations have been left to defend and expose what feels like an endless trail of deception, corruption, and violence. I wonder which one of you are sitting up here knowing that you're going to vote yes, and none of this matters. I wonder which one of you are bound to say yes and don't even feel like you have the freedom of choice. That puts fear and fire in the core of my soul, and I hope it does to yours too. We understand that you have ties that sometimes keeps you bound to the unjust. Some might even say bound to do the devil's work. Yet you have free agency, will, and hopefully a consciousness to think critically and rethink what's possible. It is critical and necessary work to separate out the image portrayed from the truth. Yet I hope that I speak to your soul when I ask you, why are we the people afraid of defending, speaking up for, and using our constitutional amendments to rally against unjust causes and for what our spirits believe in most deeply? The police tell us that it's their job, and they are even under oath to protect us, and yet they make us incredibly terrified. I even had to ask myself, could standing here today be used against me in a court of law to make me more of a domestic terrorist with the way our own justice system is playing along with the cops? Why are we currently being barricaded out of Weelaunee? I thought the cops went in there to make it safer. Lies. Let's be honest. Some of you and the cops are not afraid of us. You're afraid we're going to stop Cop City. This lease is a 50-year lease and impermissibly binds the city of Atlanta and its future governments, as an Atlanta attorney, Alex Joseph, has publicly spoken to. Even though they have scaled back the project, they are asking for an additional $3.5 million already, and they haven't even started building, just destroying our forests, ignoring a court appeal. Don't let anyone promise you that they won't ask for more, because they are lying to you. If you want to know where to spend $33+ million, I start with saying not on continuing the deadly web of lies that are the state-sanctioned murderers we call the police. I'd start with paying thousands of dollars in legal fees, missed wages, irreparable emotional damage, and therapy for the 22 who were arrested at the Weelaunee Music Festival. Not one who has a solid piece of evidence that they set those fires, stopping Cop City. It is incredibly scary to consider how the justice system is being used to intimidate us and defending state-sanctioned murderers. I'd suggest taking a few million to rebuild Weelaunee Forest that in this exact moment is being demolished, and work towards cleaning up the mess that you have made by pretending that you can't stop the lease before the destruction began. How about fix the 2 potholes my lovely Uber driver slammed into on the 6-minute drive here? Have you seen the amount of food and drinks that have shown up down the hall? Mutual aid is the way of the future. Create and further grant funding systems to heavily fund mutual aid projects long-term, and the research is needed to provide those who need it. Because let me tell you something you already know. That's what slows down crime, unnecessary deaths, and lifts the spirit. Oh, shit.
Time has expired.
Beep.
Thank you. Anne and Elaine, you'll have 2 minutes.
My name is Anne, and I'm a resident of District 5. I helped organize turnout for those 17 hours of public comment that some of y'all had to sit through in 2021. You heard all the arguments then. You heard all of the ways that cops don't keep us safe. You heard personal stories about lives lost to murder by police and destroyed by incarceration. And you heard warnings that if this project was voted through, that there would be more. More murders, more of your city's people locked up. And you chose to ignore us, and look what happened. Tortuguita was murdered in cold blood. Dozens of activists locked up for days, weeks, months on end, called domestic terrorists for trying to protect us, trying to do what you have failed to do. We warned you this would happen, and you ignored us. Despite the fact that it was your job to listen. And now we're here warning you again. Are you listening this time? If you voted for Cop City in 2021, you have a chance to do better now. If you weren't on the council then, you should be thrilled at the opportunity to stop it. I'm a mental health care worker. My clients are poor, they are Black, they have serious mental illnesses. They are the folks who will suffer first and who will suffer most if you give $30 million of our dollars to build Cop City. I dream of what $30 million could do to improve their lives, and I am terrified of what $30 million could do to hurt them when given to the police. I hope you care about them. I hope you care about all of us, and I hope you do the right thing here.
Thank you. Next is Michael June. You have 2 minutes.
Thank you. My name is Michael Alder June. I'm a resident of unincorporated DeKalb County. I have lived in Georgia since 1990. I work in the city of Atlanta. I'm a proud union member. I'm a proud parent. I am raising a child here. And what I have taken to telling people outside of this city is that I love and I hate this place in equal measure. Because here we are again. September 2021, this body heard 17 hours of public comment, overwhelmingly speaking out against Cop City. You have faced loud, passionate, and informed opposition every step of the way. And here we are again. The citizens of Atlanta and the surrounding metro area have taken hours out of their day to come to you. We are here to tell you we do not want this. We do not want further militarization of our police force. We do not want more people murdered in the streets. We do not want these $33.5 million spent on a facility designed to train police for war against us. Here we are again. Prove to us that coming and talking to you as you stare down at your desks is not a worthless task. Prove to us that you are not worse than worthless. Do the right thing, because if you don't vote it down, we will be back.
Time has expired. Thank
Thank
you. Next group, we're at number 205, Antonio Duza, Anar Parikh, Kwame Olafemi, Jasmine B., I believe it's Bayan T., Amy Jackson, Shaheen Rana, and Aisha Rios. First up is Antonio Duza. Anar Parikh. Kwame Olafemi. Jasmine B. Bayan T or Guyan T, I can't quite. Thank you. 2 minutes.
All right. Pretty much when I came up here, I had a whole speech planned, but what I was going to say now is some of y'all remind me of middle schoolers. You just sit there staring at your desk, poking at your phone, ignoring the teacher. Some of y'all talking to each other, chatting, maybe giving some gossip, instead of actually doing your job to protect us, to protect the people of Atlanta, to listen to the people of Atlanta. So what I was going to say is that the whole world suffers from police violence, specifically Atlanta heavily. People say that that is a training issue among police, and we know that is a lie, because our police are some of the best trained out of the whole country. They're really well trained in tearing down homeless camps, well trained in arresting people for panhandling on the side of the road. They're well trained in arresting people for selling weed. They're well trained in arresting people for nonviolent crimes that have no reason to be punished. They don't need more training. What they need is to not be there. We need better support, better mental health support, instead of training people to kill. And going on a different point really quick, as a queer person, hearing Andre Dickens give $55,000 to LGBT resources, that's the equivalent of me giving a penny. Imagine what 33 million could do for anyone, including every other oppressed community. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Amy Jackson. You have 2 minutes.
Hello. I live in Gresham Park, about 2 miles from Weelaunee Forest. The last person mentioned it. I wanted to bring up the $55,000 to support the trans community. I'm trans, obviously. $55,000, $33.5 million. Pretty big difference. I want to also put forth the idea that Cop City and supporting the trans community are not ideas that can coexist. I'm going to tell you a really brief story about one of my many run-ins with the police. I was meeting a friend for lunch in Midtown. She was playing the drums in the pit for a musical, so she was in Midtown. And I was walking up the street and I noticed that two police officers, two APD officers were following me. I don't know if any of you have ever been followed. Well, first of all, if you have, I'm sorry. But you know when somebody's following you. Like, you can just kind of tell after a little while, a couple turns, you know. So I turned around and I asked them, you know, what's up? And they started interrogating me. They had profiled me as a sex worker. So that's what they were doing on a Sunday afternoon. Sex work should also be decriminalized. Those are the mundane ways in which police harass the public, in addition to the many enumerations of police violence that have been mentioned here today. Many people have told you to do the right thing. I'm going to tell you again, you know what the right thing is. Do the right thing. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Shaheen Rana. You'll have 2 minutes.
Going late means everyone has already said anything that I could possibly say and said it much more eloquently than I can. So I'm just going to ask everyone here to just look at us again. Remember everyone you've seen today. These are the people that Mayor Dickens, the media, and the police erase when they call us outside agitators. Y'all are erasing a multiracial, multi-generational movement that has been trying to talk to y'all for 2 years. The only outside agitators in any community are usually the police. According to the Atlanta Police Foundation's own records, a full 43% of the police that are going to be trained in this facility are not even going to be from Georgia. I'm a resident of unincorporated DeKalb, and we don't get a vote in so many things that affect our lives. And yet I have been involved in this movement from the very beginning. I have been a part of every call-in, every public comment, every rally, and all of our voices have been ignored. Mayor Dickens and the others in this council have said that they inherited this atrocity of a project, that they didn't get a chance to vote no. Well, now is your chance. Vote no. One thing I do want to address is the issue of training. We've all seen the propaganda videos that show the culturally sensitive training the police receive and will receive. As someone who has studied and researched cultural responsiveness, because it was considered a sexy thing to do for a minute, what I can say is that research shows not only does cultural sensitivity training not address racism, homophobia, sexism, or any of the other systems of oppression, it can make things worse if training is all that happens without addressing the material conditions that work to impact marginalized people, because people feel like the work is done because they have now checked a box. There is no humane way to put someone in chains and then cage them. The people that are brutalized by police don't care that you use their right pronouns when you put them in a cage. They don't want that cage.
Time has expired. Thank you. Aisha Rios. Okay, next group of folks. Sabrina H., Abiodun Henderson, Nikishka Iyengar, Josh Cass, Ashley Dixon, Misha Chaudhry, Ariel Prado, and Elizabeth A. Sabrina H. Abiodun Henderson. I apologize. I think I mispronounced your first name.
I think there's...
You'll have 6 minutes due to yielded time.
Okay. Hey, y'all. I'm Abiodun Henderson. Abby. I've been known to be called Abby. I know a lot of y'all. Andrea, when y'all were trying to stop us from having a sit-in at the mayor's office with the Chapel Forest Bankhead community. You came to Ayanna's house when we were talking about in Westview, which is where I did a lot of my organizing. Met you there, of course, Jason. You're in the seat now, so, you know, I'm excited to see you, and also Byron. when he was with something, you know, doing the things. So it's been a long day, right? I'm here as a new person to the Stop Cop City movement. Really appreciate everything that has happened to stop this. And also been doing a lot of canvassing the last 2 months. A lot of residents did not know about Cop City. They did not know about it. There are residents that are affected by the shooting range that's already there. They're like, oh, is that, we hear the shots all the time. Is that where it's at? And they're saying they don't want it. From the elders, from the youth to the elders are saying, oh no, why don't they help? They done closed down that place, Thomasville Heights. Why don't they done closed down that school? Why aren't they doing something about that? Oh man, all these potholes, all this. People want their basic needs met. It helps reduce crime. Meeting people's basic needs helps reduce crimes. Now, I also understand that I tried to ask somebody, Sister Jaquel Clemens, that used to work for the city. I was trying to ask how much of the city's budget comes from the police and the work that they do on the streets with the tickets and the arrests and all that. And it's like a large amount of y'all budget comes from that. From what I've been told, from you know, the arrests, the tickets, all the stuff, that a large amount of the budget comes from that. I'm not talking about more than half or anything like that, but too much of the budget does. So an investment in the police is really an investment in how y'all run the city. I would love for y'all to dream and dream and imagine how y'all can make up that money with different activities, whether it's calling in these corporations to pay their taxes or whatever y'all need to do. But something has to shift, because until y'all are able to replace those funds that y'all make off of poor people, you know, a lot of times it's poor people, we're gonna still be in these same situations where folks' needs aren't getting met and y'all still trying to use these cops to make money to cover the city's budget. So also, I really want to think about, you know, I wish Mayor and whoever else, Antonio, took pictures with our Gangster Growers youth. Like, is there something that's going to happen to y'all careers if y'all don't let this go through? I don't know. It just feels like it. It feels like something, you know, y'all may not be liked by important people that made fun, so I don't know. But I think y'all should look in the mirror and ask yourselves that, and ask your fellow brethren, sister, and that. We got solutions, you know. I'm the founder of, not Occupy the Hood, that's how I started 12 years ago organizing, but I'm the founder and executive director of Gangsters to Growers. It's an agribusiness training program with formerly incarcerated youth where we pay them $15 to $18 an hour, 40 hours a week, to learn how to grow food with and for Black farmers. We have classes, weekly and bi-monthly classes, parenting, Black history, political education, so they know how to navigate local government and come to some of these meetings and tell you what they need, along with past movements, environmental responsibility, nutritional cooking class with sometimes vegan chefs, group therapy every week, yoga every morning. They're reading books, you know, every morning. A few other classes that they are involved in, because we believe in knowledge and putting some money in folks' pockets and giving these young people unconditional love, and we've seen it work. I've stopped young people from fighting. We've been able to stop them. We've been able to have them put their guns down, learn how to communicate with Warrior Healers Builders workshop that Mama Afia and Baba Akessa do. We have the solutions, y'all. We also have a cooperative, right? We're developing a cooperative where we make hot sauce, yes? We also have plans for a Black-owned supply chain of industrial hemp and bamboo processing plants and worker-owned factories. We gotta invest in the solutions, y'all. Or y'all just gonna create a dynamic of the have and the have-nots and using the police to control the ones that have nots. That's literally where we're going. Y'all don't want that. Y'all wanna be the ones that that helped push forward a comprehensive composting program and get the recycling up by providing jobs. You know what I'm saying? Y'all want to invest in cooperatives. Y'all want to invest in empowerment programs. That's what y'all want to do. Y'all want Atlanta to be the example that your daddy, you know what I'm saying? MLK, all these folks that gave this city, the city too busy to hate or whatever it is, y'all want to actually like put forward these institutions and solutions, right? We don't want to be talking about building something for the cops. I love the fire department, but we don't want to talk about that. We want to just invest fully. Get the year of the youth. Gangsta Rose ain't part of that, but yeah, come on, what we doing?
Time has expired. Thank you. Next is Nikishka Iyengar. You have 2 minutes.
My name is Nikishka. I'm a resident of unincorporated DeKalb and live less than 3 miles from the proposed site of Cop City. I am a mother with 2 young kids and will work tirelessly to keep them safe by any means necessary. And I know that cops don't keep them or us safe. I'm also the founder of a cooperative called The Guild that develops affordable housing and community-owned models of real estate in the city of Atlanta. So we're a real estate development cooperative that pays taxes in the city of Atlanta. And I want to be clear about what we believe. We believe that people matter more than profits. We believe that people matter more than property. I want to believe that this body here wants what's best for the people that put you in office. I want to believe that. And yet I'm surprised by how much and how consistently you're choosing to ignore what the people are asking of you. I want to believe this body wants to address the root cause of crime, in quotes, in our city. I want to believe that. But again, I'm surprised by this choice of investment of $33.5 million going towards something that is not only not a solution to the root cause of crime, but actually causes harm and violence on Black communities, on poor and working class communities, and all the people you supposedly represent. This choice of investment that also destroys our environment and biodiversity at a time when various climate crises are unfolding around us. Make no mistake, a vote for Cop City is a vote against the people, and a violent one at that. This money can and should go towards permanently affordable housing, health and wellness services for our people, and other essential programs that actually get to the root causes of crime. Solutions that get to the root causes of poverty and inequality. You know, for the city that's #1 in income inequality in this country. Put this $33.5 million towards solutions that actually keep us safe. Cancel the lease and stop Cop City, please, and thank you.
Thank you. Josh Cass. Due to yielded time, you have 4 minutes.
I'd like to address everybody in this council, specifically posts 1 through 3, District 9, the council president and the mayor. I'd like to say that it's a pleasure to stand before you today, but I am continually disappointed by this legislative body's continued indifference on this matter. Our taxes are not a blank check. Our names are signed at the bottom, and they'll spend them as we direct. It's morally bankrupt that you sit before us repeatedly trying to give tens of millions of dollars of surplus to a department that already accounts for 31 cents of every dollar we give you, and there's nothing to show for it. When we have unpaved roads, cracked sidewalks, and blown out street lamps, your utter lack of priorities and wastefulness is offensive. We're offended. Subject matter experts agree that crime is largely a function of economic circumstances that are worsening, which in itself is a function of failed public policy. Policing has never been a viable solution for these ills, and as a result, any solution involving the police predicts constant failure. Red Dogs was a failure, ShotSpotter was a failure, Operation Shield was a failure. Atlanta isn't interested in rewarding failure, less so for those who arrogantly refuse to learn from their shortcomings. There isn't a single category of crime that the police prevent, nor is there a single category of crime that they've proven to be competent at routinely solving after the fact. Stop turning our hard-earned money in a dumpster fire hoping that it'll burn itself out. We are burnt out. The time for collaborative and civic discourse was forfeited when you murdered our friend. Incarcerating and murdering people that you politically disagree with isn't public safety, it is the very definition of terrorism. Since terrorists are unreasonable people and can't be reasoned with, this isn't a negotiation. We aren't here to politely suggest, we aren't here to casually request, we are telling you, you will not vote on this bill, you will not advocate a single cent to this project, and if you continue to gamble your seats and your offices and your careers on this endeavor, we will call your bluff and clear all of you out with the shame that you have deserved. Once you became a representative of servant leadership, your personal agenda comes second to that of your constituency. We tell you what we want and you deliver. That is the order of operations. You are blinded by self-interest, you are driven by greed, and you'll be cursed by bloodshed. As long as you abandon democracy, you'll be inviting anarchy. As long as you act as an occupying force, you'll be treated as one, and if you build it, we will burn it.
Thank you. Next is Ashley Dixon. You have 2 minutes.
Hi, my name is Ashley Dixon, and I'm a resident of unincorporated DeKalb. For over a year now, I have been on the streets talking to fellow residents of unincorporated DeKalb about this project. While out talking to people, I and fellow canvassers have been harassed by police, with everything from uniformed police writing down our names and license plate numbers to police in civilian clothing asking us to borrow our phones to make a call in an attempt to collect our numbers while we were in the middle of our canvassing and then later telling us they're with the police. In May of 2022, 1 year ago yesterday, I was arrested simply for standing on the sidewalk in a Stop Cop City protest. If the same thing happened today, I would likely not only be arrested, but I would also be charged with domestic terrorism. This is unacceptable, but we will not stop. Every day I wake up and I think about tort, and I know we will not stop. Many residents around the forest we speak to are first unaware that this project is happening and are shocked that this police training center was being built in their backyard. Consistently, 8 out of 10 of the majority Black working class people I speak to are against this decision, and disappointed that they were unable to provide input, disappointed that the city and the county would not hear them. We have collected the contact info of over 650 people living around the forest who say they're against Cop City. And this past Saturday, residents, including many that you've already heard from today, organized a block party in Glen Emerald Park to raise awareness about this issue in their neighborhood, with over 100 attendees. This is your chance for redemption. This is your chance to do the right thing and listen to the people. In closing, I will quote a resident who was not able to be here with us today, Jamila Ruffin on Constitution Road. I have been living here 33 years, seen a lot of police brutality and how this impacts people. I see people older than 50 losing their homes, people who have no place to live. I myself have experienced a lack of housing on and off for 7 years. My lived experiences have taught me that our people need more resources. Many people can't get jobs because of background checks. We need housing, better schools,
Time has
healthcare.
expired.
These are the things we should be spending the millions of dollars on, not on more policing.
Thank you. Misha Chowdhury. You have 2 minutes.
Thank you. Lots of glazed faces in high places today. Nothing compared to the 8 police officers I walked past to throw my trash away just now. There's actually a sermon going on outside. The preacher, the congregation, they're praying for y'all's souls. Just wanted to let y'all know that. Anyway, I'm Misha Chowdhury. I live in unincorporated DeKalb County. I'm here as a resident, but also as an immigrant, like several of you on this body. I came to this country 19 years ago and eventually came to call Atlanta my home. I think that's enough time to not be branded an outside agitator, but who knows these days. The 40% plus of trainees who will come from outside Atlanta to train at Cop City are apparently not outside agitators. They're now native to the city. Part of the attraction of this city is branded right there. That motto, Resurgens, rising again. Isn't that cute? We're the phoenix rising from the ashes of Sherman's army. After he marched through here, the city of second chances. In my time living here, though, I've seen far more police repression than rebirth. I've seen protesters, many of them my friends, intimidated, shot at, thrown in jail for simply exercising the tiniest iota of democracy. I've seen vulnerable people, most of them homeless, brutalized by the very institutions they trusted to protect them. Why? What's the point? What's the point of living in a society? And this is happening all while their elected representatives attend posh galas, sit in fancy suits, holding meetings like this one, trying to convince us that you're somehow making a difference in our lives. Well, I don't know if you've walked our streets lately. I passed by not one, but 2 homeless encampments on the way here from the east side. One of them is barely 3 blocks away from this building. So, I'll end with a very simple question. Who do you serve? Your constituents, the people of the city, Or would you rather add 10% to $33 million unaccountable dollars to build a 40-plus acre playground complete with new toys for an institution intent on brutalizing your constituents? Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Ariel Prado. Ariel Prado. Next. Sorry? Oh, yes. Thank you. 2 minutes.
Okay. My name is Ariel Prado. I'm a resident of District 4, and I do not want to see another forest destroyed or Cop City built. The tools we keep sharp, the tools that we're trained to use, those are the tools that we reach for first. A training course for high-speed car chases is going to bring us more car chases. If you choose to invest in a shooting range, you're purchasing a future where more people will be shot. If you train cops for war, they will wage war. Maybe you're okay with that. Maybe the person you imagine getting shot is a person you want to see dead. I am sorry for you if you are living with that kind of fear. Whoever you might be imagining on the other end of that bullet, you can go ahead and stop imagining them. You have heard all afternoon, and if you've been listening, you have heard for years the names of real people who have been shot by the cops. Their lives were precious. The next person to be shot by a cop is going to be another real person. They are alive right now. Their life is also precious. I ask that we take what is left of my time to reflect on the life of Tortuguita, cut short at 26 years by a militarized police force.
Time's expired. Thank you. Next is Elizabeth Abushan, I believe is, maybe I got close. You'll have 2 minutes.
I'm Elizabeth Abushan. I've lived in Atlanta, Southeast Atlanta, for 33 years. I've raised 2 kids here, one who goes to Agnes Scott and one who goes to jail from time to time. So they are the reason why I learned about Cop City. I didn't really know much about it until last summer when they taught me. In putting together these remarks, it was really difficult to find just one angle to focus on, because I'm opposed to this project for so many reasons. What it says about democracy and representation in our city, what it means for the environment both locally and globally, the way it demonstrates Atlanta's apparent commitment to corporations over its most vulnerable citizens, and the fact that police violence has already claimed the life of Manuel Terán in pursuit of this disastrous project. As you're aware, Atlanta's income inequality is the highest in the nation. Investment in police budgets comes at the expense of access to food, education, childcare, healthcare, affordable and stable housing, parks and public spaces, transit, and economic stability for so many Atlantans. This is not the society that we want to create. Concentrating resources in the hands of police serves to defend the extreme accumulation of wealth and power by corporations and the very rich. Building Cop City will only lead to a more violently policed society where taxpayer resources are funneled towards the enrichment of police and corporations rather than addressing the very real needs of our communities. This project doesn't need to go any further. You have the opportunity right now to stand on the right side of history by listening to the people of Atlanta rather than powerful corporations. Each of you has the power to stand up for the kind of city that your constituents want and need. You've been entrusted to represent us. Stand with us, vote against funding Cop City, and remember that no one is free until we're all free. Thank you.
Thank you. Next group of folks, Emily Taylor, we're at 229. Emily Taylor, Katie Murphy, Lauren Neef, Barbara Ratner, Phoenix Shane, We have a Devonte Tino Trees. I'm wondering if that's Devonte from earlier. If not, we have another Devonte. Lindsay Taylor, Justin Taylor, Ian Connell, Julia Falcone, and Carl Peterson. We'll start with Emily Taylor for 2 minutes.
Thank you so much. I know it's been a long day. I just want to say how grateful that I am to be someone who was able to spend her entire day on Monday waiting for the opportunity to speak with you all, and I'm grateful for the opportunity. I live in Old Fourth Ward, District 2, Councilperson Faroki, very grateful for your representation and grateful to be here to speak with you. I've been here in Atlanta for 20 years now, and it's a city I love. I'm a libertarian, so I'm not an idealist, I'm a realist. But this is not an idea, this is a reality. And I believe that it is a truism. What you water grows. What do we want to grow here in Atlanta? What are we getting ready to water? This is supposed to be the city and the forest, but that's not what we're talking about watering right now. We're talking about doing something very radically, scarily different. I'm not anti-police. My father was a police officer for over 30 years. He was actually on the SWAT team. He was a sniper in Jacksonville, Florida. I grew up watching him clean his sniper rifle. I'm not afraid of guns, and I'm not afraid of cops. But I am afraid that what we are doing is terrible for our community. Whenever I spoke to my dad, his favorite stories were always about going out into the community, talking to the people in the homes that he was trying to protect, finding out what their issues were. He really believed that that community engagement was what made places safer. Now that I have a 19-year-old autistic son growing up in the city of Atlanta, I'm terrified of what these police are going to be trained to do with him when he can't properly express himself. Do I think we need money? Absolutely. For substance abuse, for social workers, for mental health, for public transportation. What do we want to water? Is this where we want to spend our money? I don't, and I vote. So thank you.
Thank you. Next is Katie Murphy. You'll have 2 minutes.
Hi there, my name is Katie and I'm from District 5. I'm here today, like all of my friends, to speak out against Cop City ahead of your vote to fund this facility in the coming weeks. I'd like to start by just saying how very proud I am of all the people that have come here today, because as far as the record that I've seen and heard, it looks like we're at a 100% rate of opposition to Cop City after nearly 7 hours of public comment. Let that sink in. This is 7 hours on top of the initial 17 hours of call-in, on top of the I don't even know how many hours of comment from all the weeks in between. I'd also like to spend my time talking about the feedback I've heard from residents around the forest while canvassing for the last several months. Some of these folks have spoken for themselves already today, but I'd like to share some of what I've heard from those that weren't able to make it out today and now tonight. An overwhelming percent of those people, like I would say 80% of the people that I've spoken to, maybe more, that have been residents from around the forest are firmly against the building of Cop City. But some of the people I've talked to have even been in town from other states and from other countries, and they have asked what they could do to stop Cop City in Atlanta. I was absolutely shocked meeting these people and appalled at what our city is becoming known for. Not only have these people that live here been firmly against Cop City, but when asked what they could do with the $33.5 million to fund Cop City, countless things came to their mind immediately. They wanted to reopen our closed hospitals, pay for real mental health care, not the type that comes when an officer arrests or kills someone while they're in a crisis. They want affordable housing, funding for education, funding to keep, not destroy, our parks and rec. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Lauren Neef. Lauren. Barbara Ratner. Phoenix Shane. Devonte Tino Trees. Lindsay Taylor. Justin Taylor. Due to yielded time, you'll have 4 minutes.
Thank you, President. President, firstly, what's your name? Doesn't matter. I have a reality check for y'all. Matt, Dustin, all y'all that voted for Cop City. You will have no legacy. I've heard of men and women like you before. Everyone will forget your name 6 months after you're dead. If you will be remembered at all, it will be a legacy of shame. I'm just a concerned citizen of DeKalb County, formerly lived in Pittsburgh off of University Ave. I'm not an outside agitator, and from what I understand, they selectively arrested people from out of town to the music festival to try to build their case for outside agitators. Look into that, please. Do not vote again for something that everyone opposes. This is not an extreme or terrorist position. In the last 10 years, dissent has been criminalized in Atlanta. I was a participant in the Occupy movement here in Atlanta. It seems like the kids that were in the park saying that we need to get money out of politics, it seems like they were onto something, don't you think? What do you guys think? Yeah? Well, you all are voting on a murderous, unconstitutional, disenfranchising, textbook environmental racism bill. The sewage infrastructure has not been updated in 70 years. Do y'all understand what that means? Like in terms of city budget? I'm here to taunt you, actually. You don't have real power. Dave Wilkinson, the leader of the APF, clearly has power over all of you. He is connected to the Wolfowitz doctrine, folks. He has an interest in creating the criminalization of dissent. More on that later. Clearly, they are making decisions for all of you. We do not need a First Amendment violation training center. We know that is what you intend to do with all of this. The people of the city very clearly let you know with massive, broadly popular demonstrations that we want to disarm, defund, and disband all of APD and Fulton and state police. Instead, we get political assassination as a response to our dissent. Tortuguita was assassinated. This is out of your hands. We are calling on Ossoff and Warnock to initiate a federal oversight, as the structures that you are supposed to protect and represent the people of Atlanta cannot be held accountable or expected to listen to anyone, clearly, right? We've gone 20-something hours so far. Y'all love to paternalize us, so I'm here to say, clearly y'all are children as well, as some other people have noted. Can't be trusted with power, will not listen to your constituents. What gives you the right? Being elected means to start listening. Not stop listening and start taking meetings with corporate donors to secure your next election fund. Hey guys, phones down, eyes on me, President, everybody. What gives you the right? I'm going to speak the name of just a few of those that Atlanta police have murdered with impunity. Ariston Waiters, Joe Tavius Stafford, Scout Schultz. I'm a film industry professional. A house in Buckhead on Stratford Road that we were working on last summer, it flooded 2 weeks into the shoot. The floodwaters will come for Buckhead. They will come for you. The floodwaters do not care about your jurisdiction or policing precincts. I and many others in this vast movement that stretches around the world wish to see nothing less than a full rematriation process to return control of the South River Forest known as Weelani and all adjacent tracts to the violently displaced Muscogee tribal communities. We stand in solidarity with Indigenous peoples around the world, from Aguadilla to Saint Salon, to Brazil, to Palestine, to Yogyakarta, to so many other places who are fighting for water rights and sovereignty and self-determination. Legal language comes from the 1650s and predates the scientific method. Y'all seem to not be able to operate with the advice of science. Doctors from Emory, environmental scientists, decades of research show that increased policing does not make communities more safe. I think that's my time. Thank you, Council.
Thank you. Next is Ian Connell. Oh, Phoenix, yes. Phoenix Shane, go ahead. You have 2 minutes.
Hello, my name is Phoenix Shane, and I am a constituent from District 7. I don't see my representative right now. Maybe I'm just short, but it's kind of been MIA this whole time, so I don't know. I really don't have much to say. I think it's all been said. I've been here for 7 hours. You've been here for longer than that. It's basically all been said. We're just repeating ourselves over and over and again. So one thing I would like to say is there's a different way to go about policing. There is the Policing Alternatives and Diversions Program, and you can reach them at 311, and it'd probably be a good idea to fund them. I don't know. But without further ado, instead of repeating myself over and over again, I'm going to repeat myself over and over again with a song. So yeah, Now is the Cool of the Day. It's an Appalachian folk tune. It's really quite beautiful. I did say so myself. Oh, my Lord, he said unto me, do you like my garden so fair? Well, you may live in my garden if you keep my pastures green, and I'll return in the cool of the day. And now, my Lord, he said unto me, do you like my garden so free? Well, you may live in this garden if you keep my people free, and I'll return in the cool of the day.
Thank you. Next is Ian Connell. Julia Falcone. Carl Peterson. So the next group, Sarah Giordano. We're at 241, by the way. Sarah Giordano, Myra Tucker, Sam Collier, Jessica Tin, Mark Spencer, Clara Kelly, Moises Fika, Garrett Brand. So we'll start with Sarah Giordano, Myra Tucker, Sam Collier, Jessica Tin, you have 2 minutes.
Hi, quick bona fides. I'm a South DeKalb County homeowner and a former post-certified 911 dispatcher, operator, and supervisor for 5 years. I worked at 2 different call centers, covered over 10 different agencies in the area, and I have lots of reasons to not be a fan of the policing system, but I know that a lot of you guys still are. So I'm going to ignore my own feelings because I think there's some important things about policing that you should know that you may not. Yo, what are you doing? Police don't like policing like this either. They hate this too. They hate being sent to a drunk couple arguing. Unhoused people, loitering, hate that call. Mental health episodes, runaway teenagers, deceased persons, child abuse calls, loud parties. Most of them hate doing traffic calls, except for like the traffic guys in GSP. Drug calls, they're not going. Gunshot heard somewhere in the neighborhood, might as well change the code and close it out. They're not going to find it. You know ShotSpotter doesn't work. Council members, you know how it works right now. You hate it too. And I'm telling you from the bottom of my heart, no one wants policing like this. No one, least of all the police. And here's what I know. Your training center is not going to put one social worker on the street. It's not going to put one mental health worker, one crisis counselor, one youth center. It's not going to put an extra bed in a shelter. It's not going to remove any of that burden from the police.
Time has
It won't
expired.
reduce a single 911 call.
Thank you. Mark Spencer. Clara Kelly. Moises Fika. Garrett Brand. Due to yielded time, you'll have up to 6 minutes.
Okay, I hope you all pay attention to me because you haven't to everybody else here. First, I just want to say, I don't know how anybody could listen to these testimonies and still support Cop City. That would just require a level of emotional bankruptcy that I just cannot comprehend. But I know that won't matter. My name is Garrett David Brand. I am 19 years old. I have lived in Southeast Atlanta, District 5, shout out Liliana, since I was 10. I'm a student at Brown University where I study sociology and urban studies, AKA your jobs. And I am also a student activist organizer. For the record, the future graduates of the Ivy League that you so badly want to move here and work for McKinsey and BlackRock hate all of you. Let me find where I am. Originally, I had written over 1,000 words for today. I was going to talk about the overwhelming body of scholarly evidence showing that spending on policing does not correlate with lower crime rates. I was going to talk about how if you really cared about reducing crime and public safety, you would follow the advice of academics and scholars everywhere and invest in anti-poverty, community-based efforts like schools, healthcare, and housing. I was going to talk about how training does not eliminate police brutality, like how the officer who murdered Rayshard Brooks underwent 2,000 hours of training and still shot to kill first. I was going to talk about the horrific environmental consequences of raising trees for shooting ranges and bomb test sites, and how you are trying to take away some of the only green space available to in a low-income black neighborhood. I was going to talk about how unspeakably undemocratic the development of Cop City has been. You should know, the last time this happened, you listened to 17 hours of testimony from over 1,100 citizens, 70% of whom were opposed to the project. I was going to talk about how you listen to the demands of your corporate bankrollers over the voices of the people you're supposed to represent. We've all read Dave Wilkinson's emails, as we've heard before. That's what I was going to talk about. Instead, I'm going to tell you why I personally do not want Cop City. As a young black man, I was raised to fear police much more than I was to fear crime. I am not afraid of crime. I am deathly afraid of the police. My body tenses at the sight of a police cruiser. My body tensed when you called those police officers in here earlier today. I was afraid for my life. My mother has trained me to interact with the police in ways that will not result in my blood spilling on the concrete since before I was in middle school. I don't want to live in fear every day that APD will murder my brother, who is an award-winning public school teacher currently in school to get his principal's license for the crime of being 6 feet tall and dark-skinned. I don't want to live in fear every day that APD will murder my friends and cousins who attend Morehouse and Spelman for the crime of being black while daring to participate in the same college student behaviors I see my wealthy white Ivy League classmates engage in fearlessly every day. I don't want to live in fear that APD will murder my mother on one of her daily walks for the crime of being black and breathing. I don't want to live in fear for myself every time I step outside, get behind the wheel of my car, or do practically anything. All of you black parents up there who support this project should be ashamed of yourselves, and you know exactly why. I do not want Cop City because I want to be proud of the city I live in. This city does not need to spend money on police. This city needs to spend money addressing poverty, addressing housing and education through community-based solutions with actual input from the impacted communities. You, the city council, not even looking at me, should not be beholden to the CEOs of the Atlanta Police Foundation and the Atlanta Committee for Progress. You should be beholden to the people you represent. The Atlanta way has failed Atlantans. It's time to do better. I want to raise a family in this city one day, but if the government is going to blatantly disregard the will of the people and prioritize spending money on the death and destruction of black and brown communities over investing in anti-poverty measures and creating a better city for every single citizen, I cannot see myself doing so, and I know I am not alone in this sentiment. I want to leave you with one thought. My peers and I, the young people who will inherit the city, will remember this. We have been here today. We will remember each and every one of you who votes against the will of the people, and we will vote you out. We will take away the power you clearly crave so badly. We will remember which of you stood on the right side of history and which of you rejected the long legacies of Martin Luther King, John Lewis, and all the other Atlanta legends who would be ashamed of you. We will remember you betraying your own people. This is a promise. We're not stupid. We know your allegiance is entirely to the regime of CEOs which you exist to serve. We know you won't listen. We know this is pointless. But I promise you, we will remember.
Thank you. Next group of folks, Joseph Aguado, Cameron Westcott, Jennifer Stewart, Olivia Feeney, Juanez Z, Johanna Gordowski, I believe, Jesse Lopez, Kay Sweeney, Kay Skates, and Lila Flores. So, Joseph Aguado, I think, Cameron Westcott, Jennifer Stewart, Olivia Feeney, Juanez Z. Sorry if I mispronounced that. Please correct it. 2 minutes.
No, you had it right. Thank you, Juanes. I wanted to originally come up here to speak on the way that your legacy is at stake, being a part of the decision-making process to approve Cop City funding on June 5th, but people for the last, 5 hours have so eloquently, I couldn't match their eloquence and all the words that they've said already. So I did want to just introduce myself as a former city employee and someone that currently lives in District 10, and express my my apprehension and my appreciation for everyone that's been here and all the effort that people have put towards making sure that Cop City does not happen. And with that, I think I just want to stand up here for the remaining minute in silence. And if everyone can also participate in that, because there's plenty of beloveds that have supported this movement that can't be here. In that minute, I saw 4 of y'all looking at your phones, not at once making eye contact, and I think we could do better to mourn the people who have died and for a response to this movement. So,
Thank you. Jana Grodowski, Jesse Lopez, Kay Sweeney, Kay Skates. You have 2 minutes.
Hello, my name is Kira Skates. I just graduated with my bachelor's in social work from Georgia State University, and I am a resident of Gresham Park. I plan on dedicating my life to community organization and political advocacy. I oppose Cop City because, despite the evidence that has proven police training does not alleviate violence at the hands of police, this project is still proceeding. Despite illegal advances in construction, despite public opposition, despite today's turnout, despite the fact that Gresham Park residents do not have a vote, you still trample over the voices of the people you claim to serve. I will personally dedicate my life to making your political careers null and void if you vote yes to allocate my tax dollars to this act of racism. I love my city. I love my people. Stop Cop City. State-sanctioned violence has no place in my home. Save our forests and save my people. I'm so happy to be able to stand in the footsteps of my ancestors painted outside those chamber walls, and I invite you to fight alongside us for the legacy of freedom from state violence and infringement of civil rights. There is no ethic in this project. I didn't plan anything else to say, but I will say, I don't know, it's kind of disappointing that not a lot of people are paying attention. We're running out. I understand you have to eat, but it's like, come on now. We have the citizens at your doorstep telling you no, using our voices. The turnout today has been impeccable with a 100% rate of no one wanting Cop City. No one wants this. So I encourage you, I implore you to vote no to Cop City. Thank you.
Thank you. Lila Flores, due to yield to time, you'll have up to 8 minutes.
Hello, my name is Layla Flores, and I'm a forest defender. I'm a resident of Fulton County, and I've lived in Atlanta for almost 20 years, about evenly split between DeKalb and Fulton. I grew up as an Army brat, so I've lived all over the United States, but I've chosen Atlanta as my home. I'm currently a tech worker at one of the shiny buildings in Midtown, which is why I was able to find the time to speak to you today. I've never done a public comment before, and going through this process to be able to speak to you has taught me a lot. I arrived at City Hall at noon today and didn't get on the list to speak until 2:15, number 276 out of 288. There were an additional 100 people that were cut off from public comment today, even after all that waiting. We've heard names called out in this chamber that went unanswered, a symbol of the people that couldn't wait any longer. It is now 9:15 p.m., and the public comment process allows for 2 minutes per person. I bring this up because 2 minutes to address City Council after all these hours of waiting in the middle of a workday is not conducive to hearing the voices of working people. 3 people ceded their time to me so that they could go back to their jobs, families, and lives. I hope I will do their voices justice. The struggle against Cop City has moved beyond the forest, beyond Atlanta, and beyond militarized policing. It is about basic human dignity and our right to dictate how we keep each other safe. Our movement has become so strong that we now have national and international attention. Civil rights leaders, human rights organizations, and the media of all kinds have covered this movement. The Cop City project has become radioactive, and the longer you associate with it, the more toxic you will be. As an example of how toxic this project is, on March 24th, the Atlanta City Council honored Angela Davis with an award and declared Angela Davis Day. All while several dozen forest defenders sat in jail, facing domestic terrorism charges. On April 3rd, Angela Davis returned the award and expressed unequivocal solidarity with our movement. To fund this toxic project, the Atlanta Police Foundation secured $60 million from corporate donors. Corporations pledged that money as an investment to protect their profits, which underscores the historical fact that police have always been deployed against the interests of the people. The only reason corporations have that money to begin with is by exploiting the work of everyday people. As workers, we don't get to vote for how the profits of our work are used, and in that way, we are also unheard. In addition to the $60 million from corporations, the Atlanta Police Foundation has also worked behind closed doors to secure $30 million of public funding and get it passed through City Council. I say that they worked behind closed doors because despite the 17 hours of public comment, the vast majority against Cop City, the council still voted to approve the funding. How else do you explain that sequence of events besides a corruption of this body? The Atlanta Police Foundation isn't here to listen to these now 7 or 8 hours of public comment. As Atlanta City Council, you are allowing yourselves to become human shields for a corrupt, opaque nonprofit and are corrupting yourselves in the process. Y'all are becoming the face of this toxic project, while the APF resorts to dirty deals and corruption without any accountability. For several years now, we've been hearing things like, well, I would have voted against it, but my hands are tied. As forest defenders, we have now delayed the project to the point of forcing your hand. The additional funding you have to vote is an expression of our power. Now there is something you can do. Until members of this body publicly commit to voting no on additional funding for Cop City, until you rescind the lease for the Wilani Forest, we will not stop. We didn't stop when you ignored the 17 hours of public comment. We didn't stop when you arrested people on domestic terrorism charges. We didn't stop when trees started to be cut, though there was a lot of despair from our end. We didn't stop when Tortuguita was murdered, though we did take a sacred pause. We will not stop. I hope you recognize that now and work with us to reimagine a new future for the Wilani Forest. We have already been doing that work. We have been using the land in a way that nourishes our bodies, that fulfills us, that enriches our communities. The community itself has already radically reimagined how that land can be used. And so now we invite you to join us in that reimagining. We don't need Cop City. We keep each other safe. This movement is powerful, and Cop City will never be built.
Thank you. We are on number 280. We are to the last page of public comment. Oh, sorry. Oh, that's okay. Are you... Sorry. No, you're Sam Malou? No, yeah, you're next. Hold on just a second. Yeah. We're right to you. You're at 280. So Sam, and then Sarah McClintock, Neil Prasad, Alberto Roman, Shana Robbins, Allison Ross, maybe, and Sebastian Wilson. So Sam, you're up next. You'll have 2 minutes.
Whew, all right, sorry. A little out of breath, I rushed back. All right, so I appreciate, first off, how much time you've all spent listening to all these comments. I know it's been grueling. Hopefully we can cancel this project so we don't have to do this again in June. That'd be great. So anyway, my name's Sam. I live in DeKalb, and I've been in Atlanta for 10 years, but I grew up north of the city. I taught at Georgia State University for 5 years, up until the pandemic hit. I loved going to the Weilani Park before it was bulldozed. Everyone you talk to about this city says two things. One, that it's a city in the forest, and two, that it's the city of MLK. And, now we're kind of trying to cut down part of the forest to export the policing of oppressed people here and abroad. And that's something that I think we need to stand together as a community and fight against. It's kind of crazy, how often it's pointed out when a protester is from out of town to me, just because MLK famously was an out-of-town protester and said that injustice anywhere is a threat to justice everywhere. So I still don't really get why that is something we should worry about, but there's clearly plenty of us from the city who oppose this. If the city plans to export policing tactics across the country and across the world while destroying the planet's lungs, then the people around the world should be just as mad as those of us in Atlanta are. The police brutality we've seen just in response to this movement, like in response to trying to check power, has been so ridiculous that it's enough to convert you to the movement. It's crazy, the kinds of behavior we've seen. So I'm asking you, please stand with the people against this terrible project and so we can stop using unincorporated zones to subvert the people's will. Save the forest, stop Cop City, and stand up for the people. Thank you.
Thank you. Sarah McClintock. Neil Prasad. You'll have 2 minutes.
My name is Neil. I live in unincorporated DeKalb County, and I am a nurse. I've committed my life to caring for others. To those of you on City Council who support Cop City, all I can see is you bringing more pain, sadness, and hate into Atlanta. You know that killing the forest will make the city less resilient to climate change, and you don't care. You know the data shows that more police don't make communities safer, and you don't care. You know a strong majority of constituents in Atlanta and DeKalb County don't want Cop City built, and you don't care. So my question is, what's your motivation? How do you benefit? Best I can figure, you're getting fat campaign contributions and nice things bought for you in exchange for your support. On top of that, you want more cops on the streets because the main job of the cops is to protect the rich like you from the rest of us. But I'm here today to remind you that more money in your bank account and more cops protecting you will never make you a happy, whole person. More cops won't fix whatever your parents did to you. More cops won't repair your failing marriage. More cops won't convince your estranged children to talk to you. More cops won't protect you from ending up in a nursing home, abandoned and forgotten, rotten away from bed sores because the nursing home staff will ignore your cries as you ignore ours. More cops will never heal the relationships in your lives that have made you such broken and miserable people. You have a choice. You could take the money and political will invested in Cop City and instead invest in eliminating poverty, which is the single greatest criminogenic factor known to us. Or you can put more cops in Atlanta and create more sickness, misery, and despair. You could be remembered as city councilors who did the right thing and chose to help heal all of the immeasurable pain here in Atlanta.
Time has expired.
Tortuguita presente.
Thank you. Alberto Roman. Shayna Robbins. Allison Ross, I believe. Sebastian Wilson. You have 2 minutes.
Good evening, my sweet lights. Thank you all for being here. My name is Sebastian Wilson, and a poem came to me this morning that I would like to share with you, that I would like to share with Andre Dickens and Brian Kemp. It is called Bargaining and Recompense. When her skies have all turned black, and her seas have all turned red, when her lands are all but burning, and all her living things have fled, where will you go? Where will you run? Where will you hide when the crooked deed is done? When the people rage from hunger, when you lock them up for crime, when you cage them in your prisons to fuel your working line, where will you go? Where will you run? Where will you hide when your crooked deed is done? When the earth's cycles have been broken and the people's song is sung, when the world has turned against you, Ms. Norwood, please listen. When the world has turned against you and the anarchist bell is rung, where will you hide? Where will you run? Where will you go now that your crooked deed is done? The land, the skies, and its waters belong to no one. We are all children of the earth. We are all stewards of the earth. You cannot claim to own something that was never yours to begin with. Remember that. Thank you.
Thank you. That now concludes everyone who has signed up for public comment today. I want to thank the public for coming. Yes, you can please cheer for yourselves for a round of public comment. With that, I would like to remind my colleagues that the Budget Committee ballots need to go back to the clerk before we start standing committee reports. Councilmember Westmoreland.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'll make a motion to recess for 20 minutes to give folks a chance to get some food and use the restroom before we continue with the rest of the meeting.
There's a motion by Councilmember Westmoreland to recess for 20 minutes. Is there a second? Seconded by Councilmember Faroki. Is there any discussion? Is there any objection to the motion to recess? Madam Clerk, please sound the count on unanimous consent on the motion to recess for 20 minutes.
Unanimous consent, 10 yeas, 0 nays.
10 yeas, 0 nays. We will stand in recess until 9:53 p.m. Thank you.
you're at these meetings, like people are reading off of scripts, like no, but like everybody said their own thing with their own reasons. Like that was insane.
Yeah. That was one of the best speeches. That was very good. So did I hear you say
Yes. So what I've heard is that Dustin Hillis is the one introducing it at the end of this meeting.
Okay.
And it'll likely be dual referred to finance and public safety.
Gotcha.
And then there's saying it would come back for a vote on June.
Okay.
But I'm not, that's.
Yeah.
We'll see what
Yeah.
happens. But we'll get the paper once it gets introduced. Are you sticking around for the rest of the meeting?
I probably won't.
Okay.
But I am going to watch the rest of it for sure. Obviously, I'll be out. But
I know.
am dying. I'm sure you all are. But as long as y'all are here.
Thank you. Thank you. And really, I really appreciate it. Okay. So, yeah, thank you.
I know I do. It's a hard time.
People are Yes. Yes. Will you write more about how?
Oh yeah, I have.
Okay, great. Oh, you do. Since people can hear this, I'll say Stop Cop City. Thank you.
It's 9:55. It's post a 20-minute recess. I'm going to call us back to order. We've concluded the remarks by the public, so we'll move to the next spot on the agenda, which is the report of the journal. Madam Clerk, would you please give the report of the journal?
Good afternoon. I, Vanessa Walden, Municipal Clerk of the City of Atlanta, hereby certify that the action minutes of the May 1st, 2023 regular meeting of the Atlanta City Council are true and correct.
If there are no additions or corrections to the minutes, I would entertain a motion to adopt. Moved by Councilmember Wan, seconded by Councilmember Shook. Is there any discussion on the motion to adopt the minutes? We can do this via unanimous consent. If there's no objection, any objection to the motion to adopt the minutes? Madam Clerk, please sound the count of unanimous consent on the motion to adopt the minutes.
Unanimous consent, 11 yeas, 0 nays.
11 yeas, 0 nays. The motion to adopt carries. Next, we'll move to communications, Madam Deputy Clerk. Oh, Madam Clerk, sorry, I keep doing. I apologize, Madam Clerk.
No problem.
Please forgive me. Communications.
Communications. Number 1, a communication from Council members Dustin Hillis, District 9, Andrea Boone, District 10, Marcy Collier Overstreet, District 11, Antonio Lewis, District 12, and Keisha Shawn Waits, Post 3 at large, appointing Mr. Quincy Jordan to serve as a member of the NREM Board for the City of Atlanta. Staff recommendation is to refer this item to the Public Safety and Legal Administration and Committee on Council.
Let it follow that course.
23C 5063, a communication from Councilmember Liliana Bakhtiari, District 5, appointing Ms. Angela Fusaro to serve as a member of the Atlanta Commission on Women. This appointment is for a term of 2 years. Staff recommendation is to refer to the Committee on Council.
Let it follow that course.
23C 5064, a communication from Mayor Andre Dickens appointing Ms. Sagira Jones to serve as a member of the Metropolitan Atlanta Rapid Transit Authority, MARTA, Board of Directors for the City of Atlanta. This appointment is for a term of 4 years. Staff recommendation is to refer to Transportation Committee and the Committee on Council.
Let it follow that course.
Lastly, 23C 5065, a communication from Chief Procurement Officer Jadeep Manjumbar, submitting the April 1st, 2023 through April 30th, 2023 monthly contracts report to the Atlanta City Council and Clerk of Council pursuant to Section 2-1142 of the Atlanta City Code of Ordinances. Staff recommendation is to accept and file.
Let it follow that course.
That concludes communication.
Thank you. Is there any vetoed legislation for consideration?
No, sir.
Is there any unfinished business?
No, sir.
Thank you. We will now move to the consent agenda, Section 1. It can be found on page 4 of your materials. These are items for second read, so the appropriate motion will be to adopt. Before I entertain a motion, I would ask, are there any items for removal from the consent agenda, Section 1? If none, I would entertain a motion. Councilmember Wan has moved to adopt. Councilmember Westmoreland has seconded. Is there any discussion on the motion to adopt the consent agenda, Section 1? No. Hearing none, we'll move to a vote. Madam Clerk, please open the vote on the motion to adopt the consent agenda, Section 1.
The vote is open. Will all members please vote?
It's recorded. Councilmember Norwood is an aye.
The vote is closed. 14 yeas, 0 nays.
14 yeas, 0 nays. The motion to adopt the consent agenda carries. Before we move to the consent agenda, Section 2, there's just one last reminder on the ballots for the Budget Commission. If you have not returned those to the clerk's desk, please do so before we get to standing committee reports. We'll now move to the consent agenda section 2. It begins on page 23 of your materials. These are items for first reading, so the appropriate motion will be to refer. But first, let me ask, is there anything to be removed from the consent agenda section 2 by colleagues? Hearing none, I'd entertain motion to refer from Councilmember Wan. Is there a second? Seconded by Shook. Any discussion on the motion to refer the consent agenda section 2? Hearing none, we'll move to a vote. Madam Clerk, please open the vote on the motion to refer the consent agenda section 2.
The vote is open. Will everyone please vote? The vote is closed. 11 yeas, 0 nays.
11 yeas, Councilmember Bond as an aye. Councilmember Norwood? Aye. As an aye. Councilmember Waits? Yes. As an aye. Please reflect all three as ayes.
That vote is 14 yeas, 0 nays.
14 yeas, 0 nays. The motion to refer carries. We'll now move to the report of standing committees. We will begin with the Committee on Council, Chair Bakhtiari.
Okay, thank you, Council President. So if everyone could please turn to page 25. We have a number of communications. First is 23-C-5056, a communication from Council members Liliana Bakhtiari, Alex Wan, Matt Westmoreland, reappointing Ms. Roseanne Maltese to serve as a member of the Water and Sewer Appeals Board. This appointment is for a term of 3 years to begin retroactively on March 4th, 2022 and expire March 3rd, 2025. It was voted favorable out of COC, and I move to adopt.
There's a motion to adopt coming out of Committee on Council. It doesn't need a second. 23-C-5056. Is there any discussion on the motion to adopt? Given this is a communication, we can do this via unanimous consent. Is there any objection to the motion to adopt? Hearing none, Madam Clerk, please sound the count on unanimous consent on the motion to adopt.
Unanimous consent is 14 yeas, 0 nays.
14 yeas, 0 nays. The motion to adopt carries.
Thank you. Second item, 23-R-3527, a resolution by Committee on Council appointing Ms. Jahan Sherman as the Atlanta City Council appointee to the Atlanta Beltline Design Review Committee and the Beltline Tax Allocation District Advisory Committee seat for a term of 2 years and for other purposes. This was found favorable out of COC, and I move to adopt.
There's a motion coming out of committee. It doesn't need a second to adopt 23-R-3527. Is there any discussion on the motion to adopt? Hearing none, since it's a resolution, we'll move to a vote. Madam Clerk, please open the vote on the motion to adopt.
The vote is open.
Please reflect Councilmember Norwood as an aye.
Will everyone please vote? The vote is closed. 13 yeas, 0 nays.
Councilmember Shook, would you like your vote recorded? Councilmember Shook's an aye.
Correction, 14 yeas, 0 nays.
14 yeas, 0 nays. The motion to adopt carries.
Okay. So item number 3, 23-R-3606, a resolution by Committee on Council appointing the Atlanta Board of Education's nominee, Ms. Jennifer McDonald, as a City Council appointee to the Board of Directors of the Atlanta Development Authority for a term of 4 years, scheduled to begin on the date of the approval of this resolution for other purposes. And I would like to motion to refer to CDHS, to be clear.
Motion to refer to CDHS made by Councilmember Bakhtiari, seconded by Councilmember Dozier. Is there any discussion on the motion to refer 23-R-3606? Hearing none, we'll move to a vote. Madam Clerk, please open the vote on the motion to refer.
The vote is open. Will everyone please vote? The vote is closed. 12 yeas, 0 nays.
12 yeas, 0 nays. Councilman Norwood? Aye. Please play Councilman Norwood as an aye.
13 yeas, 0 nays.
13 yeas, 0 nays. The motion to refer carries.
Okay, next is our resolution 23-R-3399, a resolution by Committee on Council appointing council members blank and blank to the 2 positions on the Budget Commission to be filled by 2 members of the governing body, nominated and confirmed by the governing body at large for 1-year terms for the purpose of performing the duties and responsibilities of the commission in connection with the FY 2024 budget for the City of Atlanta and for other purposes. So council, the paper was referred with no recommendation. And Madam Clerk, could you inform the council of the nominees who received the most votes?
That tabulation is still in process.
Okay. Would we like to go ahead and move on to them? How would you like me to proceed? Okay, Madam Clerk, go ahead.
The council members receiving the most votes would be Councilmember Liliana Bakhtiari and Councilmember Howard Shook.
Thank you. All right. So, if council members, yeah, can we make a motion to amend so that it is a resolution by Committee on Council appointing council members Howard Shook and Liliana Bakhtiari to the 2 positions on the Budget Commission?
There's a motion by Councilmember Juan and seconded by Councilmember Dozier to amend 23-R-3399 to reflect the names of Bakhtiari and Shook to serve in the 2 positions. Is there any discussion on the motion to amend? We can do this via unanimous consent if there's not an objection. Any objection from Mr. Shook? No. Madam Clerk, please sound the count of unanimous consent on the motion to amend.
Unanimous consent, 14 yeas, 0 nays.
14 yeas, 0 nays. The motion to amend carries.
Okay, and I make a motion to adopt as amended.
There's a motion to adopt 23-R-3399 as amended by Councilmember Bakhtiari, seconded by Councilmember Juan. Is there any discussion on the motion to adopt as amended? Hearing none, we'll move to a vote. Madam Clerk, please open the vote on the motion to adopt 23-R-3399 as amended.
The vote is open. Will everyone please vote? The vote is closed. 14 yeas, 0 nays.
14 yeas, 0 nays. The motion to adopt as amended carries.
Thank you. And I will be taking items number 6 and 7 as a block. Item number 6, 23-R-3607, a resolution by Committee on Council authorizing the mayor to enter into an intergovernmental agreement on behalf of the City of Atlanta with Fulton County to conduct the 2023 Atlanta Board of Education general election and any special elections held in conjunction therewith on November 7, 2023, and if necessary, to conduct an Atlanta Board of Education general runoff election to be held on December 5th, 2023. Or such other authorized date in the portion of the City of Atlanta located in Fulton County to authorize the payment of the estimated prorated expenses associated with such elections in the amount of $3,052,418.20 to Fulton County and $74,702.96 to DeKalb County in accordance with the City of Atlanta's election IGA with DeKalb County authorized pursuant to 09-01394, all funds to be charged and paid from account numbers listed herein to appoint the Fulton and DeKalb Counties Boards of Registration and Elections, with the Director of the Fulton and DeKalb Counties Department of Registration and Elections acting as its agent, as municipal election superintendent for the purpose of conducting said elections as absentee ballot clerk and as municipal registrar and for other purposes. Item 7, 23-R-3608, a resolution by Committee on Council authorizing the mayor on behalf of the City of Atlanta to execute an intergovernmental agreement with the Atlanta Public School System, pursuant to which the City of Atlanta shall administer the 2023 Atlanta Board of Education general election for APS board seats 1, 3, 5, 7, and 9 on November 7, 2023, and if necessary, to conduct an Atlanta Board of Education general runoff election to be held on December 5, 2023, or such other authorized date, and in consideration thereof, APS shall reimburse the City of Atlanta for the cost incurred by the City of Atlanta to administer such an election in an estimated amount of $3,221,107.22. All funds to be deposited in the fund department organization and account number listed herein and for other purposes. Okay. So these items were voted favorable out of COC. However, the departments would like to refer them back to committee, so I make a motion to refer to COC.
There's a motion to refer 23-R-3607 and 23-R-3608 by Councilmember Bakhtiari, seconded by Councilmember Wan. Is there any discussion on the motion to refer? We can do this via unanimous consent without objection. Any objection to the motion to refer? Madam Clerk, please sound the count on unanimous consent on the motion to refer.
Unanimous consent would be 14 yeas, 0 nays.
14 yeas, 0 nays. The motion to refer these two items carries.
Thank you, Mr. President. That concludes my report.
Thank you, Chair Bakhtiari. Next up will be the Zoning Committee. Chair Overstreet.
All right. President Shipman, we are ready for the Zoning Committee report. Everyone, please turn your agendas to page 27 and we can get started. I would like to, items 1 through 5 are first reads, and I would like to take these as a block, please.
Without objection, please proceed.
Thank you. Legislative number 23-0-1241. Case number Z-23-19, location 526 McWilliams Street Southeast. The ordinance is to rezone from R4 single-family residential to R4B single-family residential. Number 2, 23-0-1242, case number Z-23-20, location 879 White Street Southwest. The ordinance is to rezone from R4A HC20GBL single-family residential West End Historic District Beltline Overlay to R5 HC20GBL 2 Family Residential West End Historic District Beltline Overlay. And number 3, 23-0-1243. Case number Z-23-21, location 1343 Joseph E. Boone Boulevard Northwest. The ordinance is to rezone from I-1BL Light Industrial Beltline Overlay to MRC2BL Mixed Residential Commercial Beltline Overlay. Number 4, 23-0-1244, case number U-23-08, location 2304 First Avenue Southeast. The ordinance is for a special use permit for a community center. And number 5, 23-0-1245, case number U-23-09, location 3760 Princeton Lakes Parkway Southwest. The ordinance is for a special use permit for a cell tower. I move to refer items 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5 to ZRB and Zoning Committee.
There's a motion by Councilmember Overstreet to refer items 1 through 5 to both ZRB and the Zoning Committee. Is there a second? Seconded by Councilmember Hillis. Is there any discussion on the motion to refer these 5 items? Hearing none, we'll move to a vote. Madam Clerk, please open the vote on the motion to refer these 5 items.
The vote is open. Will everyone please vote? The vote is closed. 13 yeas, 0 nays.
13 yeas, 0 nays. The motion to refer carries.
Okay, in that case, zoning committee is all done.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Next up will be Public Safety and Legal Administration Committee. Chair Hillis.
No report, Mr. President.
Thank you. Next will be City Utilities Committee. Chair Winston.
Thank you, Mr. President. I have one item which is on page 35. This is 23-0-1214. An ordinance by City Utilities Committee authorizing the mayor to enter into an intergovernmental agreement with the Metropolitan Atlanta Rapid Transit Authority, MARTA, on behalf of the Department of Watershed Management for the purpose of reimbursing the department for adjusting water infrastructure that is in conflict with MARTA's Summerhill Bus Rapid Transit Project in Fulton County, Georgia, in the amount of $830,364.00, authorizing the Chief Financial Officer to amend the FY 2023 Water and Wastewater Extensions Fund budget to anticipate and appropriate said funds. All funds will be deposited to the fund department organization and accounts numbers listed herein and for other purposes. Colleagues, this item came out of City Utilities Committee favorable with 5 yeas and 1 abstention. The motion is to adopt.
There's a motion to adopt 23-0-1214 coming out of committee. It doesn't need a second. Is there any discussion on the motion to adopt this item? Hearing none, we'll move to a vote. Madam Clerk, please open the vote on the motion to adopt.
The vote is open. Will everyone please vote? The vote is closed. 14 yeas, 0 nays.
14 yeas, 0 nays. The motion to adopt carries.
Thank you, Mr. President. That concludes my report.
Thank you. Next, we'll move to Community Development and Human Services Committee. Chair Dozier.
Thank you, Mr. President. My first item is 23-R-3550, a resolution by Council members Liliana Bakhtiari as amended by the Community Development and Human Services Committee authorizing the City of Atlanta to donate a total amount not to exceed $75,000.00 to Hope Atlanta to support efforts to avoid displacement, homelessness, and hunger, and for other purposes. And colleagues, this was favorable as amended out of committee. It was amended to make a modification to the list of sponsors, and so I would like to move to adopt.
There's a motion to adopt 23-R-3550 coming out of committee. It doesn't need a second. Is there any discussion on the motion to adopt this item as amended? Hearing none, we'll move to vote. Madam Chair, please open the vote on the motion to adopt this item.
The vote is open. The vote is open. Will everyone please vote?
Mr. President, is this motion to amend or for adoption?
This is adoption as amended.
It was already amended in committee.
Will everyone please vote? The vote is closed. 13 yeas, 0 nays, 1 abstention.
Mr. Westmoreland, could you explain your abstention?
Yes, I can. I am a member of this organization's board of directors.
Thank you. 13 yeas, 0 nays, 1 abstention. The motion to adopt carries.
Thank you, Mr. President. Our next item is Resolution 23-R-3551, 3555. This was a resolution by Councilmember Jason Winston authorizing the City of Atlanta to donate American Rescue Plan Act funds to National Association of Minority Contractors as a subrecipient to facilitate the on-site delivery of energy efficiency audits and interventions component of the Weatherized ATL program, pursuant to Section 6-306 of the City of Atlanta's Charter, in a total amount not to exceed $1,800,500.00, authorizing the mayor or his designee to enter into a donation agreement with NAMC, which shall detail the actions of NAMC to achieve on-site delivery of energy efficiency audits and interventions components of the Weatherized Atlanta program, to authorize the chief financial officer to make all payments from the accounts listed herein, and for other purposes. And colleagues, this particular item was favorable on condition out of both City Utilities and Community Development Human Services Committees. That condition was essentially to provide the account streams in which that funding would come from. You have before you a substitute which includes that information, and so that condition has been met. And so I would like to move to adopt on substitute. Oh, I'm sorry. Thank you. I would like to move the substitute forward. Motion to move
There's a motion to bring forth the substitute by Councilmember Dozier, seconded by Councilmember Shook. Is there any discussion on the motion to bring forth the substitute? Hearing none, we'll move to a vote. Madam Clerk, please open the vote on the motion to bring forth the substitute.
The vote is open. The vote is closed. 14 yeas, 0 nays.
14 yeas, 0 nays. The motion to bring forth the substitute carries.
Thank you, colleagues. I would like to move to adopt on substitute.
There's a motion to adopt 23-R-3555 on substitute. Is there a second? Seconded by Councilmember Shook. Is there any discussion on the motion to adopt as substituted? Hearing none, we'll move to a vote. Madam Clerk, please open the vote on the motion to adopt.
The vote is open. The vote is closed. 14 yeas, 0 nays.
14 yeas, 0 nays. The motion to adopt on substitute carries.
All right. Our next item is Resolution 23-R-3556, a resolution by Councilmember Jason Winston authorizing the City of Atlanta to donate American Rescue Plan Act funds to social and environmental entrepreneurs, also known as C, as fiscal sponsor of Sustainable Georgia Futures as subrecipients to facilitate the outreach, intake, education, and customer service components of the Weatherized ATO program pursuant to Section 6-306 of the City of Atlanta's Charter, in a total amount not to exceed $254,000.00, authorizing the mayor or his designee to enter into a donation agreement with C and SGF, which shall detail the actions of SGF to achieve the outreach, intake, education, and customer service components of the Weatherized Atlanta program, to authorize the chief financial officer to make all payments from the accounts listed herein, and for other purposes. Colleagues, second verse, same as the first. This was favorable out of committee on condition. That condition has been met, which is before you as a substitute, which adds account strings. And so I move to bring forth the substitute.
There's a motion to bring forth the substitute on 23-R-3556 by Mr. Dozier, seconded by Mr. Shook. Is there any discussion on the motion to bring forth the substitute? Hearing none, we'll open the vote. Madam Clerk, on the motion to bring forth the substitute.
The vote is open. The vote is closed. 14 yeas, 0 nays.
14 yeas, 0 nays. The motion to bring forth the substitute carries.
Mr. President, I move to adopt on substitute.
The motion by Councilmember Dozier to adopt 23-R-3556 as substituted. Is there a second? Seconded by Councilmember Wan. Is there any discussion on the motion to adopt as substituted? Hearing none, we'll move to a vote. Madam Clerk, please open the vote on the motion to adopt.
The vote is open. The vote is closed. 14 yeas, 0 nays.
14 yeas, 0 nays. The motion to adopt as substituted carries.
All right, colleagues, our final item is Resolution 23-R-3557, a resolution by Councilmember Jason Winston authorizing the City of Atlanta to donate American Rescue Plan Act funds to Greenlink Analytics Incorporated as a subrecipient to facilitate the data processing, analysis, and reporting components of the Weatherized ATL program pursuant to Section 6-306 of the City of Atlanta's charter in a total amount not to exceed $225,000.00, authorizing the mayor or his designee to enter into a donation agreement with Greenlink, which shall detail the actions of Greenlink to achieve the on-site delivery of energy efficiency audits and interventions component of the Weatherized Atlanta program, to authorize the Chief Financial Officer to make all payments from the accounts listed herein and for other purposes. Colleagues, same bad time, same bad channel. This was favorable on condition out of both City Utilities and CDHS committees, with the condition being adding the account strings, which is before you as a substitute, and so I move to bring forth the substitute.
There's a motion by Councilmember Dozier to bring forth the substitute on 23-R-3557, seconded by Councilmember Bakhtiari. Is there any discussion on the motion to bring forth the substitute? Hearing none, we'll move to a vote. Madam Clerk, please open the vote on the motion to bring forth the substitute.
The vote is open. Will everyone please vote? The vote is closed. 13 yeas, 0 nays.
13, Mr. Hillis. Please reflect Councilmember Hillis's vote as an aye.
The corrected vote is 14 yeas, 0 nays.
14 yeas, 0 nays. The motion to bring forth the substitute carries.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move to adopt on substitute.
There's a motion to adopt 23-R-3557 as substituted by Councilmember Dozier. Is there a second? Seconded by Councilmember Westmoreland. Is there any discussion on the motion to adopt as substituted? Madam Clerk, please open the vote on the motion to adopt 23-R-3557 as substituted.
The vote is open. Will everyone please vote? The vote is closed. 14 yeas, 0 nays.
14 yeas, 0 nays. The motion to adopt as substitute carries.
Thank you, Mr. President. That concludes the report of the Community Development and Human Services Committee.
Thank you. Next, we'll move to Transportation Committee. Chair Faroki.
No report today. Thank you.
Thank you. Finally, on standing committee reports, we'll move to Finance Exec Committee. Chair Wan.
Thank you, Council President. Colleagues, we're on page 46. I just have one ordinance for second read. It's 23-01212, an ordinance by Council members Liliana Bakhtiari, Amir Faroki, Byron D. Amos, Andrea L. Boone, Matt Westmoreland, and Antonio Lewis, as substituted by Finance Executive Committee to amend Chapter 2, Article 10, Division 4, Sections 2-1190 and 2-1190.1 of the Procurement and Real Estate Code of the City of Atlanta Code of Ordinances to increase the dollar limitations for small purchases from $20,000.00 to $100,000.00 for purchases which may be paid out of the petty cash fund allocated to the department under a duly enacted appropriation from $50.00 to $500.00, and for micro purchases from $5,000.00 to $25,000.00, and for other purposes. A motion from the committee is to adopt.
There's a motion coming out of committee. It doesn't need a second. 23-0-1212. Is there any discussion on the motion to adopt this item? Hearing none, we'll move to a vote. Madam Clerk, please open the vote on the motion to adopt.
The vote is open. The vote is closed. 12 yeas, 2 nays.
12 yeas, 2 nays. The motion to adopt carries.
Thank you, Mr. President. And colleagues, no more legislative items, but I did want to remind everybody that we are now entering our second week of the FY 2024 budget hearings. We will be back in this room in less than 12 hours to start with the City Auditor's Office at 10 a.m., followed by Ethics at 10:30, and the Inspector General at 11. We'll break for lunch, and then Invest Atlanta at 1 p.m., Atlanta Information Management at 2, and the Department of Customer Service at 3. As always, the full briefing schedule is on the City Council website and the city's main page under the Finance Department, as well as a draft of the FY 2024 budget. Did also want to let everybody know that Atlanta Police Department's presentation that was rescheduled from last week will now be Thursday morning at 9:30. Mr. President, that concludes my report.
Thank you. That concludes all the reports of the standing committees. We'll now move to personal papers for immediate consideration. We have one today, Councilmember Bond.
Thank you, Mr. President. I have ELMS number 32694. I have a resolution signed by all members present expressing support for Coach Raymond Tweet Williams to be a candidate for admission to the Georgia Sports Hall of Fame and for other purposes. Whereas Raymond Tweet Williams was born in 1926 in Atlanta, Georgia, whereas Raymond Tweet Williams attended Booker T. Washington High School and Clark College, now Clark Atlanta University, where he was a star athlete and captain of the football, basketball, and track teams. Whereas after his collegiate career, Mr. Williams served as the head football coach, athletic director, and teacher at several Atlanta area high schools and Clark Atlanta University. Whereas Coach Williams has accumulated several honors and recognition for his achievement in athletics, including Atlanta High School Coach of the Year, membership to the Clark Atlanta University Sports Hall of Fame, the SIAC Sports Hall of Fame, Mideastern Atlanta Conference Sports Hall of Fame, and the Georgia House of Representatives for his extensive work in and around the state of Georgia. Whereas in 2014, the Atlanta City Council recognized Coach Williams as one of the Black Atlanta trailblazers in the Atlanta public school system, whose ideas, leadership, and ingenuity have propelled the system-wide athletic program to a peak point of excellence. Whereas the Atlanta City Council would like to express support for Coach Williams for induction into the Georgia Sports Hall of Fame, and whereas the Hall of Fame was created in 1956, the Georgia Prep Sports Hall of Fame, and in 1963 was expanded to encompass prep, college, amateur, and professional sports, and in 1978, the Georgia Sports Hall of Fame was officially created by the Georgia State Legislature. Whereas the Georgia Sports Hall of Fame Authority is committed to honoring the broad diversity of Georgia sports heritage, whereas individuals who are nominated for selection to the Georgia Sports Hall of Fame must have a long and significant association and reside in the state of Georgia or otherwise made an outstanding contribution to his or her sport as to reflect great credit and recognition upon the state of Georgia. Whereas the Georgia Hall of Fame induction ceremony takes place in February of every year, now therefore be it resolved that the City Council of the City of Atlanta that Coach Raymond Tweet Williams should be inducted into the Georgia Sports Hall of Fame. Be it further resolved that nominations must be submitted by July 1, 2023 to the Georgia Sports Hall of Fame, and be it finally resolved that all resolutions or parts of resolutions in conflict herewith are hereby waived to the extent of the conflict. Mr. President, I'd like to move approval.
There's a motion by Councilmember Bond, seconded by Councilmember Amos, to move adoption of ELMS 32694. Is there any discussion on the motion to adopt this item? Hearing none, we'll move to a vote. Madam Clerk, please open the vote on the motion to adopt.
The vote is open. The vote is closed. 14 yeas, 0 nays.
14 yeas, 0 nays, the motion carries.
I'd like to make a motion to move this to the mayor's office post haste.
There's a motion by Councilmember Bond, seconded by Councilmember Amos to move this item post haste. Is there any discussion on the motion to move post haste? Hearing none, we can do this via unanimous consent without objection. Any objection? Madam Clerk, please sound the count on unanimous consent.
Unanimous consent is 14 yeas, 0 nays.
14 yeas, 0 nays. The motion to send post haste carries.
Thank you, colleagues.
Thank you, Councilor Bond. We'll now move to papers for referral. It is still Councilmember Hillis's birthday. So as tradition, I'll ask Councilmember Hillis to be first.
Thank you, President Shipman. Happy birthday to you as well. First paper is Elms ID 32647, an ordinance by Councilmember Dustin Hillis to adopt the Northwest Atlanta Industrial Area Freight Cluster Plan, to amend the City of Atlanta 2021 Comprehensive Development Plan to incorporate by reference the Northwest Atlanta Freight Plan and for other purposes.
Elms ID 32647 will be referred to CDHS.
Elms ID 32663, an ordinance by Councilmember Dustin Hillis authorizing the Chief Financial Officer to amend the FY 2023 Series 2021 Water and Wastewater Commercial Paper Notes budget in the amount of $10 million and 0 cents to transfer funds from the Series 2021 Water and Wastewater Commercial Paper Notes for appropriations and add funds to the Whittier Mill Sewer Improvement Project and for other purposes.
Elms ID 32663 will be referred to the City Utilities Committee.
Elms ID 32700, an ordinance by Councilmember Dustin Hillis to amend Chapter 98, Article 2, Division 2, Sections 98-70 and 98-71, and Chapter 114, Article 4, Division 7, Subdivision 2, Sections 114-236 and 114-237 of the City of Atlanta Code of Ordinances to provide that the prior service of former members of the Atlanta Police Department and former law enforcement officers of the United States or any of the several states who join the Atlanta Police Department may count towards their eligibility to compete for the rank of police sergeant, to request that the Chief of Police in his discretion consider making adjustments to the qualifications for eligibility for appointment to the discretionary ranks of senior police officer and investigator in a manner similar to the amendments to the city code applicable to the eligibility to compete for the rank of sergeant contained herein and for other purposes.
Elms ID 32700 will be referred to the Public Safety Committee.
Elms 32702, a resolution by Councilmember Dustin Hillis requesting that the Chief of Police utilize his authority and discretion to formulate and implement rules and regulations for the operations of the Department of Police, to promulgate a written departmental standard operating procedure which would establish a pay adjustment for sworn members of the department during the time the member is serving in a capacity of increased qualification and responsibility as a field training officer and for other purposes.
Elms ID 32702 will be jointly referred to Public Safety and FEC.
Elms 32703, a resolution by Councilmember Dustin Hillis requesting that the Commissioner of Human Resources provide for the application of a shift differential special pay rule for members of the Atlanta Police Department working evening watch or morning watch at a rate of an additional $1.00 per hour for evening watch and $1.50 per hour for morning watch and for other purposes.
Elms ID 32703 will be jointly referred to Public Safety and Finance Exec.
Elms ID 32709, an ordinance by Council members Dustin Hillis, Byron Amos, Marcy Collier Overstreet, Howard Shook, Matt Westmoreland, and Mary Norwood, authorizing the Chief Financial Officer to amend the fiscal year 2023 general fund budget to transfer an allocated amount not to exceed $30 million and 0 cents in funds from the uncommitted general fund balance to support the continued construction of and improvements to the Atlanta Public Safety Training Center, authorizing the mayor, his designee, and/or the chief financial officer to use public safety impact fees in an amount not to exceed $1 million and 0 cents for the purpose of funding the installation of a gymnasium facility to be located on the site of the project, and waiving section 2-1546 of Article 10 of the City of Atlanta Code of Ordinances to authorize the mayor or his designee to enter into a leaseback agreement or other applicable agreement with the Atlanta Police Foundation and for other purposes.
Elms ID 32709 will be referred to the Finance Exec Committee.
And last item, Elms ID 32701, an ordinance by council members Dustin Hillis, Matt Westmoreland, Jason Winston, Jason Dozier, Liliana Bakhtiari, Alex Juan Byron Amos, Marcy Collier Overstreet, Amir Faroki, Michael Julian Bond, Keisha Sean Waits, and Antonio Lewis. An ordinance to amend the charter of the City of Atlanta, Georgia, 1996 Georgia laws P 4469 et sec, adopted under and by virtue of the authority of the Municipal Home Rule Act of 1965, OCGA Section 36-35-1 et sec, as amended by amending Part 1, Subpart A, Article 6, Section 6-101, and to amend Part 2, Chapter 146, Article 2, Division 1, Section 146-26 of the Atlanta City Code of Ordinances to increase the amount of the park assessment from 1/2 mil to 1 mil in order to provide for additional revenue to be utilized exclusively to support city parks and to revise the restrictions on how such funds may be utilized to provide for increased flexibility and for other purposes.
Elms ID 32701 will be jointly referred to CDHS and Finance Exec.
Thank you, Mr. President. That completes my items.
Thank you, Councilmember Hillis. Councilmember Norwood. Oh, I don't think it's on.
Okay, this is Elms 32685, a resolution by Councilmember Mary Norwood requesting that the Commissioner of the Department of Parks and Recreation and the Commissioner of the Department of Procurement examine the feasibility of dedicating certain property owned by the City of Atlanta at 473 Woodward Way, Northwest, for public use as a park, which could be named Betty Young Park, and for other purposes.
Elms ID 32685 will be referred to the CDHS Committee. Thank you. Councilmember Boone.
Thank you, Mr. President. Elms number 32704, a resolution by Councilmember Andrea Boone, a resolution to dedicate $600,000 from the Affordable Housing Trust Fund for the creation, funding, staffing, and services for a housing help center to assist City of Atlanta residents seeking affordable housing and for other purposes.
Elms ID 32704 will be referred to Finance Exec.
Elms number 32613, a resolution by Councilmember Andrea Boone to amend 22R-3705 adopted by City Council on June 21st, 2022, and approved per City Charter, Section 2403, on June 29, 2022, to update the funding accounts to reflect the correct account from which the awarded project will be charged from for the Housing Opportunities for Persons with AIDS Project, HOPWA, Capital Project Agreement with Jerusalem Housing, Inc., awarded an amount not to exceed $3,712,000, $475.00, and for other purposes.
Elms ID 32613 will be referred to the CDHS Committee.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you. Councilmember Overstreet.
Okay, I have just two. Elms ID number 32683, a resolution by Councilmember Marcy Collier Overstreet requesting the mayor or his designee install traffic calming devices from Continental Colony Parkway Southwest to Hogan Road Southwest and the Fountain Blue Southwest, and for other purposes.
Elms ID 32683 will be referred to the Transportation Committee.
Thank you. Elms ID number 32708, an ordinance by Councilmember Marcy Collier Overstreet and Andrea Boone, authorizing the Chief Financial Officer to work with Atlanta Development Authority, DBA Invest Atlanta, to allocate $1 million and 0 cents from an applicable City of Atlanta and/or Invest Atlanta from any applicable funding sources available for economic development in the City of Atlanta in order to sufficiently fund the Economic Opportunity Fund, food access, EOF food access grants to incentivize job creation, encourage investment, and provide tools to spur development in areas lacking access to quality groceries and fresh food within the city. Pursuant to that intergovernmental agreement for economic development services between the City of Atlanta and Invest Atlanta, to provide for a written report to the City Council after the expenditure of the $1 million and 0 cents to waive conflicting ordinances for this instance only and for other purposes.
Homes ID 32708 will be referred to the Finance Exec Committee. Thank you. Councilmember Bond.
Thank you, Mr. President. I have Elms number 32611, a resolution by Councilmember Michael Julian Bond authorizing the mayor or his designee to execute a special procurement agreement, SPREFDEAM 2304-1230313, Public Safety Annex Roof Repairs with Parsons Roofing Company, LLC, to provide roof repairs at the Public Safety Annex on behalf of the Department of Enterprise Asset Management in an amount not to exceed $300,071.78. All work to be paid and charged to the department, organizational, and fund account listed therein, and for other purposes.
Homes ID 32611 will be referred to the Finance Exec Committee.
Elms number 32695, an ordinance by Councilmember Michael Julian Bond, an ordinance to waive Chapter 2, Article 9, Division 1, Section 21910, a grant application to ratify the City of Atlanta's submission of an application on behalf of the City of Atlanta to accept emergency food and shelter program grant funding from the Department of Homeland Security in the amount not to exceed $6,891,673.33 to enter into the necessary grant agreements to amend the fiscal 2023 intergovernmental grant fund budget by adding to anticipations and appropriations up to $6,891.33 and for other purposes.
Homes ID 32695 will be jointly referred to the CDHS and FEC committees.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you. Councilmember Waits. No worries.
Elms ID number 32684, a resolution by Councilmember Keisha Waits to request that all landlords of rental units in the City of Atlanta provide written disclosure to residents and potential renters regarding the presence or absence of an active sprinkler system, to provide an annual report to the Public Safety and Legal Administration Committee listing the rental units that the fire department knows to be non-compliant with the sprinkler system requirements and for other purposes.
Homes ID 32684 will be referred to the CDHS committee. Councilmember Winston.
Thank Thank you, Mr. President. First item is Elms ID 326112, an ordinance by Councilmember Jason H. Winston, amending 23-0-1006 to correct the effective dates of the housing assistance payments contracts with 949-953 Washington Street Apartments LLC and 8 Benira LLC, and to amend the contractual agreement with 949-953 Washington Street Apartments LLC to reflect a term retroactively commencing January 1st, 2023 and ending May 31st, 2023, to amend the contractual agreement with 8 Benira LLC to reflect a term retroactively commencing January 1st, 2023 and ending August 31st, 2023, both for the purpose of aligning the dates in the contractual agreements with the HUD award and allocation dates of U.S. Department of Housing and Urban Development, Section 8, Moderate Rehabilitation Program funding, and for other purposes.
Elms ID 32612 will be referred to the CDHS Committee.
Elms ID 32706, an ordinance by Councilmember Jason H. Winston, an ordinance authorizing the City of Atlanta to donate funds to the Urban League of Greater Atlanta pursuant to Section 6-306 of the City of Atlanta's Charter in an amount not to exceed $500,000.00 in order to administer grants to youth-serving nonprofit organizations to increase capacities to serve students disproportionately impacted by the COVID-19 pandemic and for other purposes.
Elms ID 32706, correct? We refer to Finance Exec.
Elms ID 32673, an ordinance by Councilmember Jason H. Winston, an ordinance waiving Article 10, Division 4 of the Procurement and Real Estate Code of the City of Atlanta Code of Ordinances to authorize the mayor or his designee on behalf of the City of Atlanta to enter into a promotional agreement with the Metropolitan Atlanta Chamber of Commerce, Inc. for the provision of promotional and marketing activities for a term of 1 year in an amount not to exceed $250,000.00. All contracted services shall be charged to and paid from the accounts listed herein and for other purposes.
Elms ID 32673 will be referred to Finance Exec.
And lastly, Elms 32648, an ordinance by Councilmember Jason Winston to adopt the Thomasville Heights Neighborhood Plan to amend the 2021 Comprehensive Development Plan by incorporating by reference said plan and for other purposes.
Elms ID 32648 will be referred to the CDHS Committee.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Faroki.
Elms ID 32662, an ordinance by Councilmember Amir Faroki and Jason Dozier, authorizing the Chief Financial Officer or his designee to amend the fiscal year 2023 Department of City Planning General Fund budget and the Capital Finance Fund budget by transferring funds in an amount not to exceed $150,000.00 by anticipating and appropriating funds to and from the accounts listed herein for the purpose of preserving the City of Atlanta's matching funds for the Peachtree Streetscape Grant Award and for other purposes.
Elms ID 32662 will be referred to the CDHS Committee.
Elms ID 32686, a resolution by Councilmember Amir Faroki authorizing the mayor or his designee to execute an agreement for IFB-C DOT 2208-1230053-2021 Elmig Street Resurfacing Project, Group 1 North with Stewart Brothers, Inc. on behalf of the Atlanta Department of Transportation for a term of 1 year with 1 year renewal option in an amount not to exceed $5,208,850.50. All contractor work will be charged to and paid from the Fund Department organization and account number listed herein and for other purposes.
Elms ID 32686 will be referred to the Transportation Committee.
Elms ID 32689, a resolution by Councilmember Amir Faroki authorizing the mayor or his designee to execute an agreement for contract number IFB-C DOT 202208-1230054-2021 Elmig Street Resurfacing Project Group 2 South with Magnum Paving Company, Inc. on behalf of the Atlanta Department of Transportation for a term of 1 year with one year renewal option in an amount not to exceed $4,803,641.80. All contractor work will be charged to and paid from the Fund Department organization and account number listed herein and for other purposes.
Elms ID 32689 will be referred to the Transportation Committee.
And finally, Elms number 32681, ordinance by Councilmember Amir Faroki, authorizing the mayor or his designee to exercise the third renewal option for the MOU with the Atlanta Fulton County Pre-Arrest Diversion Initiative, doing business as the Policing Alternatives and Diversion Initiative, PAD Inc., with the term commencing July 1, 2023 and ending June 30th, 2024, by utilizing remaining fiscal year 2023 funds received by the city from the U.S. Department of Treasury under the American Rescue Plan Act and for other purposes.
Elms ID 32681 will be referred to the Public Safety Committee. Thank you. Councilmember Amos.
Mr. President, AMS number 32690, a resolution by Councilmember Byron D. Amos, a resolution authorizing the reemployment of the City of Atlanta Fire and Rescue Department retiree Michael Winfrey as Deputy Chief for an annual salary not to exceed $138,369.88 pursuant to Section 3-505B of the Charter of the City of Atlanta and for other purposes.
Elms ID 32690 will be referred to the Public Safety Committee.
AMS number ID 32692, a resolution by Councilmember Byron D. Amos, a resolution authorizing the reemployment of the City of Atlanta Fire Rescue Department retiree Alan Burston as a Deputy Chief for the annual salary not to exceed $138,369.88 pursuant to Section 3-505B of the Charter of the City of Atlanta and for other purposes.
Elms ID 32692 will be referred to the Public Safety Committee.
AMS ID 32707, an ordinance by Councilmember Byron D. Amos, an ordinance to allocate $800,000 from the Affordable Housing Trust Fund to the Safe and Secure Housing Program to increase capacity for the Office of the Solicitor to enforce the 1987 Housing Code and other laws to improve housing conditions for residents living in nuisance and substandard multifamily properties, to transfer funding through the Housing Trust Fund to the Solicitor's Office to effectuate this action and for other purposes.
Elms ID 32707 will be jointly referred to the Public Safety and Finance Exec Committees.
AMS ID 32696, a resolution by Councilmember Byron D. Amos requesting the mayor or his designee to make the intersection of Dixie Hill Circle Northwest and Detroit Avenue Northwest an all-way stop control intersection, to request the Atlanta Department of Transportation to install stop signs at the intersection and for other purposes.
Elms ID 32696 will be referred to the Transportation Committee.
AMS ID 32698, a resolution by Councilmember Byron D. Amos urging the mayor or his designee to conduct a feasibility study to establish programming focused on equestrian education in Anderson Park and for other purposes.
Sorry, which one was that? Elms ID 32698 will be referred to the CDHS Committee.
More here. ID 32697, an ordinance by Councilmember Byron D. Amos to amend Chapter 10, Article 2, Section 10-34A of the City of Atlanta Code of Ordinances so as to provide an exemption from the distance requirement listed in Section 10-88 of the City of Atlanta Code of Ordinances for one convention center selling alcoholic beverages for consumption on the premises located at 230 17th Street Northwest, Atlanta, Georgia, and for other purposes.
Elms ID 32697 will be referred to the Public Safety Committee.
Last one, sir. AMS number 32699, a resolution by Councilmember Byron D. Amos urging the mayor or his designee to conduct a feasibility study to establish a unit of parking enforcement officers to serve as a dedicated enforcement for parking on city streets to ensure the safety of the City of Atlanta and for other purposes.
Elms ID 32699 will be referred to the CDHS Committee.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Wan.
unanimous. All right, Elms ID 32664, an ordinance by Councilmember Alex Wan to accept the Peachtree Creek Greenway Trail Phase 2 Extension Grant for preliminary engineering to anticipate and appropriate grant funds by amending the FY23 Intergovernmental Grant Fund and FY23 General Fund for a total project amount not to exceed $500,000.00 and for other purposes.
Elms ID 32664 will be referred to the CDHS committee.
Elms ID 32705, a resolution by Councilmember Alex Wan authorizing the Chief Financial Officer to refund customers for overpayments to water and sewer accounts in an amount of blank, all funds to be charged to and paid from fund department organization and account numbers listed and for other purposes.
Elms ID 32705 will be referred to the Finance Exec Committee.
32710, an ordinance by Councilmember Alex Wan to amend the Charter of the City of Atlanta, Georgia, 1996, Georgia laws, page 4469. It's SEEK adopted under and by virtue of the authority of the Municipal Home Rule Act of 1965, OCGA Section 3635.1 at SEEK as amended by amending Part 1, Charter and related laws, Subpart 8, Charter, Article 2, Legislative, Chapter 3, Organization, Rules, Officers, and Employees, Section 2-308, Staff of Council and President of the Council, to standardize and define classifications for City Council employees and to update annual appropriations for salaries and benefits, to amend Chapter 2, Article 2, Division 4, Section 2-152 to reflect the actions of this charter amendment and for other purposes.
Elms ID 32710 will be jointly referred to FEC and Committee on Council.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you. I believe we have one more paper, Councilmember Faroki. Are there any others while he comes forward? I think that's it. Councilmember Faroki.
All right, Elms ID 32711, a resolution by council members Faroki, Norwood, Dozier, Westmoreland, Bond, Overstreet, Bakhtiari, Shook and Wan, authorizing the mayor or his designee to execute the Second Amendment to Agreement RFP-S-1220162, External Financial Audit Services with Malden and Jenkins LLC, to add the Department of Finance as an authorized user, to add services and funding for an audit and evaluation of the MARTA Atlanta program in an amount not to exceed X. All contractor work will be charged to and paid from the Fund Department Organization account number listed herein and for other purposes.
Elms ID 32711 will be referred to the Finance Exec Committee. Sorry, with that, we will move to general remarks. Any general remarks from the body? Councilmember Bakhtiari.
Very quickly, very quickly, the repaving of DeKalb Avenue starts tonight and will occur over the next month. My district here, sir, thank you. And I also just want to say for the record here, I have a list of 49 other people that wanted to sign up for public comment. I just want to make everyone aware. But most importantly, DeKalb Avenue repaving started tonight. It will occur over the next month during the day and nighttime pavings. Hallelujah. Done.
Thank you. Councilmember Dozier.
Thank you. I'll be quick. While we love the cab app, I just want to remind folks that Cascade is also up for repaving tomorrow at Hillside International Truth Center, 2450 Cascade Road, Atlanta, Georgia, District 11. The next Cascade Road Complete Street Phase 1 discussion with the Atlanta Department of Transportation will be happening. I also want to remind our District 4 constituents. I know I have at least one District 4 resident in the room, but for those of y'all at home, our next District 4 Town Hall will be on June 8th at 6:30 p.m. Just a reminder, it is hybrid. We're still finalizing the location, but you can still register today, and we'd love to see you. That's all I have.
Thank you. Councilmember Amos.
Yes, sir. Very quickly, just like to say congratulations to Ms. Corinne Lindo on her 6 years of service to the City of Atlanta, and Ms. Latoya Joseph on her 5 years of service to the City of Atlanta. Also, by the time we meet again, Clark Atlanta University will have been introduced a new set of alumni to the world, and amongst those will be our very own Madison Jones of District 12, and of course my constituent service manager, Ms. Janae Broadnax. Both are expected to graduate this Saturday with flying colors and honors from Clark Atlanta University. Also, we're losing Miss Bria McDowell, who has found her senses and realized public service may not be the place for her, so she's moving on to greener pastures. So I want to say thank you to her. And then also, District 3 will be hosting a town hall budget edition, 5/25/23, at 6 p.m. at the Overtime Elite Arena in Atlanta Station. So that's a budget edition of the town hall. Thank you.
Thank you. Any others? Hearing none, we'll move to the closing roll call. Madam Clerk.
Council President Doug Shipman.
Present.
Council members Michael Bond, Matt Westmoreland, Keisha Shawn Waits, Jason Winston, Amir Faroki, Byron Amos, Jason Dozier, Liliana Bakhtiari, Alex Wan, Howard Shook, Mary Norwood, Dustin Hillis, Andrea Boone, Marcy Collier Overstreet, Antonio Lewis.
Without objection, we will stand adjourned. Thank you.